Hello, I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Welcome to the first Humans to Mars webinar, Life on Mars, What Are the Implications? I hope everybody is healthy and safe in these strange days. Like many other organizations, we're launching numerous online programs to educate, entertain, and inform people interested in Mars explorations. Thanks to all of you who were able to attend our first weekly virtual Drinks with Explorer Mars. A fun time was had by all, and I hope you'll join us again next Tuesday. We're going to be doing them every Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Also, in partnership with our president, Janet Ivory, we're also hosting Janet Planet's Online Astronaut Academy, weekdays at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Students from around the world are taking part in this spectacular event, so you should check it out. And for today's panel, which is the first of the ongoing series of weekly webinars that will be running and probably beyond the Humans to Mars Summit, but certainly up until the Humans to Mars Summit that's taking place on August 31st to September 1st at the National Academy of Sciences building. Of course, you can find information on that at ExploreMars.Org. Our next webinar will take place on Thursday, April 9th at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and will focus on managing isolation in space and on Earth during our current crisis. The panel will be moderated by television news personality Sonia Gavankar, and we'll have special guest Scott Kelly, former NASA astronaut and author of Endurance, Dr. Susan Ip Jewell, president and co-founder of the Mars Academy, and John Hanasek, CEO and co-founder of Avatar Medic. Should be a great and timely panel. I'd also like to thank a few of our sponsors and partners of the upcoming Humans to Mars Summit, including Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, ULA, the National Institute of Aerospace, and the Science and Entertainment Exchange, and many others, all of whom will be highlighted frequently throughout this webinar series. Now, without any further rambling by me, I would like to introduce our moderator extraordinaire, the host of Planetary Radio, Matt Kaplan. Matt, welcome and thanks for leading our fascinating discussion today.
Oh, it is such an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much, Chris. And Chris, I don't know if you mentioned, you are the founder and CEO of Explore Mars, which is the parent, the guiding hand for this event today. Explore Mars with the Humans to Mars Summit every year. That I so look forward to, and I sure look forward to the return of that wonderful gathering in Washington, D.C. But since we are all faced with these hopefully quite temporary necessities of making life go on from home, we are absolutely delighted. We are thrilled that all of you could join us for this first outing. I am with the Planetary Society, where I have hosted and produced Planetary Radio for the last 20 years. But we have had a wonderful time collaborating with our sister organization, Explore Mars, for a good part of that period. And are delighted to continue that today. And I bring you greetings and regards from our CEO, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Having said that, we should jump in because we have a lot to cover. I mean, it's as big as the red planet, our discussion today, and what we may find there. Let me set the stage for today's conversation with a hypothetical. We've jumped forward to 2024. A rover named Perseverance, that we'll be talking more about momentarily, has been rolling across Mars for 3 years. Another visitor from Earth, a more recent arrival, named Rosalind Franklin, has been pulling up samples from below the surface of Mars. NASA and the European Space Agency have just announced a joint press conference that is going to reveal images and other data indicating that we just may have found strong evidence of life. Will this news, as my boss Bill Nye likes to say, change everything? What do we do next, and how will it affect plans to send men and women to Mars? But I'm getting ahead of myself. So hold that thought for now as we meet the two very distinguished guests that will be joining me here. You can see them already, I hope, on your screens. I really can't think of anyone else I would rather have on board to talk about this topic, beginning with Dr. Penelope Boston. She is the Senior Advisor for Science Integration at NASA Ames Research Center in Silicon Valley. And Penny's personal expertise is the geomicrobiology of extreme Earth environments, especially caves and mines, and astrobiology. As a lifelong human space exploration advocate, she co-founded the Case for Mars conferences in the 1980s and 1990s. That makes her a founding member of the Mars Underground as well. She's a member of Explore Mars. She looks pretty great in a fake spacesuit. She earned her PhD in microbiology at the University of Colorado Boulder. She was till recently the director of the NASA Astrobiology Institute based at Ames, and is a former professor and chair of the Department of Earth and Environmental Science at the New Mexico Institute for Mining and Technology. Also, the former associate director of the National Cave and Karst Research Institute. Welcome, Penny.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Dr. Jim Green is the NASA chief scientist. He received his PhD in space physics from the University of Iowa in 1979 and has worked for NASA ever since. That included 12 years as the director of the Planetary Science Division at NASA headquarters. Under his leadership, more than a dozen planetary missions were successfully executed, including the Curiosity rover and InSight lander, both of which are still quite active and delivering great science on Mars. Jim is NASA's representative on the COSPAR Planetary Protection Panel, where planetary protection guidelines are created and agreed to internationally. COSPAR, that's the Committee on Space Research. In 1915, you're not that old, Jim. In 2015, Jim coordinated NASA's involvement in one of my favorite movies, The Martian. Talk about infecting a planet. By the way, he also hosts the excellent NASA podcast called Gravity Assist. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you very much, Matt. I'm delighted to be here.
So let's back up a little bit and talk about the current status of exploration on Mars now and what's going to be happening there, well, in less than a year now with the arrival of this new rover. Tell us, what's the status of Perseverance?
Well, Matt, Perseverance is actually moving forward. It's all down at the Cape. And in fact, the radioisotope power system is already connected. It's checked out in many ways. It still has a number of things to do yet, but we're making great progress. So it is on track for a July 17th open window for us to be able to launch. And that's when that highway opens up for the next 3 weeks that can get us to Mars.
This is like almost everything NASA sends to around the solar system nowadays, an international effort, right?
It is, and indeed. And in fact, if you had my little graphic that shows Perseverance, this particular rover has got a fabulous set of instruments where we have participation from Spain on a weather system. We have Norway having a ground penetrating radar. We have the French working with us on some really great camera and laser systems. And we have an Italian retroreflector. But the whole point of this particular mission is really at the end of the arm. This is where we have high resolution images that we want to be able to really look at the rock record and then make decisions in terms of creating cores. It's got a core at the very end of it. And I have an example of one that I can show everyone what these cores look like. They're like a piece of chalk in size, or for those that are young enough that don't really understand what chalks and chalkboards were all about in their education, like a Crayola crayon, one of the large sizes. Once those cores are made, they're stuck indeed into an aluminum sleeve and then dropped on the surface for then later pick up and bring back. So by the end of that decade, the 2020s, we hope to be able to have these samples back in our BioLevel 4 facility and begin the process of really looking through them to determine their viability and allowing scientists to get access to them for further research. So we're doing great.
So, and even though she resembles her sister on Mars, Curiosity, You've given at least a couple of examples in that image and with those cores especially of the new capabilities that Perseverance is bringing to the red planet. Pretty powerful machine, isn't it?
Oh, it absolutely is. And the rock record is so important to us. You know, we know that Mars was a blue planet early on in its history. It went through rapid climate change. It was a blue planet during the time we know Earth had life started on it. And so maybe life started on Mars too. And so we're really quite excited about going there and interrogating that, being able to bring back those samples and look at them. You know, for all the minerals we have here on Earth, there are hundreds of minerals for which life is such a key part of that create those minerals. And so if we can find the right set of information, indeed that press conference you talked about would be really lively.
So sample return, you know, I often refer to it as the holy grail of robotic exploration of Mars, and could be for other places as well. I know you've got a slide about that as well.
Yes, I do. If we can bring that up. This was how we envision right now working with our international community to be able to get those samples back. And it all requires NASA landing a Mars ascent vehicle. This is shown on the surface already in this diagram to the left. We then have fetch rovers that pick up those samples that we laid on the ground and deliver those. That's in the bottom middle. And then on the right, we launch off of Mars, those samples in a container. And then that container goes into orbit, for which then an ESA satellite will come down using ion propulsion into low Mars orbit, pick those samples up, and then bring them back to Earth. So it's indeed a multinational effort, and the planning is going real well.
Penny, you're a longtime Martian. What's it going to mean to scientists like you to get those samples back here and into our nice big labs on Earth?
Well, you know, as you say, Matt, it's been a holy grail for many decades, and pretty much my whole career. I'm sure that's true for a lot of us. And the opportunity to actually get our lab facilities here on Earth to bring all of their power to bear on samples is a new step, really, in marching forward to be able to analyze Mars materials. The missions that we've had so far and the ones to come are magnificent. But, you know, there's only a certain amount that you can smash onto a spacecraft and a lander and a rover before you run out of power and mass and all of that. And so the ability to do these really in detail studies of the geochemistry, the mineralogy, the foundational bedrock materials, perhaps even some of the fine materials on Mars will give us insights into the climate history of that planet, which is very important to our understanding of climate in general on our own planet and beyond, and also potentially allow us to look at organic materials and various other things that may be significant for the potential history of any life that may have arisen on Mars.
Jim, I want to go back to you. I gave short shrift to all of the success we've already seen on Mars with 2 active spacecraft on the surface and that flotilla on orbit above the planet. Where are we in what we've learned? I mean, we found the water. Are we still following it? And what else have we found?
That's a really great question in the sense that, you know, there's more to it than just following the water. You know, we've seen evidence of water all over the place on Mars. That's clear. We've seen what we call reoccurring slope lineae, where water may actually be pouring down the sides of craters in a seasonal way. This is during a time period, as you can see in this slide, during indeed that summer, where the sunlight shines on the crater walls, perhaps sublimates a water plug that's sitting in, holding back water in an aquifer, and then that water pours out and runs down the slopes. We've measured that. We know it's water. Now, some of these actually may be drifts of dust and therefore producing some discoloration, but there's so much of it, and there's so many places where it's occurring. You know, we're pretty convinced that that indeed there is a significant amount of water locked inside the planet. Now, in addition to that, Mars seems to be emitting what we would call traces of life gases, you know, like methane and like oxygen.
I'm knocking on wood.
Yeah, right. And indeed, although those things can be generated abiotically, you know, for the methane, we've been observing methane from telescopes on Earth since the early 2000s. But now with Curiosity making those measurements directly over and over again, we do see that seasonal bloom for which what we call this rush of methane coming out, although it's still a trace gas, you know, parts per billion we're talking about. And that is coming from underneath the surface. Now that could be generated abiotically. It requires water, requires certain minerals and a heat source like magma, or it could be old methane from old life in the past that is also been trapped over time and is being released. Or indeed, it could be an indication of life there today in the aquifers is what we would think. So those trace gases now are extremely important. We're making fabulous measurement of those.
And oxygen you mentioned as well. And I know that there have been, both for methane and oxygen, there have been some conflicting data, hasn't there, depending on the observer?
Yeah, indeed. The oxygen observations that we just released over the last several months is a long-term trend. It's about 5 years worth of observations, and it's a surprising trend. You know, as the planet goes through its seasonal cycle, we expect during the winter, because it's so cold, that a lot of the atmospheric gases, in particular the trace gases, will collapse down into the surface. And then as it warms up, it actually then releases those. And what we're finding is an excess of oxygen during certain times. And then at other times, we see that the oxygen actually is being removed. So this has really caused quite a puzzle. We've had many scientists really working, trying to figure out what are the abiotic, in other words, the non-biological reasons that this is happening. And we really haven't come up with a good explanation. So the oxygen observations are really one we want to stay abreast of and see what Curiosity is going to find in the future.
Penny, have we seen evidence other than what Jim has just talked about that could indicate biological activity, or at least past biological activity up there?
Well, you know, so far we haven't had the opportunity to closely examine materials, getting back to our previous discussion about sample return. But what we have been able to do, of course, is hook up what we understand about extreme environments on Earth and try to tease out the parts of those environments that are relevant to Mars. It's pretty clear we have nowhere on Earth that is just like Mars. It's a very, very challenging environment. But we have challenging environments on Earth that have components that really go into that Mars picture. And so microorganisms in their vast diversity, their unbelievable diversity on this planet, have adapted to, you know, a wild variety of conditions. Many of them are the conditions that we see in the Mars surface, and particularly, of course, from my point of view as someone very interested in the subsurface, both near and deep subsurface, where there is more protection from some of the nasty things that you get on the Mars surface. So I think that the importance of the gases that Jim has just been articulating is really because the atmosphere of a planet is its breath, essentially, and the breath of life on Earth is very, very clear. We have a very complicated atmospheric spectrum, which is the sum total of all of the complex gases that life on our planet puts out. When we're looking at a planet like Mars, if we're looking at life that has been not as globally as it is here on Earth for a long time, that is something of a relict biosphere, then we would expect to see a much more subdued signal. But the fact that there is this oxygen variability and the fact that we see these traces of methane are very exciting, because what that might say about life is that if it exists in the subsurface, there's a certain leak rate, just like we have with spacesuits and spacecraft and Earth itself, and that we may be catching little whiffs of what's going on underneath. In any case, whether or not it's biology or it's non-biology, when you have a life-bearing solar system like ours, in my view, every planet matters to understanding that life, even if that life only occurs on one planet. And of course, we certainly hope it occurs on Mars or has occurred on Mars, as well as other places in the solar system.
Hear, hear. Penny, you have spent a good part of your life going to places most of us would not want to go, looking for how life has found a way to survive. One of those more milder locations, I remember being with you at Carlsbad Caverns, and you pointed to a spot on the wall and you said, "You see that? That's life eating copper." So it does sure look like the enormous variety of extremophiles that we find on our planet. It's got to give you some encouragement, right?
Oh, very much. And, you know, even though I'm a Mars fan for my entire life, of course, I have an eye on the other potential habitats. And I think that the fact that we have organisms that appear to be able to tolerate almost everything, including high radiation, and organisms that have been retrieved from, you know, space exposure and complete desiccation and living amongst metals that we find toxic, but they're busy using inorganic chemistry to make those into energy sources, makes me really understand the sweep of what our type of life, meaning organic carbon in a water matrix, is capable of. It's really quite extraordinary.
Life as we know it.
Yeah, life as we know it. And of course, you know, many of us consider life as we don't know it. And that life as we don't know it extends to other ways of making life, even out of organic carbon. So there are people thinking about other alternative sets of chemistry that might work on other planets. But from the point of view of Mars, my conviction is that we're really looking for carbon-based life in a water matrix, because Mars is not all that different from Earth. And certainly, as Jim pointed out, early in its history, it was much more similar. And so that you know, early childhood of our rocky terrestrial planets together seems to me very significant. And even Venus in its current state, which is quite inhospitable to life as we understand it, but its early history may have also, you know, shared in habitable zone. So, you know, it's not just Mars alone that is compelling, but really Mars as this beautiful red jewel within this entire spectrum, this entire crown of jewels that we have in our solar system, and what they offer for life.
Have your studies and what we've learned from others in looking for biosignatures, that key term, has it led you to the point where you think that if we had life staring us in the face, we would recognize it? Well,
yes, maybe. The slide that was just put up shows a variety, and this, of course, is from my own work. All of these colorful and drippy, gooey things that you see are all examples of microbes, as tiny as they are, but making major changes in the rock and mineral environments that they live in. So the orange stuff that you see that looks sort of like a pizza or the surface of Io, that's all rock breakdown material that's been chewed through by organisms that use manganese and iron rather than, you know, eating hamburgers for lunch. They eat rock, and they use those minerals, and then they poop out, so to speak, all of this fluffy stuff. And so they're major geological agents on Earth, but it shows that they can make their living off a geological source You can see the screaming blue patch that one of my French colleagues is standing by, sort of in the middle lower part of the screen. And you can see an example of the same process. You were talking, Matt, about the copper material that I showed you. These are organisms all over the world that are different, but they're different and very unrelated, but they still are able to do the same thing. And so that makes me even more excited because it doesn't have to be the same organisms. It's finding a pathway of organisms in different places that can use the same energy sources. And so to me, that seems like an encouraging sign for extraterrestrial life.
Hey, if you've just joined us as we hit very close to the half-hour mark, this is the Explore Mars Life on Mars webinar, the first of a series sponsored by Explore Mars. And you just heard from Penny Boston. And I'm going to go back to Jim Green, the NASA chief scientist now. Jim, I want to jump back now to that hypothetical that I posed at the outset. That press conference, which you would very likely be a part of. I hope you're still on the job in 2024. You've got big news for us.
Right.
What's this going to mean if indeed we find evidence better than we've gotten in the past? I'm thinking of a certain meteorite, ALH 84001, that seems hard to argue with, that maybe we have found at least evidence of past life on Mars. What's that going to mean to us here on Earth?
Well, let me just mention, of course, there's an important aspect of thinking about that future when we start that announcement, and that really boils down to looking at what's happened in the past, by analogies. The ALH 84001 is a good one in the sense that, we would organize that press conference. On that press conference, we would have the scientists that are announcing the discovery, but also scientists that are a little skeptical. And so that announcement then would go out to the public, and then there would be a period where the community of scientists would really dig into the results. Perhaps if we return samples soon after that, they would then be able to have those in the laboratory, et cetera, and really tease it out, and then public reaction. And then an education has to go on to everyone in terms of the context of what this means. But if we just take that supposition that indeed in the long run it proves to be true, and we have found that second genesis and it is on Mars, what does that mean? And here by analogy, I think we have to look at perhaps several. One comes to mind is what Copernicus did. At the time Copernicus was coming out with the theory that the planets went around the sun and not everything went around the Earth, it changed the world view. Everyone mentally had to now rearrange their thoughts about their place in the solar system and the universe. And it had a profound effect. People thought, well, we are the center of the universe because everything goes around us. And now they go around the sun, just like the other planets. And then to them, that means, well, maybe there are other societies like us on other planets. This was a really profound change. I think, indeed, we're going to have to come to grips with that. Many people, because of our literature and our movies, are all set to accept that there's a second genesis out there. And in fact, many scientists, and that would include me, think it's almost inconceivable that there isn't some sort of life out not only in the solar system, but certainly on other planets. And so our worldview then once again will have to change. And I think it will change many different things. The results of finding microbes might be as revolutionary as cracking DNA. The concept of what's come out of microbiology, which is only a handful of decades old, has just been phenomenal. And that is awaiting us with this kind of discovery if we do indeed find microbial life on Mars, I think.
Penny, what would this mean to you and your colleagues, this announcement and the provision of this data?
Well, I spent my entire life doing this, and so have many of my colleagues. So I have dreamed about that happening in my lifetime. I hope it does. I'm trying to stay as healthy as possible to get the maximum chance. And, you know, the minute we got any kind of indication that there might be extant life or even extinct life, okay, because I also do paleomicrobiology and I'm interested in the entire deep history of planets with life. The entire community would go into a frenzy of trying to test whatever features this potential life would have. And so there would be an enormous flourishing, maybe in directions that we're already pursuing, maybe in new directions. It depends on what those results would find. And then I would throw one heck of a big party.
I'd like to attend that.
Please invite me.
I will.
We should get into the topic that maybe our sponsors here at Explore Mars are most interested in. After all, they are the humans to Mars people. And that is what the possibility, evidence for not just past, but possibly existing life on Mars, stuff that's still kicking up its heels there today, would mean for sending humans there. Jim, you were a big contributor to that movie, The Martian.
Yes.
It would not be a good idea for us to head there and plant poop potatoes, would it?
No, actually, Curiosity has found the nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, phosphorus, and sulfur on Mars, all the right stuff. The soils are moist, and indeed, there's nitrates in the soils. Now, where Curiosity is sitting turns out to have alkaline soils, not acidic. So what would grow better here would be beans and asparagus. And I don't know about you, but if I had to eat 2 or 3 years worth of asparagus, I'd just take my helmet off and walk outside. But I'm assuming I could do the potatoes. I'm assuming we all are assuming there'll be more acidic soils too elsewhere. And so indeed, the analogies between Mars soils and Earth soils is really strong. And that's really quite important. If we found evidence for current life, that current life has to be below the surface. We haven't found evidence of life on the surface. And for human exploration, I think we'd have to talk about how we're going to share Mars. And I think we can share Mars. There are many approaches, unlike the Martian, where the concept was you land Ares 1, and the next time it's Ares 2, Ares 3, Ares 4. We would plan to go to one particular area, you know, perhaps 150 or 200 kilometer area called an exploration zone, where we land in one part, live in another part, and then have the ability, mobility, to go around and perform a whole variety of scientific experiments, but really confine ourselves to that part of Mars. And in so doing, then it gives us a wonderful opportunity, perhaps over several decades of continuing to go there and continuing to build and develop things at that site, an opportunity to really learn the deep, and obtain a deep understanding of what Mars is all about. And then we can take it to the next step with that kind of knowledge. So I'm all for sharing Mars. Now, you may know that many scientists, particularly Carl Sagan, thought that if we found microbes on Mars, we need to leave Mars alone and go to another body in the solar system. But I think because life also has to evolve over time, the evolution of that life is going to be completely different than ours. And that gives us, I think, an opportunity to coexist. And those are some of the new ideas that are coming out now.
Annie, what's your view about all this? I mean, I think you want to see boots on Mars as well, but
I'd like to see my boots on Mars, actually.
Me too.
But I'm going to be too old, I'm afraid. But you know, it's something I've wrestled with my entire career, because I have this desire for exploration, for our species to go beyond to other bodies in our solar system, and who knows, someday even out of our solar system in some number of hundreds of years. But at the same time, of course, I'm very very aware of the deep ecology aspects of another biosphere. And this applies to Mars or any other biosphere that we may find in our solar system. And that is, how do we study it? How do we perhaps cohabit with it, as Jim points out, without doing damage to it, and in turn, without doing damage to us? I think that many years ago, probably 25, when I first started writing about the Mars subsurface as being the best place to look for life on Mars, it was not taken very seriously. We knew a lot less about the planet at that time, but we've plugged along on that theme, and I think it's become manifest that that is the place, as Jim says, where we would have the highest chance of finding subsurface life, even if Mars once was covered in life at the surface. That the subsurface, in many cases, particularly even on Earth, is a refugium, a refuge for organisms when circumstances change on the surface. We see this in microorganisms and macroorganisms. So there are caves with fish and invertebrates that have been separated for 20 million years from the surface and things of that sort. So I think that the expectation that I have is that any Mars life is going to be quite deep. And that helps us with this conundrum, because as long as we don't contaminate aquifers, as we're trying to get resources for human use, then the surface Mars environment is very harsh. And while I wouldn't call it entirely self-sterilizing, it will do a lot to reduce the plume of biological contaminants within some distance from a human colony. And then, of course, if we want to study things like the slope lineae, these trickles of water, briny water that Jim mentioned early on in our discussion, those are juicy targets, literally and figuratively. We can't wait to get our hands on them, but our hands will not be our hands. Our hands will hopefully be sterilizable robotic sampling devices that will be able to send out and bring those samples back for analysis. So there are ways to do this. And, you know, we're living through it now with this pandemic that we're all experiencing. How do we separate our activities from, in this case, a pathogen, but in the case of humans on Mars, how do we separate ourselves from potential organisms that are the Martians and keep all of us safe? And so all of these real world things are being worked out in real time. And as you know, Jim mentioned, or you mentioned that Jim is on the COSPAR panel, that dates back to the 1950s and the early part of the space age. So it's not like we just discovered that, oh, gee, there might be a problem. Many of us have served on panels and workshops, and we're writing about it all the time. So it's very, very much foremost in our minds about how to do this safely. I think we can do it. I hope I'm not being naive.
Jim, I'm really glad that Penny brought us back to that COSPAR committee that where you are the planetary protection representative from NASA, from the United States. How is this being considered by the international community? These questions of protecting Mars, but also wanting to go there and have humans explore.
Well, indeed, COSPAR over the years has looked at each and every one of the bodies in the solar system that were being considered by space agencies to go to. And indeed, early on, we didn't know much about the moon in terms of whether there would be pathogens there. And so consequently, those guidelines that came from the COSPAR committee that the international community signed up to meant that we, for a NASA perspective, wanted to implement a quarantine system. So when samples came back from Apollo 11, you know, the astronauts went into quarantine and the samples went into quarantine. And then we went through our processes of indeed interrogating those and understanding what they are, what we had, whether there were pathogens, etc., watching the astronauts over a period of time. And then finally, recognize that indeed we could have uncontained sample return from Mars. We didn't need to go through the quarantine process. And so then that means the guidelines were revised. So the committee indeed takes it very seriously that as we learn new things about each of the bodies that the space agencies are planning to go to, we take that into account to modify those guidelines. And that's been working really well. In fact, just recently, we took a good look at Phobos, and we recognized that Phobos, indeed, one of the moons of Mars, we could actually back off some of the more stringent guidelines on returning samples. And so we've categorized Phobos as a location where we can have unrestricted Earth return of those samples. And the Japanese JAXA mission is being planned to go there and has many international connections and components to it. But that required for us to bring all the knowledge we knew about Phobos forward and not consider it like Mars in a category of more restriction. And so we're going to continue to do that. And that process is working well.
We are rapidly approaching the point in this program where we're going to be turning to your questions. And I do see that lots of you are submitting them. They are being consolidated for us by the president of Explore Mars, Janet Ivey, of Janet's Planet. And by the way, I want to take the chance to acknowledge that a lot of Janet's students are watching us right now. Tapa Sweeney from India, Alex from Pennsylvania, Judah, she's not sure where he is, but Judah, welcome all of you young people, you who may actually be wearing those boots that go to Mars. We certainly hope that you'll have that opportunity and do some of this exploring for us up close and personal. Before we get to some of the questions that are coming in, I've got one more to throw at you, and Penny, you touched on it, but it's a question that Explore Mars CEO Chris Carberry posed before we started this, and that is whether what we have learned about both how we might handle isolating ourselves from life on Mars or anything else in the field of astrobiology might have helped prepare us to deal with the challenge that we're facing around this planet right now, the pandemic. I mean, do you see any relationship there?
Yes, I do. I think that one of the things that this horrible circumstance will maybe help is eventually in better public communication. You know, when you are trying to talk to people who are not microbiologists or scientists of some other sort about microbial life, it's very hard to communicate the size of these individual entities, their capabilities, and just how easily spread they are. You know, in many cases, that's very benign. There are many microorganisms that we need in our environment. They basically run a lot of the biogeochemical cycles on our own planet. So on balance, they're beneficial. We only sort of notice them on the broad scale when they're deleterious, like in the case of the COVID-19. But you can derive some lessons from this. You know, the fact that we have a new virus on the scene means even though it's related to other Earth viruses and similar to others in its group of coronaviruses, it's many different properties. And so a lot of the scrambling that's going on now in the medical and research communities is to try to figure out its properties. And so the way that we do that in real time is orders of magnitude accelerated compared to what we would have been able to do with something like this even 20 years ago. So within mere weeks, we had an entire genomic sequence for this RNA type of virus. And that was propagated around the world. And so the biggest issue is, you know, we are a world full of people with different traditions, different levels of technical sophistication, and different access to communication. And so it's the human response to that that's been the trickiest part. But one of the things that I think is important to communicate is that microorganisms, for the most part, are benign and absolutely essential to us. And so one of the things I don't want to see is an increase in sort of mindless germophobia from this. And, you know, that could be a natural outgrowth of this. But we are talking about studying microbial scale life on another planet, although we're mostly looking at bacterial size things. And if you look at a bacterium, you can probably line up maybe 80 or 100 of them across the diameter of one of your hairs. But if I were going to put viruses end to end across the diameter of your hair, I would probably put 1,000 or 2,000, right? So they're even more minuscule. So I think we're mostly focusing on bacteria-size organisms. And so those are actually much easier to control and work with for the most part than the viruses, because the viruses are tinier than dust specks, whereas the bacteria are much chunkier, and so our methods of controlling bacteria and working with them in many ways are easier.
Jim, anything to add from the NASA perspective?
Well, yes. Penny did a wonderful job with explaining the various aspects of that. What's critical also to understand is, viruses aren't considered alive. They really are cellular parasites, if I were to describe them in some way, and they invade the body and they have some genetic material associated with them, but in reality, for them to live and grow, they actually have to co-evolve with a host. And so when we think about bringing material back from Mars that is alive, that life has perhaps a second genesis, perhaps is related in some way to us in terms of the fact that it started in a similar environment like Earth, but it has a completely different evolutionary track. And so the current thinking is, yes, we're going to quarantine those samples. Yes, they'll be in what we call a biolevel 4 facility, where they handle anthrax and everything else, and it will be closely monitored. But I think, as Penny points out, our ability to understand the microbial and virus environment will allow us to use those current tools to interrogate those samples and begin the process of releasing things to the science community, which will be really important to do, because that's where those laboratory equipment really comes into play. In many places around the world, that will really tease out some of the most spectacular science in terms of really having a deep understanding of that planet than we can dream of today. So those are all just right around the corner, and I'm hoping also to be around when we start cracking into that next generation.
You and me and Penny, all of us, and everybody watching this program, I am sure. All right, we are now at approaching about 10 minutes of the hour. But I have also heard from both of our guests, Jim Green and Penny Boston, that they might be able to spend a couple of extra minutes of bonus time with us. Yep. So let's go ahead and start getting to your questions. And I know that many of you are submitting them through the Zoom window, but we also got a couple. Well, I'll read one of these that was submitted ahead of time to Explore Mars. And this came from Andrew Planet, how appropriate, in Gibraltar. And so we also welcome our international audience for today's program. Andrew says, if we ever find native life on Mars, and if it had the same method of storing genetic information as we all share here on Earth, would that mean that biology originated independently at both worlds, but had evolved analogously, because it was a good solution, I guess, or that they've evolved out of a common ancestral biochemical panspermia? There's a term that we all love. Penny?
It's one of the big debates that we have, and we're not sure how to make that decision yet. If and when that arises, then we'll have to do a lot of investigation. What I think most of us are hoping for is what Jim mentioned, which is a true second genesis, where the life on Mars would be so different that we wouldn't have this conundrum. But if the life resembles ours in terms of its basic biochemistry and molecular machinery, then we're going to be faced with this conundrum. Is it regional, shall we say, panspermia within the solar system? Or is it that it's such an optimum solution to make life the way that we do that it got reinvented again? And it's very hard to know how to actually go forward. And so that's where detailed work in the future would have to come to bear. I think there's no easy answer.
Jim, you're nodding.
Oh yeah, so I think the concept of, okay, we're going to look at that life, and if it is indeed RNA, DNA, has all the right stuff, we're going to want to see if there's a common ancestor. Okay,
Yeah.
That's how that would relate to us. But as Penny points out, that's going to still be incredibly difficult, and it's really because of the fact that life has that attribute that it has to evolve, and that environment is so different than ours, on a daily basis. The temperature swing is on the surface alone is 170 degrees Fahrenheit in one day, and it's bathed in ultraviolet light, and so maybe this life has found a way to repair itself, or to survive in those environments, and that's tremendously exciting. If we can tease that out and it relates to our life, then we have new medicines, new approaches. It's just a complete revolution in our ability, perhaps, to live and grow on other planets where there are extremes. So this is just really an exciting opportunity for us that we just can't pass up. Let's find this life and bring it back.
That's thrilling. Jim, I'm going to throw this next one to you, and it comes from one of Janet's young fans, Tapa Sweeney. I apologize, Tapa Sweeney, if that's not even close to how your name is actually pronounced. She says, how can we guarantee that we are not putting life forms, our own biology, on Mars from all the probes that we are sending to crawl around on the red planet, even though we try to sterilize the stuff that goes down to the surface?
This is a really good question, because indeed it's all about that planetary protection guidelines. We early on through COSPAR and had this international agreement that Mars would be a place where potentially life could have been, or even is extant, living there today. And so consequently, those guidelines tell us that there's a level of sterilization that we want to do. We want to be able to have an opportunity not to contaminate that planet while we learn much more about what that planet is like. So we've gone through quite a program in NASA, and many of the other agencies have stated they have too, through those processes of learning how to clean a spacecraft, learning how to be able to ensure that there's a minimal or nearly as close to zero bioburden, we call it. That would be types of microbial or other types of life from Earth on the spacecraft as possible. And in particular, those places that actually touch the surface. And so that whole topic has evolved over time, for which many new and exciting techniques have come up, and we're still doing original research in that area. So we plan to keep Mars as pristine as possible in terms of not contaminating it as we possibly can. And of course, once our rovers or landers are down on the surface, they too are bathed in ultraviolet light, which really takes out another layer of bioburden that occurs by us launching it and getting it there in some sterilized form. We can't completely sterilize it, but the environment is also a sterilizing environment. So I think we're overall internationally doing real well.
And I have to apologize. That question actually came from Michael. I don't know where he is. I apologize to you, Michael, and to Tapa Sweeney. Tapa Sweeney did have a question, though, and it's more a geology question about rocks on Mars. Are they similar to what we know we have on Earth? And I think the answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, are there geological implications for our search for life on Mars? I don't know which of you might want to answer that.
I'm willing to jump in. I have one of the slides and the backup slides, which is my number 3, I think, for Wade out there. One of the big revolutions in thinking of the last 10 or 15 years has been the degree to which life on our planet has affected. So slide 3, which would be oh, wait, let's see.
Is that your last one? Biominerals?
Yes, it's
yes.
Biominerals. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's number 7. There we go.
Sorry. We're learning to do this online thing here. So the biominerals in the solar system, it's been pointed out by a guy named Bob Hazen, who's at the Carnegie Institute in Washington, and a number of his colleagues more than 10 years ago now, that if you look at the early solar system and a lot of the bodies in our solar system, like small bodies that have not had extensive geological evolution and don't appear to have life, that you got 12 primitive minerals. And on Earth, we have in excess now, actually, probably about 4,500 known minerals on Earth today. Many of them, I must say, are found only in caves. So just giving caves a plug here.
Okay.
But, you know, in their thinking, the mineral wealth that we have here on our planet is due to abundant liquid water and the fact that we have tectonic, plate tectonics that helps to mix up the crust and down to the mantle and so forth. But the rest of that 4,400, 4,500 is due to the geochemical and biochemical interactions of life with the geology of the planet. And so one of the things that I think we're very interested in is not just the bulk chemistry of Mars, but where we find a lot of these unusual minerals on Earth are places, micro niches, sometimes hidden niches, many of them in the subsurface or at the bottom of the ocean, or in rock fractures where the life is actually working to create these minerals. And so this is another whole class of biosignatures that I think we did not really grasp in its complete form until Bob Hazen and his colleagues pointed that out. And so I think this is has been a revolutionary concept. Yeah, the slide that that Wade just put up now shows the life-produced gases, which relates to Jim's early remarks today. And then the biological molecules, there are molecules that we can see from space. Chlorophyll is the most abundant protein on our planet, and it drives the solar production of biology. But there may be other pigments that we could find. And then, of course, there's morphology. So when you add all these things up together, biominerals, real fossils, if we ever find them, microfossils, and my favorite is Baby Yoda, so I'm still holding out hope for that.
Let's see.
Well, indeed.
Go ahead, Jim.
Let me just follow up by saying, Curiosity has an experiment that actually looks at the mineralogy, and so consequently, over its 5 years of operation on the surface, it brings in material and does X-ray diffraction, and then that pattern tells us the mineralogy, the structure of how these things are put together. And right now, I think the count is well over 300 individual minerals, and of course, that we have found and discovered. And then the first thing we want to do is that a new mineral? Is that something we don't have, or do we have it? And in every case, we've said, yes, that is also exists here on Earth. But the concept then of bringing back those samples, bringing them back and actually having in the laboratory an opportunity in that rock record to look at the change in mineralogy over time, because we have cored that rock and we have that time record, is going to be incredibly important for us to understand how Mars has evolved, and evolved in a way that's different than the Earth, because of, perhaps its distance from the sun, or it's the lower mass, or It didn't have a magnetic field that kept it preserved for as long as the Earth has had. All those other factors then come in to really understand and figuring out that history of Mars. So this is really an exciting time, and that rock record is just so key to being able to tackle those questions and those things that Penny was bringing up too, all important.
Let's see if we can squeeze maybe a couple more questions in here. We
Sure.
are now into bonus time, and so we thank all of you for sticking with us for over an hour here. And this one comes from, if I can find it again, from Gene of Talking Space, another great podcast. For both of you, actually, given the fact that there is an interest in Mars colonization by several commercial entities, what would the impact of microbial life on Mars or Second Genesis due to these commercial ambitions? Jim, why don't you start with that one?
Well, you know, the planetary protection guidelines that come out of COSPAR are implemented by each of the space agencies. And so our commercial entities here in the United States would indeed fall under those same guidelines. So indeed, they are just as interested as NASA is in terms of what that means relative to the exploration of Mars. So we're working together to be able to think about how we would approach colonizing Mars in the sense of that exploration zone. Commercially, we expect them to be major partners. We expect things to be landed in those areas, things that can be put together. And in fact, they may eventually have commercial astronauts that will go. But because they are US companies, they will follow the US implementation, the NASA implementation. And that's why they're interested in these topics just as well as we are. We plan to do, you know, the right thing. We think we can, but to do that, it requires these samples coming back for us to really interrogate them, learn so much more about Mars that will allow us then to revisit those guidelines and come up with a way that makes it even easier to explore Mars.
Penny, I'm going to go right to this last one and throw it to you. It's partially personal. From Rachel Tillman, what inspired you to become part of the search for life? And really a separate question, but there's some relationship. How can we integrate everybody who's interested in this, not just NASA, into sharing these findings, making them part of the public education system, like Rachel says during Apollo, where, you know, I can actually remember schools with televisions rolled into the classrooms so that we could watch the latest mission landing or return to Earth. I mean, have you thought about this, Penny? How do we share the passion that you and Jim and everybody else watching this obviously feel? Hey, Penny, you're muted there.
I think it muted me itself.
There you go.
Our computer are becoming sentient as we are all home.
Speaking of finding
Genesis, yes.
biosignatures that we might not recognize.
So, Rachel asked what inspired me. I was a very curious little kid, like most kids are, right? And I started reading science fiction very early. That was it. I wanted to get in my rocket ship and cruise the galaxy looking for things with long tentacles and 15 blue eyes, and I still do. So I think that, you know, the arts, the science, the literature, all of that comes together and inspires us. I come from a family derived from many different countries, and that has moved around a huge amount. And so there's that taste for exploration, you know, in my background in terms of Earth. But I think the joy of what we do is impossible not to communicate. I know Jim and I and many of our colleagues go out of our way to do public events, large and small. So, you know, I have done many discussions with fourth grade classes and elder hostels and gem and mineral groups and anybody that wants me to talk, if I can fit it in, all the way to, you know, big television broadcasts that are commercially produced, or PBS or whatever. And I know Jim is the same way, and he has his own podcast, which, you know, serves that function. I show up to things, and I can't keep it inside. I mean, this isn't just a job where you kind of punch in the, you know, 8 o'clock and go home at 5 and stop thinking about it, right? This is an all-consuming lifestyle, and it has saturated my entire life. And even when I eventually go off NASA's payroll, I don't plan to go off the scene entirely, you know. And that this is true of so many of our colleagues. I think, Jim, you will have seen that too. You know, they retire, maybe they're not picking up a paycheck, they're picking up a retirement check, but they're still actively doing research, they're actively thinking and writing and talking to folks.
Yes, indeed. In fact, it's going to be the case. I can see it now when we land on the moon, where that teacher is going to say, "Class, take out your iPads," and they'll all bring up, you know, the landing where the first woman, you know, and maybe even the next woman, but at least the next man will step on the surface of the moon. Now, I was alive in high school at the time of the lunar landings, and it was just awe-inspiring, even with the grainy, yucky, you know, black and white TV.
Yeah.
And so today we're going to be doing it in high definition, and the colors will be spectacular, and the shadows will be long, and it will be incredibly eerie, but it will be just as inspirational. So everyone, you know, that hasn't seen that original lunar landing of any of the Apollo astronauts have really got a treat in store for them, and that's coming up.
What a great way for us to end this wonderful conversation. I want to thank both of you. There truly were no better people to be a part of this discussion of life on Mars and why we, examples of life down here, are so excited about it. Thank you, Jim Green, NASA Chief Scientist. Thank you, Penny Boston of NASA Ames, astrobiologist.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of you for tuning in, for joining us for this, and to Explore Mars for making it all happen, and the great people there who have been helping us out: Wade, Janet, Chris, Ron Sparkman, Adrienne. It's just been terrific, and I know that this is just the first of many that Explore Mars plans to bring you. I'm Matt Kaplan, the host and producer of Planetary Radio for the Planetary Society. I hope you'll check out our podcast, Planetary Radio, and keep looking up there at Mars, because we're there, and we're going back. Thanks again for joining us. Have a great day and stay safe.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper. Thanks, Matt.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Welcome to our second Humans to Mars seminar called Managing Isolation in Space and on Earth. Obviously, this is a particularly relevant topic during our current crisis. Before I introduce today's moderator, I just have a few short announcements. First of all, if you haven't checked it out yet, Explore Mars is co-hosting Janet Ivey's online astronaut academy weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Janet Ivey has put together an extraordinary student programming. Even if you don't have kids, it's worth tuning in. Just a reminder, the Humans to Mars Summit is now taking place on August 31st to September 1st at the National Academy of Sciences building in Washington, D.C. Registration and other details will be announced soon. And I should also note that we'll be acknowledging all of our H2M sponsors and partners all the way up until H2M, including Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, ULA, Paragon, NDA, National Institute of Aerospace, Science and Entertainment Exchange, and many others. We'll highlight all of them in the upcoming weeks. I should also note that we'll be announcing our next H2M webinar within the next couple of days, so we hope you can join us, next week as well. However, you didn't tune in to hear me, so I'd like to introduce you to the moderator of our session today, Sonia Gavankar, the host of the Tech Show and longtime television reporter. Those of you who attended H2M last year may recall that Sonia also co-hosted our live stream interviews along with Matt Kaplan. So Sonia, welcome and thanks for agreeing to moderate today's session.
Thanks so much for having me, Chris. When you get asked to interview really smart people from the comfort of your own home and you get to wear pajama bottoms, it's a yes. It's an automatic yes. So I'm glad to be here. I self-quarantined on the 17th of March. And after about the first week, I was starting to get stressed out. And then I had that memory of seeing those astronauts 50 years ago in an Airstream, a tiny little Airstream. And I thought, well, this isn't so bad. You're just quarantining like an astronaut. So I've sort of been going with that mindset in the hopes of pushing me into the right frame of mind to be staying healthy, but also be thinking about how I could use this time wisely. So I'm really happy to have this conversation with our panel of experts. We have Dr. Susan Ip Jewell, the president and co-founder of Mars Academy USA, John Hanachek, CEO and co-founder, Avatar Medic, and Scott Kelly, former NASA astronaut, author of Endurance. Thank you so much to all three of you for joining us from the comfort of your homes. And I want to remind all of you also, especially on our panel, to unmute your microphones because you have wisdom to drop and I want to hear it all. And thanks to you guys for doing the fancy backgrounds. I was thinking of also doing a fancy background and I thought people who actually do science and who have been in space have fancier backgrounds. I'll let you guys do it. So welcome to my dining room. Again, thank you for having us and for joining us. We're going to be taking questions at the end of our conversation. We're going to start with our three panelists who are going to be giving brief 5-minute-ish presentations. Then we'll ask some questions and then go to your questions. So make sure you're asking them on all of the chat platforms that you're using. We'll be compiling them. I'm going to start with Dr. Susan Ip Jewell. Dr. Susan, what would you like to share with us to kick this off?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Explore Mars, Chris, and the team for inviting me. And hello, everybody. It's a wonderful honor and pleasure to be here and to share some of the work that myself and my team and our organization are doing with regards to space exploration. And today, because it's isolation and space and managing human health on Earth and beyond, I will focus primarily on space medicine and the medical technology that I think would not only enable us as a human race to go back into space and probably become a multiplanetary species back to the moon and then down to Mars, onwards to Mars, within our lifetime. I also am very interested to talk a little bit about how this journey of discovery, technology that we're working on would also apply to help us to improve life on Earth. And particularly at this particular moment with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic and the isolation aspect of, of the work that we do. And of course, we've got wonderful NASA astronaut Scott Kelly, who actually have been on a long duration time spent in isolation on the International Space Station. So a little with that as an introduction, maybe you could show the first slide. So for the work that I'm in is that I'm very interested in technology, but specifically how to do R&D, research and development, innovation in a laboratory, not in a standard laboratory of inside a building, but outside in the natural environment on Earth, right? So we consider ourselves as analog astronauts versus a sort of quote, unquote, real astronaut, like, Scott, who will talk about that. And I'm so interested to hear his experience on the International Space Station. But as analog astronauts, really, we are focused on, living and working on a planetary surface in the future. But really, the idea is a model or paradigm of a lab in the environment. And for me, I'm interested in not just doing the human factors, but I'm interested in really focusing on the medical side and particularly space medicine, and also mental health and wellness. So my background is also in integrative medicine and personalized medicine. And how do we apply those concepts, those paradigms, those ideas to bring it into remote, isolated, confined environments of space, and one day on the surface of an off-world planet, Moon and Mars, but also here on Earth, where there are areas that we will consider to be called analog environments because of some feature of that environment that has some similarity to Mars or the Moon, or to microgravity there on the International Space Station. So, for example, here, so I think for the last 10 years or so, what I wanted to do was, with all my eclectic background, I wanted to bring all that into a vision, and this is where it manifested. And it had many transformation over the, not spring chicken, over the decades. I've been doing the medicine and innovation for nearly 20, 30 years. So, but this manifestation of bringing in astronautics, analog astronautics as a field, as an educational field, and as a skill set to bring it into these other areas of medicine, human factors, exponential technology, entrepreneurship, to bring that, integrate it, convert it all into this vision of Mars Academy USA. So here it's just slide. I'm going to go really quickly of just the idea of what is the vision and mission of MAU and other analog settings, because we're not the only one that is offering analog astronautics sort of experiences around the world. But what makes us different is that we've set up a framework where we can deploy our missions to anywhere, any place, anytime around the world. So then that you could see there in the top left, this is a very simple sort of a base camp that is made up of pods that is connected by small tunnels. But why this is a great idea is because now you can deploy it anywhere very easily. It's kind of like using the whole idea of like the military, right? You move in, you deploy, you do what you need to do, and then you remove and you quickly, leave and no footprint left behind. That is the concept of what we're doing. And I think that is very different from the other analog settings that are out there. But really, it is a laboratory. It's a laboratory out in the environment. And so what we've been doing the last 2 or 3 years since we started this organization is we've deployed different fidelity missions, training analog astronaut crew teams, usually from 6 to 12 people in the crew, and deploying them to various locations or various fidelities. And what I mean by fidelity is really, the risk that you are going to subject the crew under, and then the complexity of the mission structure that you constructed, where they have to, live, work together and also do a lot of research, scientific projects, and also I think in this particular theme, being isolation, is what are the human factors? What are the psychological challenges that you are subjected to in isolation confinement environments? So just quickly, also what makes us different, I think, from the rest of the analog stations or organizations out there right now, is that we're also a actual curriculum. So we've developed, when you come into the mission, you don't come in with just, okay, you've got the facility or the place to do your work. You actually go to enter a full training program, a curriculum, what we've curated at the bottom. You can just see a very few example of some of the activities that you will engage in during the mission. So that's kind of like the background of what we've been doing, and allowing us to develop concepts, ideas, take it into the next phase.
Technology and surgery. We've got disaster medicine specialists. We've got parabolic flight trainers. We've got one of the audience members here on the right is here, an incredible innovator who has tools going up on the next Mars rover. We know we can do this. It's just a matter of the focus of saving lives using this technology. So it's a very exciting time.
If it wasn't cool enough to already be able to save lives, you get to wear some pretty snazzy looking glasses at the same time. Which is
I will
nice.
I will show you the here. I will model the glasses. There you
John,
go.
that's pretty exciting. I want to move on to Scott Kelly, who has actually experienced isolation in space, and give him a chance to weigh in on firsthand experience, and then head into our questions as well. Scott?
Myself, I think you can hear me. How much time do I have? First of all,
you can take a little bit of time, and I'll cut you off when we're bored. How about that?
Well, what do you think?
I think like 6 minutes. I think 6 minutes. How about that?
6 minutes. Okay, I will use 6 minutes. I'll be very respectful of everyone else's time here. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and appreciate being able to share a little bit of what I've learned in my experience. I've had the privilege of flying in space on 4 different occasions. My first flight was an 8-day mission to the Hubble Space Telescope in 1999. My second was 13 days, so almost twice as long. And that was a mission on Space Shuttle Endeavour to the International Space Station, assembly flight. I flew my third time on a Russian Soyuz and spent 159 days on the space station. And my final flight was nearly a year, 340 days, launching on Russian Soyuz in March of 2015 and then landing nearly a year later in March of 2016. And, I know there's some tech people out there, if you were to graph those, you get like a second order polynomial. And if I didn't come up with that. Some smart person told me that. And if I was to fly a 5th time, my flight would be to Mars, because it'd be like 5 years long. So, and that wasn't in the cards for me. So I retired from NASA. But on that third flight, a 159-day flight, I realized that being in space for 6 months in an isolated environment is not easy. It's hard. Being isolated and cooped up can cause you to be anxious. It can cause stress. And in the last third of that mission, I felt a little bit like the walls were closing in on me. And then when I got back from that third flight, about a year later, NASA started talking about sending 2 people in space for a year. Initially, I was not interested because I knew 6 months was a really long time. But, eventually I warmed up to the idea. I wanted to fly in space again. I wanted it to be more challenging than the previous flight. And I realized, well, what would be more challenging than spending more than twice the amount of time? So I agreed to do this. But I did it with a lot of thought. I put a lot of thought into it. And my goal was to get to the end of this mission with as much energy and enthusiasm as I had in the beginning. And I think there are some parallels here with what we are experiencing right now. We are all on this mission together. It is important. We don't know when it's going to end. I knew when mine was going to end, but it was so far away that I couldn't really see the end from the beginning. So I had to basically have this change of reference in my mind that this is now my home, this is where I live. I will not count the number of days I'm here. It will be over someday. And when it is, it will be great. I will return to Earth. And we need to do that in this environment. You know, schedule when you're going to wake up, schedule time in the morning for your hygiene, your self-care, having breakfast, planning for the rest of the day. Schedule time at work. If you're lucky enough to be able to work from home, that's great, but you need to schedule it because you're waking up at work, you're going to sleep at work. You need to have a balance of your work and rest. Schedule time to connect with your family and friends over video conference. If you're on this call, you have that ability. That is so very important. Phone calls, email. My wife and I have found that we're connecting with people that probably maybe would have never connected with for the remainder of our lives because we now have the time, and it's important to do that, not just for you, but for the people you're connecting with. Know who you're in quarantine with. Everyone has different skills. Everyone is not going to handle this the same way. Understand that. Know your crew. Know what they bring to this situation. Help them, elevate them if you can, but understand we are not all the same. All astronauts are all the same. A lot of people were better at some things than I was. I was better at some things than them. So schedule and hobbies, a distraction, something that has nothing to do with your work or this pandemic. You know, I think it's incumbent upon everyone to stay informed, but please don't binge watch the news. It is not helpful. It is not going to be good for your psychological well-being. Take care of your environment. I look at this situation like the space station. When you're isolated, your immune system is suppressed. Same thing here. We need to get exercise. We need to get outside if we can. We need to take care of our environment. I treat the front door of my house kind of like an airlock. And then, yeah, I don't have much time left. I got 20 seconds. So the last thing I want to say is, or the last thing I have time to say is, we need to get our information from trusted sources. At NASA, everything was not rocket science, but some of it was. And when it is, you need to go to a rocket scientist for your information, not your Facebook friends. They might be great friends, but they are not necessarily the smartest people on this issue. Trusted sources. So with that, ready for questions. And if I got a few minutes at the end for a little summary, I can do that too.
Thank you, Scott. We will definitely leave time for the summary. And I wanted to actually start our questions with you. We have a lot of questions from students, and I'm going to kind of combine a couple of them just for time. People are wondering from, sorry, Zoe from Colorado Springs, Colorado, and Lauren from Paris, France, are thinking about the future, how they can be astronauts, how they can be engineers. So they're wondering, what can they be doing in this time to really be preparing themselves for a mission to Mars in the future? What kind of activities would you advise them doing in their small habitat of today that'll help them in their small habitat of tomorrow?
Well, I think, you know, I would give the same advice today for someone who wants to be an astronaut that I would have given, you know, a couple of months ago. And that is, you know, first of all, you got to decide, well, what kind of astronaut? Are you talking about NASA? You're talking about ESA? You're talking some future commercial program? You have to meet their minimum requirements. And, you know, my assumption is their minimum requirements would probably be, especially for professionals, similar to what NASA has. And that is bachelor's or, I think they recently changed the requirement to a master's degree in some kind of technical field, science, engineering, some STEM kind of subject. So, you need that you need to meet that educational requirement. But I always tell people, choose something you like. I mean, don't become a military fighter pilot or test pilot like I was, because, you saw that work for me. You need to choose a field that you like, because if you like it, you're going to do better at it. If you do better at it, your chances are higher. Plus, the odds of becoming an astronaut, if you don't try, are clearly zero. But it's, at least currently, it's pretty challenging. So there are more people out there. Are people that are more qualified to do this job than I was. So, sometimes it's just, there are a lot of intangibles that will, cause you to get or not get this job. And if you don't get it, you want to be doing something that you enjoy, because work is so important to our lives. But work that you can enjoy will make your life more meaningful, and it will also allow you to do better and help other people. So education, and then other experiences. There's so many qualified people out there that on paper look great, and what separates them from others are doing the types of things that are analogous to living in space, demonstrating teamwork, leadership, followership, living or working in an extreme environment, showing some operational skills. I was on the selection board once, and I actually flew in space with a person like this. She was a PhD chemist, but what made her stand out was she was also a journeyman electrician. Like, she had an electrician's license. So those type of things make people stand out from the others. So, small bit of advice, but the biggest piece of advice is, if you don't try, you'll never get in.
Dr. Ipjul, you were talking about teams coming together and working together, and that's what Scott just talked about. Know your crew, know their skill sets. And what I really liked what Scott said is, like, be a leader, but also know how to be a follower. Do you have issues with that when you get these teams together and you isolate them? How do those first couple of days go when they're figuring out their crews?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And, with everything Scott just said, with, what do you need to do to become an astronaut, if that's where you want to go with your career? I think everything Scott said, I totally concur with. I think also at the same time, you need to understand who you are. So the idea of being an astronaut to go physically outer space, you also need to understand the inner space of self. If you don't have that, and that's one of the major challenges that, in these missions that we've deployed, and I've been in over 20 of these analog missions of various fidelity. And I think there are lots of variation, because of course it's the crew mix, right, that you form, that also is going to give you, every crew is different, the experience is different because of the crew mix. But the common denominator that I've seen with all these missions, analog missions, and maybe, Scott could give me some response or feedback, your experience, because you've been on multiple missions, is that the psychological issues. Right. If anything, I feel that I've seen for many of these analog missions is the limiting factor for defining, I think, to a large extent, a success or a failure of a mission is the human factors, the psychological issues. And if you don't fully understand yourself, how can you expect for you to understand to work with another human being? And especially in this isolated, confined environments for long periods of time. And for, Scott being 1 year on the International Space Station with all the physiological and the medical issues that, you yourself, your body is subjected to, it's like, if you don't really understand and have the tool sets, the skill sets to be able to understand who you are, to build your own resilience and self-empowerment, to understand where your where weaknesses are and to acknowledge them,
Right.
to say what can I do to build those weaknesses that I acknowledge. But how can you acknowledge something if you don't even know you have that weakness? So you need to understand.
Dr. Abdul, when you have these missions, do you build in that spirituality time? Graham was asking, do you build that into the schedule?
Yes, I'm actually sorry that I went on for the first few slides, but I don't know if they can just quickly pull up with the last slide, where we actually have the astral wellness program that's integrated into the training program, and it's really building in the technology that we use for the crew. For example, we do body mapping art therapy, which actually is a peer review clinical intervention that we use for certain patients that have depression, have PTSD. So you're using now this kind of art, music, dance, the creative side. That's why it's so important that you have in the crew, and we always ensure that there is a mix of individuals with the art side. So you need to be able to have people with the left side and the right side. If you actually have worked both sides, you have the skills to use both sides of your brain, your hemisphere, to be an artist, to be also a very hardcore scientist as well. Bringing that in together I think, increases your chance to have a successful mission, but also for you to have a much better experience and learning, because if you
if you think there's an end, you think you have an idea of when this might be over. If you ask me right now, I could not tell you how long I've been doing this in isolation.
Right.
Because I'm consciously not trying to think about it, because I have no control over it. I have no control over when this will be over. So it doesn't even enter my mind. But I think having a schedule that is different on the weekends, and for us, my wife and I here, what it amounts to is maybe a little bit of work, but it's also mostly taking care of our space, our apartment, doing the kind of the cleaning, just almost like we did on the space station. On the space station, bacteria, viruses grow quickly in microgravity. We have a suppressed immune system. So, I'll go around with the Clorox wipes and wipe down any touch things, anything we put our hands on, just like I did every single weekend on the space station for an entire year. So, so one of our weekend days is like that. The other day is the day to lie on the couch and watch Netflix all day. And if you have your schedule set up like that, you'll have something to look forward to. Every week, you'll be looking forward to the weekend, and then try during the week to do stuff that challenges you if you're lucky enough to work, but a variety of things. Maybe pick up a new hobby, maybe do some volunteer work if you can do that from home. A variety, a schedule that is, if it challenges you, then we'll look forward to the weekends more, and you'll find that this time in isolation will go by much quicker.
And then you also know what day it is. You'll know what day is the weekend. That's a great idea. A couple of days ago, I had no idea what day.
If you ask me, was a year longer in space than 6 months? And clearly, it was twice as long. But it seemed like I was up there a long time. But it also seemed like I was up there for a really long time for 6 months too. So it's important to have the right perspective, have a plan, follow that plan, and it will help us get through this.
Another question from Tuppa Sweeney for John. Tuppa Sweeney is wondering, through hollow triage, can we make a model of outer space and figure out the difficulties faced by the rover to land on celestial bodies like the South Pole of Moon or Europa?
Yes. So it's a great question. I think the reason why I wanted to explain about what spatial computing is because it's an opportunity. In fact, JPL uses it already to do those kinds of things, where you create a scenario that would be more dry. It would be sort of a data-driven thing. It would be something maybe you gamed out on paper or you acted it out together. And instead, you turn it into an actual three-dimensional representation that you stand within and that will interact with you and you can interact with it. So it gets us into that. The reason we're doing it for medical training particularly is because there are so many intangibles and unknown unknowns that you can actually encounter when you create these kinds of virtual worlds. And not just purely virtual worlds, but then when you try to make the virtual objects interact with physical, for example, let's say we'll test a rover. Well, the devices scan the ground. So you see how the ground is bumpy. Well, then the virtual rover is going to bump along the ground. So you could actually test a suspension system on real land, but it's a virtual object. So this paradigm of computing is going to change, and already is, the entire direction of engineering and design and planning and all these, basically everything humans do will be modified by this paradigm of computing. So those kinds of ideas are welcome. And what the Avatar Medic group specifically does is says we have these engineering aspects or we have these missions, and then puts the human factors in, and then makes it all go wrong so that you have to fix it when it's broken. And that's the really exciting opportunity of this. It makes intangible things tangible, and then you can do lots and lots of iterations for no extra cost. So it's a total game changer for preparedness.
Dr. Ibjul, those little pods that you showed us in the beginning, the ones that you could kind of connect with tunnels, are you ever concerned about the amount of space that the team is working in? I think of people who are living, and not leaving their homes, whether they live in an apartment or a house, and they're maybe feeling like the walls are coming in. Is there a space that you find is the right amount?
That's a very interesting question, and I don't know quite the exact, the right answer to that. But what I can say is that I think the fact that in this setup that you can expand or control.
And super excited to welcome you all in this afternoon. We've got a very great webinar ahead with Dr. Tanya Harris and Dr. Joe Mascaro. We're going to talk about saving Earth, saving Mars. I can't wait for this conversation. A couple of things we just want to remind you about is that we've had some great success with the offering that we're doing in partnership with Explore Mars, the Janet's Planet Online Astronaut Academy. Today was epic. We had Wally Funk of Mercury 13. She was just stupendous. Feel free to go to either Explore Mars YouTube or Janet's Planet YouTube and watch the replay. She will certainly inspire. And truly, that's what this whole time has been about, whether we're doing it for the young or for whatever age of a space lover you may be, that we want to provide great programming that not only lifts our spirits, but gives us hope for the future. And there are multiple ways that we want to honor you and continue to offer this to you. If you've already given some level of support, Dr. Fred, I know you have, so thank you. Many of others of you here on this call today have also given generously. If you see so fit and would like to make a gift or a donation to Explore Mars, that certainly helps us to keep bringing great programs like this to you. But as always, we are here to serve you, our wonderful advocates, our wonderful fellow Martians, to advance space, but to also advance humanity. So thank you guys so much for joining us this afternoon. And without further ado, I give you Dr. Tanya Harrison and Dr. Joe Mascara, who are going to blow your minds this afternoon with some great information. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Jenna. It's good to be here.
So just for a quick breakdown of a little bit of what we're going to talk about today. With the development of private commercial aerospace innovations, the chances of humans traveling to Mars in the near future are increasing, but only a tiny fraction of the 7.8 billion people presently living on Earth will ever travel to Mars. And the effort could arguably be a distraction from the very real problems of climate change, food security, and energy we all face collectively. Education, inspiration, and technological development are obvious benefits of a Martian voyage, with technology arguably being the most immediately practical. We will consider how specific technological innovations needed for the earliest Mars missions will materially help fight climate change on Earth. Creativity, imagination, and an ability to work in groups make humans an extraordinary species. How can we leverage these abilities to help the other species on Earth as well as our own? So today, our two guests are going to be in conversation about these very topics. First, we do have Dr. Joe Mascara. He is a tropical ecologist and remote sensing scientist. He is the Director of Education and Research Programs in Planet and an honorary research associate at the University of Oxford Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment, where he's studying the evolution of technology in the Anthropocene. Joe's work has appeared in the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, San Francisco Chronicle, Nature, Science, and many, many other publications. So Joe, thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thanks, Ron. It's really exciting to be here.
And next up, the one and only Dr. Tanya Harrison. Dr. Tanya Harrison is the manager of science programs at Planet Federal, the federal government arm of Planet Labs. She's also a professional Martian, having spent the last decade working in mission operations for NASA's Mars orbiter and rovers. She holds a PhD in geology with a specialization in planetary science and exploration from the University of Western Ontario, a master's in earth and environmental science from Wesleyan University, and a BSc in physics and astronomy from the University of Washington. Tanya is also an avid science communicator, having made appearances on TV, radio, and podcasts around the world. You can find her prolifically tweeting about space, Mars, and inclusion in STEM on Twitter as Tanya of Mars. Both of you, thank you so much for coming today, and we are excited to hear this conversation.
Oh, thanks for having me. Sorry, got some mute problems there. So I guess to kick things off, Joe, do you want to talk a little bit more about your background and specifically how you got interested in climate change and why, as an ecologist, you're interested in Mars at all?
Sure. So, when I was pretty young, I was really interested in tropical forests. I think a lot of nature documentaries as a kid. But I was also, I wanted to be an astronaut. I was totally one of those kids who wanted to go to space. And when I was very young, the Challenger disaster occurred. And so I was pretty affected by that. But I definitely tended toward wanting to work in the field and being outdoors. And so I kind of started to set my path down the ecology lane. But I kept following space. I was following the shuttle launches. I was following the early construction of the International Space Station, which was really compelling to me. And I remember my ecology friends at the time were not terribly interested in it, to put it mildly. So it's sort of like a kind of a personal interest. And then things started to change a little bit in two ways. I came across The Case for Mars, of course, Bob Zubrin's great book about how we could alter the red planet and make it habitable, but also all of these sort of exciting ideas for how we might innovate, the very nature of our civilization by becoming multiplanetary. And so I got interested in that. And then around the same time, I started to notice that, and I think it's a fair argument that many of my ecologist colleagues and a lot of environmental scientists, you know, sometimes would view space as a luxury. It's not to say they were against it, but they, you know, definitely started to think of it as something that maybe ought to be deprioritized compared to the urgency that we have when we look at something like climate change, right? Which of course 7.8 billion of us are affected by now, versus maybe only a handful of people that would ultimately go to Mars on a very expensive mission. But one of the things that I saw was a lot of the parallels in some of the challenges. You know, when we start to think, especially fantastically, about altering the Martian climate, making, you know, doing terraforming and making it habitable to us, we're really into a thought process about ecology, about sort of global ecology, right? We're talking about changing atmospheric chemistry. We're talking about changing global temperatures. I mean, in a lot of ways, we're literally talking about doing deliberate climate change on the Martian surface. And so I think I was really interested in the parallels between how we think about these two different climate systems. And then the other thing that happened to me that was kind of interesting was, you know, it's difficult to remember. My earliest memory of being aware of anthropogenic climate change on Earth, human-caused climate change, was like a friend in 6th or 7th grade saying to me that, you know, I wouldn't go to Florida because it's going to be underwater in 10 years or something along those lines. And I was like, that doesn't quite sound right. I mean, I think it's natural to be skeptical that the climate system is changing. And I had that experience as well. And so I started really diving into the science of climate. Billion-year record of a highly complicated climate system. We had a change from a reducing atmosphere to an oxygenating atmosphere. We had the radiation of animals and plant organisms and their effects on all these various climatic subcomponents. And it wasn't until I understood this sort of historical natural climatic context that the human-caused climate change began to seem so clear and obvious to me. And I think that a lot of that was planetary science. I mean, it really is planetary science when you look at the whole Earth system and try to understand that, the climate variation. So Tanya, let me put the same question back to you. So you are also a person who's crossed in both worlds of obviously being a Mars scientist, but studying some terrestrial ecosystems, and especially with glaciers and now with planets. So how did you end up touching both of these worlds?
I guess I started on Mars and came the other direction, sort of. I had always been interested in Mars specifically, but when I went to school, like when I started college, I thought, well, Mars is in space, I should be an astronomer. And it was not clear to me until about my junior year as an undergrad that I actually should have been a geologist instead. But I didn't want to spend a bunch of money to stay at the university another year to change my major to geology. So instead, I looked around and tried to figure out, were there any geology classes that sounded interesting to me to kind of see if that's what I wanted to do before I made the change in grad school to geology, or maybe stayed in astronomy. And the only class that sounded interesting that was available the quarter I needed to try and take something was a class on glaciology, so focusing on glaciers and snow. And I was completely fascinated by that class, learning how glaciers flow and move and how they behave in different areas. I mean, I knew that climate change was a thing. I knew that there was human-caused climate change and there was natural-caused climate change, but actually understanding how this was affecting glaciers around the world from a physical standpoint got me really interested in this. And I ended up switching my focus a little bit. You know, I've been working on like star clusters as an astronomer to working on glacier dynamics on Earth, and then glaciology on Earth as a proxy for things that we see on Mars. So in some places, at least when I was in school, we didn't know if there were these places on Mars that still had ice outside of the polar regions. And eventually we found with instruments that came along a few years later, there was still ice hiding in these things. And so I had been interested in how climate change was affecting glaciers on Earth, but also how very long-term climate change on Mars had affected the distribution of ice across its surface as well.
So I know you and I have talked about this quite a bit, but one of the things I've been working on a little bit, and you've been working on, is trying to understand general patterns about technology. So obviously when we talk about a mission to Mars, I think it's really important to think about it in the near term, because as it relates to Earth's environment, to climate change, the immediate effects, if any, of a Mars program, I think might even be felt by those earliest missions, but the ones that we can imagine, because they would run on the technology that we more or less have today. And so, you and I have talked about this from the perspective of how does technology happen at all? There's kind of a sense among a lot of people, and I had this sense too, that inventors, sort of an inventor behind an imaginary desk in an imaginary lab that are behind a lot of inventions, and that they're essentially solving the problem that's right in front of them, right? So they're innovating within a lane and trying to come up with a solution to a problem. But a lot of the technology literature and the experience that we live in aerospace now suggests that that's not really the case at all. So we could look at something like the steam engine, which certainly was not innovated with the forethought of building railroad networks or some of its other pervasive influences on our economy as a civilization. One example has nothing to do with space, but I think it's a good one because it's not biased. It doesn't have our preconceived notions about climate change or space. Is to think about GPUs, about graphics processing units. So like when I was growing up, I remember these as graphics cards, right? You would modify a computer to make the video games look better. And so the GPU really came about due to now a multi-billion-dollar economy around innovating a new type of processor. But today, we use GPUs to power autonomous vehicles like self-driving cars. They're in medical diagnostics. And so when I started, and so when I started looking at even the basics for a Mars mission, go back to a Zubrin Mars Direct approach, look at some of the modern Starship architecture that's coming together with SpaceX or New Glenn over at Blue Origin. There's some interesting trends that ironically are very climate relevant. So critically, both Blue Origin and SpaceX have moved into methane liquid oxygen propellant. So the Raptor engine and the BE-4 engine are methane and LOX powered. And this, of course, suggests that their intention is to do in situ propellant production on Mars, where basically they would take Martian CO2 out of the Martian atmosphere and do some chemistry to get methane and oxygen, right, which they could liquefy as propellants to return to Earth. And as a Earth scientist, when I look at that, I see carbon capture and sequestration. I mean, it is literally a climate change mitigation technology. It is sucking CO2 out of the atmosphere and putting it into liquid form. There are definitely some differences in how you might approach that because of the CO2 differences between Mars and Earth. But I wonder what your thoughts are on the fact that we see basically a space innovation pipeline around what you might call a carbon mitigation technology.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. To me, I tend to think about innovation for space in terms of the playground that it provides to us. It's something where you're no longer so constrained in the things that you can propose that you want to do. And so some of these things might be very practical, like what you're talking about, carbon capture. The technology that they're proposing to use for this on Mars is not anything new. I mean, a lot of this involves stuff like the Sabatier process, which we use a lot here on Earth. On the Mars 2020 rover, there's an instrument that they're going to be launching called the Mars Oxygen In Situ Explorer. I always forget what the whole acronym is. But they're going to be testing for the first time in situ resource utilization on Mars with this tech demo. So this is an instrument on the Perseverance rover, which launches in July. It's about the size of a car battery, and it's going to bring in CO2 from the Martian atmosphere. And through not a Sabatier process, but a different type of electrolysis, it's going to bring in that CO2, rip off oxygen, and kind of dispel everything else, and measure how much they're able to generate over time, over the course of a couple hours each time they run this instrument, and then put it back into the Martian atmosphere. So a very simple experiment just to make sure that it works before they invest more technology in trying to do this on Mars. But it's completely applicable to things that we would want to do here on Earth. It's applicable to creating life support systems that they use on things like the space station. But when you think about technology innovation for bigger things that we need to do on Mars or in space in general, you start thinking about things like water reclamation and other things that involve sustainability, food packaging, medical supplies. You know, what are you going to do in a place where you don't have access to fossil fuels or petroleum to make a lot of plastics and things like that? So when you try to think of solutions in these areas on Earth, you're really constrained by what you encounter in your day-to-day life. And the example I like to toss out there is dealing with something, let's say water shortage at a place like Phoenix. If you propose an idea to take care of that, it needs to be something that feels very realistic to the people that you're proposing this to, because if it's too outlandish, they're going to throw that idea out the window and say you're crazy. But if you take that same problem and package it in terms of space, suddenly you're not so constrained in terms of what you are allowed to propose creatively speaking. And so it's also just a more fun thing for your mind to imagine for a lot of people, right? Like, I mean, maybe there are people out there that dream about what they can do to reclaim water in the desert in Arizona. But I think it's more exciting to take that in terms of Mars when you're thinking about it. So we can use space as a way to get people excited and innovate inside of a smaller parameter space, but a larger thought bubble in terms of what is possible. And I think that's really what space offers us in terms of technological development here.
Yeah, I think this is such a cool point, and really I think maybe the one that we wanted to talk about the most today. Like, and let me say it back to you to see if I understand it too. Like, basically, when somebody is innovating or solving a problem, there's a degree to which they might, of course, be creative. They might look for solutions outside their own discipline. They might look for solutions in their own discipline in front of them. But it seems to be a common element in the space industry that because it's space, there's a certain amount of permission giving, that imagining perhaps a fantastical or creative solution is something that in the space industry people tend to do, indeed are trained to do. There's sort of a natural inclination to do it. But then there's also paradoxically, living on the Martian surface in a habitat, again, even for the first mission, or dealing with some of the challenges in flight to go to Mars, you also have this sort of countervailing force of an extremely tight constraint that is the engineering reality of doing it has a lot of pretty serious red flags, right? Like a vacuum en route to Mars and some of the radiation environment on the Martian surface. We could come up with a kind of an endless list. So you're on the one hand given a lot of permission to think creatively, but on the other hand, really, really tightly constrained with respect to how you think about the weight of a piece of technology you innovate or various other factors. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's something that almost is helping you hone that creativity as opposed to working in a more constrained environment in terms of creativity on Earth, but maybe your parameter space is a little bit bigger.
And so, you and I have talked about some other areas. Let's look at, again, first Mars mission. So let's imagine something realistic with modern technology. We're talking maybe 4 to 6 people. We're talking about potentially a habitat on the surface, probably a return vehicle on the surface. And so if you're putting this mission together, what kinds of technologies, in terms of what you're eating, how you're generating power, whether with solar panels or RTGs, how you're dealing with potentially manufacturing some kind of new component you might need to deal with a new situation. How, would you say that these technologies that you're working with are climate relevant? That is to say that they're relevant to the energy problem or the carbon dioxide emission problem that we're dealing with climate change on Earth.
Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, everything froze there for a second. Sorry. Can you repeat the last thing you said, Joe? It cut out for me.
Yeah, I was just looking at like a constellation of technologies that you might take with you to deal with mission 1. How climate relevant would you consider them in terms of when you look at things like end panels, nuclear technology, the various agriculture technologies that you might be exploring? Obviously,
Yeah, I think everything that you're thinking about is going to play some role in addressing things that contribute to climate change here on Earth. One of the biggest things that we have to deal with anywhere in space is power. And power is something that we take for granted so easily here on Earth. We have batteries all over the place. You can turn on your light switch and power everything in your house and it's not a problem. And a lot of that might be coming from places like hydroelectric power. Mars doesn't have any water. It might be coming from coal plants. Mars doesn't have any coal. It might be coming from some form of fossil fuel. Don't have any of that on Mars either. So when you're looking at Mars, your options really are solar power or nuclear power. And you're going to have to make things like more efficient solar panels. You'll want to make solar panels that can handle the harsh environment of being on the surface. And that's completely applicable to trying to make smaller, cheaper, more efficient solar panels here on Earth so people can use them in their day-to-day lives. NASA really helped bring down the cost of solar panels early on, because when they were initially developed, the price was astronomical, no pun intended. And so it wasn't something that was really adopted very quickly, but then NASA started using it on satellites, and by some accounts kind of helped keeps the solar panel industry going until it reached the point where they could start using it in things like homes. So it's actually 15 years between the first satellite where NASA used solar power to the first time that solar power was actually implemented in a home. And now, I mean, the house I live in has solar panels on the top of it. They're pretty widely available. Food is another really big aspect. You're going to have to feed all of these people. And as we all learned, hopefully from The Martian, you can't just bring all of that with you. You're going to need some way to keep people healthy and survive. They're going to need fresh vegetables. They need to have a diet that they're going to want to eat and is nutritionally complete. And that applies to things here on Earth. We have a growing population. Our population is supposed to expand by 2 billion people over the next few decades. And at some point, we're going to have to double the amount of food that we produce. And we have to figure out how we're going to feed people in different areas of the world, different climates, different soil types, and creating more efficient farming mechanisms, potentially genetically engineering more nutritious food, learning how to do better hydroponic and aeroponic growing practices. And we might talk about some of that stuff in specifics a little bit later. And then, like you said, the carbon capture technology. If they're going to actually generate their fuel on the surface of Mars to get home versus bringing it all with them, we're going to have to figure out how to do all of that oxygen generation and methane generation on the surface. And then that applies to carbon capture technologies here on the Earth. And those byproducts that come out of it are totally applicable to things here as well. There's a life support system that Honeywell Aerospace has developed for the space station that pulls out the CO2, creates breathable oxygen, and creates these carbon bricks as a side product. And you can use them in things like power lines and airplane brakes, and possibly even construction material because they're so hardy. So there's a lot of side benefits to all this technology that's created for space, but we can totally use it here on Earth.
Yeah, I think as an ecologist, I'm really interested in some of the agriculture, potentially genetic engineering we might be talking about for different kinds of crops. And it's pretty interesting to look at it from an ecological stress perspective, right? Mars is obviously very cold, very dry. There's, I think, a lot of open questions about the abundance of perchlorates in the soil, but certainly other types of salts that are in the soil. I should call it regolith. We don't know if it's soil. Ecologists reserve that word for living soil with organisms in it. But I think when we go to Mars, again, even early missions, experimenting with growing food in these types of regolith or soil that have a set of stresses that are very specific, right? Creates an interesting innovation space. And the parallels with the types of food security, genetic engineering work underway right now to deal with adaptation to novel climate environments, things like saltwater intrusion. So one of the concerns for a lot of earth-based agriculture is that the extraction of fresh water from the groundwater leads to saltwater intruding from the marine areas, depending on how far away you are from the coast. Another really interesting one. So if I can do a brief bit of plant evolution, most plants are C3 plants. They use a particular photosynthetic pathway called C3. But around sort of 30 million years ago, I don't know precisely, we started to see novel photosynthesis strategies in plants. And a lot of people would know succulents, for example. If you keep houseplants that are succulents, they use a novel photosynthesis strategy called CAM. And one of the things that this strategy does is it helps deal with very arid environments, or it helps deal with water management. So basically, when the plants are opening their stomata to suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, which they use as food, they lose water. And so CAM is one of these adaptations that helps plants deal with that. And it seems from the evolutionary record that the result, or the cause of the appearance of these novel photosynthesis strategies was a gradual reduction in carbon dioxide concentrations in Earth's atmosphere that happened especially around the Miocene period. So in a sense, plants were pushed, and I'm going to anthropomorphize evolution, so I have to be careful, but plants were pushed into a new innovation space, and they increasingly and repeatedly stumbled upon a lot of the same metabolic strategies for dealing with that new climate. And so it's interesting to consider how humans will manipulate different types of plants when they get to Mars, because we're going to have to sort of engineer or configure these plants to deal with these novel Martian environments. And I see the possibility of co-opting those innovations for terrestrial crops to be really high potential.
Yeah, that's really fantastic. We talked a little bit about investments in climate remediation technology and monitoring climate change here on Earth from people that are involved in space activities like Jeff Bezos. And like, as an ecologist, what do you think about that side of things?
I think it's a really interesting development. A few years ago, I did a sort of back of the envelope look at carbon emissions from rockets. And, they're not zero. Most modern rockets are burning RP1, rocket grade kerosene. And so there's a CO2 emission from that. And there's a huge amount of particulate exhaust from that. So there are some cleaner burning strategies. If you do methane and LOX, you have more complete combustion. You don't have the particulates, but you still have a big CO2 emission because you're basically just oxidizing a bunch of methane. And so, but at the same time, the number of rocket launches per year, give or take 100, is so low that this is a very, very minor part of carbon emissions worldwide. It's many orders of magnitude lower than air travel, for example. So one of my big questions is how companies like Blue and SpaceX, and maybe even NASA, will begin to deal with, an increasing number of rocket flights will make those emissions higher, potentially. And so I am interested to learn whether, Bezos and Musk and other leadership have ideas about how they might mitigate those carbon emissions, because I would speculate that rockets are a very minor carbon emission right now, but they're a very noticeable one.
Yeah, for sure. And I was curious when we were talking about this the other night, where the move toward methane engines came from, because it's not a new idea, but we're seeing it gain popularity, like you said, between Blue Origin and SpaceX. And so I reached out to a friend of ours who is a rocket engineer to ask kind of the history of this and why it was gaining popularity right now. And this actually tied again back into the idea of Mars benefiting us here on Earth. The popularity of this with SpaceX came directly from Bob Zubrin talking to Elon Musk from his designs for the case for Mars. And so that has tied into a lot of the stuff that SpaceX is trying to do. So taken from Mars to be used here on Earth for, again, that long-term goal of getting back to Mars. That doesn't really tie into why Bezos wants to use methane. There are some pros and cons to using methane as a propellant for his goals for lunar stuff. But I thought it was interesting to have that tie back to Mars and Zubrin as well.
Yeah, and I think again, it's not a one-to-one analogy to look at sucking CO2 versus Earth atmosphere. I think the technological innovation question we have to ask ourselves is, are we fostering creativity by having engineers, chemists, atmospheric scientists go into a new thought problem of how they would manipulate Martian atmospheric chemistry and these various propellants? And what's the probability that them innovating in this different or novel way compared to these terrestrial challenges might result in new ideas that might not have otherwise been considered. And so, of course, we don't want to predict the future, but I think the probability that we learn some interesting things about atmospheric chemistry, manipulation of CO2 and methane in these types of novel environments seems pretty high. And then there's the probability that those innovations flow back through these communities that do a mix of both. Of course, you're friends with some engineers who work on CO2 mitigation on board the International Space Station. And that's actually much more analogous to CO2 capture on the terrestrial atmosphere, because of course the CO2 level on the space station is much closer to the CO2 level on Earth than the CO2 concentration on Mars.
So kind of tying back to the very beginning of what you just said there, you're talking about how we can get these folks like chemists and atmospheric scientists to start innovating in this space. This is also an area where there's a lot of room for transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever buzzword you want to use for it, collaboration in these areas to work toward innovations. And we've seen some really interesting examples of that in the space industry, both coming into it and coming out of it. And some of those especially relevant right now with things that have been happening with response to COVID-19. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of the ventilator stuff that we were chatting about the other day?
Yeah, so I think some of you watching might have seen a couple of stories about both a NASA team and I think a Virgin Orbit team working on a novel ventilator system. I think designed, it's my understanding, which is limited, is designed to be a bit of a short-term stopgap technology. So not quite exactly a replacement for a pretty standard hospital ventilator, which might cost $40,000 to $50,000, but something that can, first of all, be built relatively cheaply, relatively quickly, and be scaled relatively quickly. And what really caught my eye is that one of these teams started by, according to a journalist, walking across the street to AutoZone to buy a windshield wiper motor. In biology, if you're thinking about how things evolve from a biological perspective, we tend to think in terms of adaptations, right? So you experience evolutionary selection pressure for a trait. And actually out of the biology literature, this sort of new term came about, or instead of we say adaptation, you might say that there's been an exaptation. And it's a bit of a cumbersome word, but the distinction is about which problem is it that you're trying to solve, or which piece are you using? So in this case of these engineers walking across the street to AutoZone, they're taking an off-the-shelf technological component, and anybody working in the new space industry, off-the-shelf technology should sound very familiar, since almost every company in new space is doing it and using that type of approach. So you take this existing technology, it might not be a perfect fit, but you've recognized it as something that solves your immediate problem. And in biology, it's fair to call this an exaptation. You used a solution which was designed for other purposes, but for a new purpose. And what really fascinates me is thinking about what kinds of steps or strategies could we take to encourage that type of behavior. I think it's definitely the case that the more vibrant communication is, the more cross-disciplinary the communication is, the higher probability it is that, for instance, a self-driving car engineer is going to see the parallels in a GPU, graphics processing unit chip, for a problem that they're trying to solve, just as an example. And I think in the case of these ventilators, that's the kind of thing we're seeing, which is a new space engineering strategy of co-opting existing off-the-shelf technologies and putting them into other purposes. And I thought that was a really compelling story about some of the action that's being taken with the current COVID crisis.
I think we're seeing a move and a recognition as well from the funding bodies for work like this, how important this interdisciplinary work is. There have been some calls recently from certain programs like through the National Science Foundation. There's a particular call called Navigating the New Arctic, which is all about understanding how the Arctic here on Earth is changing due to climate change. Of course, the wording is written in a very politically correct way right now so that it can get through the current political climate. But the call in there specifically asks for interdisciplinary research. It wants geologists working with social scientists, working with atmospheric scientists to look at all of these things together, because there are so many moving parts in this system. And I'm glad that there's a recognition like moving toward that, because we have been so siloed off. And so researchers over here probably have no idea what researchers over here are doing. And it could even be two different departments in the same university or two different areas at NASA. I've seen this multiple times where you have different groups at NASA working on identical projects, and they either don't really talk to each other, or they were completely unaware of what was going on one side versus the other. And that's not bashing NASA at all. They have 20,000 employees. There's a ton of different centers all over the country. It's hard to keep track of what's going on, but trying to increase the dialogue between different groups so that they know what's happening and maybe start thinking about stuff outside of their box. Somebody working on the AutoZone side of things with that windshield wiper motor, would they have thought of something like that for the medical industry, or would they have thought about how something like that could apply to a Mars rover? Who knows? But if they didn't know what kind of options were out there and what the spaces that they need to innovate within, that idea might never come to them in the first place. And so I would really love to see people thinking about how to take the knowledge that they've gained in their field and how it can be applied to other things to benefit more people.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, we're about 40 minutes into this, so I wondered maybe we could wrap up with a few thoughts and then start to switch over to questions. I had one question for you, and it might be a little contrived, Tanya. So I know that NASA publishes periodically a report about space technologies called spin-offs. And you and I were talking about this a little bit in advance, but what's your take on that report? Is there something that NASA could do to better socialize the nature of the way that technology might be flowing on both out, from the space industry or into the space industry?
I feel like that's such an important question. And I mean, the easy answer is putting it out in the form of a PDF that hardly anybody is going to read is not sufficient. There are so many things that NASA does that benefits our lives every single day, and it just kind of goes unrecognized. But if those things were gone, we would notice it very quickly. So I don't know if it's a matter of changing the terminology or giving better funding to the STEM education office so that they have more power behind them to get out there in front of the taxpayers. This is what your money is actually doing, and this is how it's directly benefiting you in your day-to-day life. I don't want to give any of the answers that we talked about last night, because I don't want to steal what I know you want to say on this topic. But I will say that what Joe has in terms of opinions on this matter, he was able to convince me of by the time our conversation was done. So,
indeed, this is a bit of a canard since obviously we prepped this in advance, but Tanya and I were talking about the word spin-off itself. So the word spin-off itself has a number of definitions, but one of them is, incidental or derivative. It's sort of less than, right? Like that it's sort of a happy accident, but clearly not a priority. And I think when you look back at the history of innovation and the history of technology, one of the things that seems to be true about it is that it's very rare that inventors or innovators completely foresee the utility of novel technologies. Edison, who's famous for inventing the phonograph, among many other inventions, was adamant that the purpose of the phonograph, the record, was for dictation. He envisioned it as something we would use to capture minutes at meetings, even in the early 1900s, and was not particularly psyched about it being used in jukeboxes, which is how it eventually became popular and ultimately led to this entire modern music industry that we have. And something like the PET scan, right? So the medical PET scan is positron emissions. I think it's tomology or tomography. But a PET scan is an outgrowth of particle physics and don't think any particle physicist would say that that's incidental, that is sort of like a happy accident or a spin-off. in many ways, doing particle physics is about understanding the nature of our world. And there's forethought that any potential technological innovation may come out of that, and that those are, in a sense, always unforeseen in this way, that sometimes it proceeds without forethought. So I definitely think that's an interesting way to look at it, that the technological benefits of Mars, of a Mars mission, may be less about, things like, things that you would consider spin-offs, and more about the nature of innovation itself. Are you driving innovators to solve really complex, very constrained, very difficult problems? And how are you pushing their creativity to explore this design space? And asking what things can you do to encourage the probability that any innovations they may come up with are communicated and enriched, so that the 7.8 billion of us that will likely not go to Mars can benefit from them in the form of dealing with some of these climatic challenges we talked about today. So
I think I think the understanding that we have to take away from it is there is a demonstrated history of the space program producing things that are integral to our daily lives as we live them, but we don't necessarily know what those are going into it. And so we can't necessarily sit down and do an economic survey of how a Mars mission is directly going to benefit humans technologically here on Earth. But I think we need to have faith that we know there will be things that come out of it that we can't possibly predict now because we haven't had to think about them yet. And so we should really keep this in mind as we're thinking about what we're going to do to innovate as we move toward Mars. So our questions have been handily collated into a spreadsheet for us.
I know, I'm looking at it. There's quite a diversity.
Let's see. I like the first question on the list for you, so I'm going to pose that one to you. Tapa Sweeney, who is 17 years old and lives in India, wants to know if we can try terraforming the Earth before we do so to Mars.
It's such a great question. And of course, the word terraforming tends to be used in the context of modifying other planetary bodies to make them more like the Earth. It also implies foresight, right? Deliberate intent. And I would say, one of the great thinkers on this specific issue recently is David Grinspoon, who was at the Library of Congress as an astrobiologist, and he's written a recent book. I confess I can't think of the title off the top of my head right now, but it deals with this particular issue about basically humanity has had a dramatic and far-reaching impact on the ecosystems throughout the Earth, including the whole ecosphere. We've altered maybe 50% of the land surface. We've altered the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. We've had dramatic alterations in the nitrogen cycle. No ecosystem, even the most remote ecosystem, is unaffected. But it's also fair to say that we've done much of that without purpose. In other words, it was not our deliberate, conscious intent to damage Earth's ecosystem. And Grinspoon is advocating for a kind of cognizance of intervention, that when we do planetary scale intervention, that we think about it through a terraforming type lens, which is, it is our intention to modify the climate of the Earth in the sense of a real physical problem of the gases in the atmosphere and the temperature of the atmosphere, to make it not only resemble what it did prior to the Industrial Revolution in terms of lowering CO2 concentrations, but make it a less stressful environment for the ecosystems on Earth. And so I absolutely think we can think about terraforming in the context of Earth. I would say, should we do it before we go to Mars? I think one of the things we're trying to say today is that I think we shouldn't treat these as mutually exclusive. The amount of money that's going to be spent on going to Mars, even in a huge Mars mission scenario, is tiny compared to the amount of being spent on the climate problem. So I don't think you have to worry about a huge asymmetry in terms of funding Mars missions versus conserving the Earth. And I do think we can do both, and we should. Oh, So I'm glancing at some questions for Tanya. So give me a moment because I'm browsing through these. But oh, this is interesting. Okay, actually, it's also from Tapta Sweeney, but I didn't notice that right away. But I'm going to ask this one anyway because it's a really good question. Can we try to combine machine learning and remote sensing to get future predictions of natural disasters? It's definitely a good Earth systems question for the present moment.
Yeah, there are definitely teams at NASA and at universities that are working on this right now. Some of it is working on automated detection. So after something has happened, like a landslide, they can detect in the images sort of taken before and after that occurs, they can see where it's happened. Or they'll get a call from someone on the ground that says a landslide had happened, and they can go through and map these things out. But the goal is not to be just responding after they happen, right? We want to be able to predict these things before they happen. And so the more that we study them after they've happened, and the longer record that we have of all sorts of remote sensing observations. So we have optical images, we have thermal images, we have radar, LiDAR, all sorts of data at this point from tons of different satellites in orbit. We can combine all of those over a huge time stack to try to better understand what causes these things, or what are the cues that we could start to look at. I'm biased toward landslides because that's my area of expertise. So you can try to look at things like, when is that mass of stuff that's going to fall down a hill starting to detach from the hill? Or in the case of maybe something like a hurricane, what are some of the factors that we can look at in the atmosphere to give us better clues earlier on about how strong it's going to be and the path it's going to take, so that we can try to move people to safer areas as early as possible and make sure that we have first responder efforts lined up if it's something where we know people are going to be affected and we don't have a way to get them all out of the damage area. So instead we can make sure we have everything prepared to be, on the ground for them when it happens. And machine learning is going to be the biggest way to do that because we have so much data to work with at this point. It's at a level where we can't just send armies of grad students to pour through it anymore. So I'm looking forward to, in the next few years, huge advancements in this area. Go back to the list of questions for Joe.
I'm looking at that one from Dr. Fred Bortz, which looks pretty cool. I don't want to hat tip too hard. You can, of course, browse through there yourself too.
Yeah, we'll go with that one. So it's a practical concern. This is a really good one. You're right. Getting political support is terribly important for doing this. Do you think inspiring people by talking about transforming Mars will enable public buy-in to support climate change mitigation on Earth?
I think it is a great question. And interestingly, I think human space exploration, at least in my personal political experience in the United States, has been a relatively apolitical activity. But it's worth looking at the origins, right? So of course, we have to remember the Apollo program took place during the height of the Cold War. An interesting bit of political thought, one of the most popular pieces of diplomacy over the last few years, especially in Washington, D.C., has been this concept about soft power, which is a diplomatic process by which, in a non-militaristic way, you inspire other cultures and governments to trust your transformational force in the world. And so one of the ways you do this is through education. For example, being a very attractive educator with an incredible higher education system is an expression of soft power. And bizarrely, this soft power was not understood, or at least the author who coined this term did not talk about the space program at all. Not Apollo. Apollo escapes mention in the first discussions of soft power. And I took that to mean that the author and the political class thinks of Apollo in some ways rightly as a quasi-military program. And of course, there are technological components of it that were militaristic, but a lot of the way that it was executed at the highest levels of the White House, it had a very clear Cold War footing type agenda. But the other consequence of Apollo, and potentially one that was not really anticipated, was this huge emotional experience. And Tanya, you've written about this recently, and I'd like you to talk about this too. But the huge emotional global experience that we had was seeing the Earth from space for the first time. And it kicked off, years worth of incredible emotional discussion about the way that we value our natural world, the Earthrise photo is one of the most widely published photographs. And when you look at why do people republish the Earthrise photo, it's usually to talk about the Earth, not to talk about the space program. And this perceptual shift led to a number of things. We had some revisions to the Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act that were passed very quickly after Apollo. The Environmental Protection Agency was created very shortly after Apollo. The first Earth Day was in 1970, so right on the heels of Apollo. And other leaders have talked about this. You know, I don't think that's an accident. A lot of planetary systems thinking had its origins in the space program, the early days of the space program in the US, and the early days of environmental thought. In many ways, there were a lot of the same people in the same worlds. Carl Sagan, a perfect example. And so I absolutely think, and it's, you know, it's just me guessing, but I think when we start seeing humans leave low Earth orbit for the first time since the 70s, there is likely to be a global conversation about that. And that is to say, a global media, a global political conversation about it. And I don't think we can anticipate what that conversation will look like, but it's difficult to imagine that it won't also rekindle some of this overview effect, some of this emotional development that we experience by thinking about the way that our planet appears in the blackness of space. So I don't know, again, I know you've just published a book on this very topic, so maybe you have some thoughts on this too, Tanya.
Yeah, so this might be a long thought tying into that, but part of it came to mind as you were mentioning how Earthrise put Earth in context for a lot of humans. So not to sound self-promotional, but yes, I just published a book called For All Humankind, where me and my co-author, Danny Bednar, interviewed people from around the world who watched or listened to the Apollo landing live as it happened, but did so from outside of the United States. So this was to get a non-American perspective on this moment in human history that often gets painted with a very patriotic lens. And the universal response from people, and this ranged from, at the time of the landing, people that were, there was a 5-year-old girl in rural India, all the way to a 44-year-old Holocaust survivor from Lithuania. And universally, the responses from people were that they felt like this was something that they were a part of, even if they had no connection to America, no connection to the space program whatsoever. This was a human achievement that brought a lot of people together in a way that the world has never really seen. And one of the things that got me a little bit depressed, actually, in the process of writing this book and afterward, was that I thought the world can never come together like this again. We're so distracted by all the different things that are going on in our world and our lives that I had this pessimistic thought of, well, even if humans do go back to the moon, or when they do go to Mars, it will be just a blip on the 24-hour news cycle and then it will be forgotten. But I might have just been overly pessimistic in that moment. And then it hit me, watching all the things that have happened during the response to COVID, actually, I was wondering, what is going to be our next Apollo moment? What is that thing that will bring us all together? And I went from having this negative thought of, we will never have that again, we're just not societally able to do that, to realizing that the response to COVID and the things that we're seeing in terms of the changes in our climate might be our next Apollo moment. A lot of parts of the world are coming together in ways that we have not seen in a long time, you know, rallying together to make face masks and gather medical supplies, you know, go grocery shopping for your elderly neighbors. I have friends that check on me to see how I'm doing that I haven't heard from in ages. And like seeing how people are working to try and take care of each other and address this issue is really refreshing. But then on top of that, I think the things that we're able to see from space, from all these satellites that we have in orbit from NASA and the European Space Agency and other commercial providers, we're able to have another Earthrise type moment where people can so clearly see the way that humans are impacting the Earth and the climate by the reductions in pollution that we're seeing over areas due to the shutdowns. And so maybe this is another moment in history where we're actually going to get a better idea of humans in the context of the Earth system and realize that these aren't two separate things. Humans are part of nature. We are all in this together, and all of these pieces are interconnected.
I am looking at a few questions that I want to throw your way. I did want to mention Bill Gardner is talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson's recent book called Accessory to War, which deals with the relationship between the military and the space program, and especially the space industry, but also going back to the early days of space technology like telescopes. And I certainly wanted to add a +1 there, that it's a really compelling book, and I think one of his best in terms of, it deals a lot with these types of technology transfers. So I just wanted to mention that. But there's a question getting a little more into the details of MOXIE, and I think this one is really interesting. So the question is, and this is from Don, and I'm sorry, I might mispronounce the name, Don Hayaduik. Would the Mars 2020 rover experiment MOXIE work on Earth? Mars has a 95% CO2 atmosphere, but much lower density compared to Earth, which has about a 0.04% CO2, but at a higher density. That is, the whole atmospheric density is higher. I think it's a really good question. I think we could break it down in two ways. Like, I know that the Sabatier reaction, which actually, I'm sorry, is not part of the MOXIE experiment. Let me throw this question to you, Tanya. You're the Mars expert. Do you think you could run MOXIE on Earth, in other words, with the CO2 level that we have on Earth?
I'm not an expert on the MOXIE experiment, so that is the caveat to this. The process that MOXIE uses is a solid oxide electrolysis process, and there's no reason that that shouldn't work on Earth. But there could be some specifics about the design of MOXIE in particular that might make it not work on Earth in terms, like I said, of the density. There's also some special filtration systems built into MOXIE to deal with the fact that the Martian atmosphere is really, really dusty. Actually, I shouldn't even call them special. They're literally just HEPA filters. So we sent some HEPA filters to Mars on the rover so it'll breathe a little bit easier. So again, taking technology and applying it to another planet, but maybe we'll learn something about how the HEPA filter functions on MOXIE that influences how filters are designed in the future on Mars in dusty places like the outback of Australia or Phoenix during Habib season. So yeah, I don't see any reason why you couldn't use it unless there was some physical redesign that you need to do to deal with the differences in the Martian atmosphere versus the Earth atmosphere. But the solid oxide electrolysis itself, there's nothing complicated about that would make it different between the two planets that I know of.
Yeah, in a terrestrial context, and I'm not an expert in this particular area of atmospheric chemistry. Of course, there are some companies working on development of novel direct air capture, CO2 air capture technologies. One of them is called Carbon Engineering, and I believe it's up in Seattle. And the system approach to that is going to be quite a bit different than the in situ propellant production for something like MOXIE. But obviously, the parallels are in terms of what is the particular innovation, what are the particular subcomponents of a technology. I mean, both of these are like active research areas. And so I think we can easily imagine some cross collaboration between those types of groups.
So we've talked a lot about technological innovation, and there's another great question here in the column for you from Andrew Planet, looking more at conservation ideas. And this also ties into climate change here on Earth, producing less waste. If human habits on Mars are going to be insular and therefore inhabitants have to be very thoughtful on what resources they use and how much, should we manage resources on Earth in the same way? I think the answer is absolutely, but maybe you can give a more in-depth answer than that.
No, I think it's a fantastic question. And this relates to our brief discussion of the Apollo era and the early dawn of kind of modern environmentalism. I don't think there's any question that experiential learning of doing a real Mars mission, of being in transit to Mars for several months, being on the surface of Mars for maybe 500 days, being in transit back, all in incredibly confined spaces, all with incredibly stringent and rigid resource requirements, is going to create a picture of resource constraint that is in some ways totally and utterly new for most people in the world. And I think having a dialogue about that, about how you use technology or can use technology to deal with incredibly stringent resource requirements, is potentially one of the best experiential learnings that might come out of a Mars mission. So yeah, I think absolutely, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we can't predict what will happen. I'm looking at a few. I did want to mention. Thank you Fred Borta has noted that Grinspoon's book is called Earth in Human Hands. And thank you, I'd forgotten the title. So I did want to mention Grinspoon's title, Earth in Human Hands, definitely worth reading. I see another question from Tapa Sweeney, and I think we should talk about this because it's a really good question, and I don't know if we totally know the answer, but the question is, did Milankovitch theory validate climate change? What do you think about that, Tanya? You're obviously working with glaciers. Milankovitch was sort of your bread and butter.
I mean, I think it helped us be able to pull apart the idea of human-caused components of climate change versus the larger scale natural cycles of how the climate has changed on Earth. So we know that there have been multiple ice ages. Even very recently, we've had like the Little Ice Age, followed by the medieval warm period, and now we're in sort of this, I guess you could call it interglacial period. That's what we call them on Mars. Is that what do we call it that here?
Yeah, we
Earth
call them that
well?
on Earth too, interglacial.
Okay, sometimes I spend so much time on Mars, I forget what words we use on Earth anymore. I shouldn't admit that now that I work for an Earth observing company. But yeah, I think it was a really important piece of being able to pull those two things apart. We can very easily see the long-term patterns of how the climate has varied in the history of Earth. And there have been humans over time. We can trace back some of them to very specific events like large volcanic eruptions, large events like extinction events, the impact that wiped out the dinosaurs, for example. But the things that we see, the markers in the atmosphere that are happening right now from human are very, very different and much more rapid than anything else that we've ever seen. I guess from an ecology standpoint, is there anything you could speak to, Joe, in terms of these cycles? Or the differences between what we see during language cycles versus human-induced climate change?
Yeah, there's a huge amount of overlap. I mean, the first thing I wanted to say, some of you may be familiar with certain strategies of climate denialists. And one of the climate strategies that you sometimes use is, back in the 70s, scientists were talking about the next ice age. They were saying, oh, there's a coming ice age. And I've always found this to be quite amusing because it is true that there were articles in the 1970s about potentially future ice ages. One of the reasons that that is true is because it was in the late 60s and the 70s that primarily through the deep sea drilling program, which is a program where we started putting in sediment cores in the abyssal plain of the ocean. This was really the first time that we began to have a comprehensive data set about some of the climate fluctuations that have happened over the last several million years, particularly the last 2.5 million years, during which time we've been in what terrestrial scientists would consider an ice house period. So this is a long period characterized by polar ice, which we're in now. But it's then within this ice house period that these sort of sinusoidal Milankovitch cycles are expressed, these cycles that affect the position of the Earth in space relative to the sun, the axial tilt of the Earth, and the sort of wobble of the Earth's axis. And I only had a brief kind of encounter with Milankovitch theory, but it was an intoxicating one because it helps you understand, that some of these signals come from isotopes and ice cores. Others of them come from foraminifera, which are tiny animals in the ocean, and then their shells are deposited in the abyssal plain in this rhythmic pattern over millennia. And so when we put those data sets together, there is a very clear sinusoidal pattern of glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial. And these are, oscillating on the order of every 100,000 years or so. And as Tanya just said, it is sort of through the lens of this Milankovitch kind of background natural climate variation that this modern anthropogenic human-caused climate variation is expressed. So the glacier interglacial cycle, you're dealing with a carbon dioxide concentration change of, roughly speaking, 280 ppm parts per million at the max and 200 parts per million at the low side, roughly speaking. I don't have the exact numbers. Whereas now, with the Industrial Revolution, all the modern human emissions, CO2 has gone up all the way to, I think today it's about 415 parts per million. So we're, 120, 135 ppm higher than we were for any prior interglacial over the last 2.5 million years. And yeah, for me, getting into Milankovitch cycles was, I found it to be the best context setting that I've ever gotten for modern climate change. And I think it's one of the really cool phenomena that you can study to kind of put some sort of broad understanding around modern human-caused climate change. To wrap up the thread with the politics of it, why were scientists getting all excited about a forthcoming ice age or a future ice age in the 70s? It's because that's when we sort of finally connected the dots with these deep sea cores to understand this ice age, this sort of interglacial glacial cycle. And so as soon as everybody kind of began to understand the cycle, they looked at where we were in the cycle, which was a warm period, and said, oh shoot, we're probably going to go into a cold period in the future, which is true. The Earth's, it's something that will happen over tens, potentially 100,000 years, versus this modern human-caused climate change that's happening over, of course, every single year, every single day. Our CO2 emissions are going up.
So I see an interesting question. It's phrased as a statement, but I'll change it into a form of a question for you, Joe, from Patrick Getting. And he says that he thinks that the return on investment in terms of technological innovation for a mission to Mars won't be as great as it was in the Apollo era due to technological ceilings. And so is there a limit that we can gain based on the technological advancement that we are at right now versus the level of technology we had at Apollo that you think will limit the return on investment of a mission to Mars in terms of potential technology we could use here on Earth for climate change?
Wow, that's such a cool question. And I'm definitely going to need some help from space history from you, Tanya, on this one. I suppose the question really is around, what do you consider the start of a Mars mission technology cycle? So if we look at SpaceX landing orbital rocket boosters on ocean drone platforms or back on landing pads at Cape Canaveral, I would consider that to be a technological outgrowth of a desire to do a Mars mission. And I don't think I'm reading between the lines when I look at that, that this is a technological component that SpaceX has desired to build as part of a very deliberate, very public desire to do Mars missions. One that Musk has said repeatedly is vital for having a sustainable approach to kind of Mars mission architectures. So I think we have some modern post-Apollo examples of those kinds of technologies already. I have never built rockets, and I wouldn't pretend to be a rocket scientist. So, anecdotally, I know that avionics improvements, essentially computer software improvements, have been vital to pull off something like that. And I also understand that there's a fair bit of manufacturing improvements in terms of ablative manufacturing or certain types of welding that are relatively new. And I think if you start to basket those all under technologies that have, at least in part, been driven by a desire to go to Mars, I think we're already talking about real technologies that exist now that have come about as a result of this Mars mission effort. Certainly, a lot of these modern technologies with respect to some of the private rocket companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin differ from technologies that we might have had in our grasp in the kind of shuttle era. But I don't know, Tanya, you probably have some thoughts on this question too.
I think that's a really interesting way to look at it. Falcon 9, for example, is not designed to go to Mars. It's never going to go to Mars, but it is designed as a piece of a larger architecture by SpaceX of their long-term goal to go to Mars. So I could definitely see the argument that that is a technological growth in terms of something related to a Mars program. I think part of it goes back to what we were saying earlier about that we don't know what we don't know. We can't predict all the things that will come out of trying to do this. And some of it is stuff that we're already doing on the space station. We just need to be able to do it better and for longer terms to be able to send humans all the way to Mars, and certainly to send humans to Mars to stay. And so I agree that there are technological ceilings, but I don't think we're anywhere near the maximum capability of what we could do. And like another part of Patrick's comment is basically saying like we might be a little overly optimistic because of science fiction, but a lot of innovation has also been driven by science fiction. There's a really great documentary, I think it's called How William Shatner Changed the World, and it's all about how technology that was showcased in Star Trek influenced real world innovations. And so, you know, we should keep having these crazy dreams in sci-fi because it pushes us to try to make these things real. We look at it and say, hey, this is cool, I want this to happen. So I think we can't fully grasp what we will actually get out of a Mars program in terms of technology.
You know, it's a good point that we didn't talk about as much today, Tanya. On the science fiction side, I think one of the really interesting elements of that is not so much to think about specific things that were imagined in science fiction, but to look at it through the lens of this this creative imagination, this sort of permission giving of working in space, right? If you day-to-day work on space technology, the probability of going into a lunchtime conversation and talking about a space elevator or something you might consider fantastical but plausible and taking it seriously is high. And this is not the case for a normal dinner party, certainly at least in the America I live in. If you start bringing up a space elevator, with your non-space friends, who knows where you land. So I think that sometimes we think about it from a brass tacks, like technology for technology. Can we make an antimatter engine the way that Star Trek has shown us? And perhaps a different way to think about it is, what material innovative benefits do we get out of fostering creative thinking? And what elements of creative thinking are fostered by other life experiences? And I'm particularly starting to learn more about modern neurobiology that might teach us some things about this. I think modern neuroscience is very interested in the nature of consciousness. How often do our dreams influence our creativity? And I think when we think about it through that lens, then clearly just having an imagination or having the stomach to have an imagination seems to be a material factor here in how innovative you might be.
I think that's a chronic problem with the space program, is that we recognize that creativity and innovation are two of the huge things that it provides society, but that is also nearly impossible to quantify. And that is a death knell for anything that's funded by the government, because they want statistics and they want numbers. And how do you say a mission to the moon 50 years ago inspired 15,000 people down the line to become rocket engineers in their career? You can't draw those direct lines, or if you can, the timelines are too long for it to really mean anything in the moment when this stuff is happening. So I don't know how we fix that.
I have a cool question for you here, Tanya, from Omar, and it is, up to what level of organic Martian biological complexity do we have to discover before we abandon the idea of terraforming Mars? So in other words, what kind of life might we discover on Mars, either extant or extinct, at which point you would reconsider modifying the planet?
I mean, if the life is extinct, I think there wouldn't be very much discussion about not altering the environment, because there's nothing there that you're protecting specifically. If there is life there, I mean, I'm going to take the pessimistic view of, look at how great we've been to life here on Earth. If it's a bacteria or something, microscopic, I have a feeling that in the long term, we won't treat it very well. We won't take very good steps to try and preserve it. Certainly, if the first people that go to Mars and stay there for an extended period of time end up being scientists, and you don't have access to Mars from other people for quite a while, which, technologically and monetarily speaking, that's probably going to be the case for at least a little while. The scientists will definitely want to protect that as much as possible, to really understand, what is this life? How is it different from life on Earth? How has it survived in these conditions on Mars that are so hostile to life as we know it? And really understand that, and then figure out, okay, how do we come to Mars without killing it? Or is there something that we have to worry about if we go there and that life ends up killing us? That's very unlikely, but something that we would want to take into account. And from a more optimistic standpoint, I would hope that we could learn something by the bad ways that exploration has been done on Earth historically, and we can maybe try to be better at it when we send humans to other planets, even if the life that we're encountering is microbial.
Yeah, I would just merely say that I think it's not necessarily a showstopper, but it's definitely a conversation stopper, right? Like even extinct life forms, microbial life forms from Mars would, I think, necessitate an enormous effort of biological discovery or paleontological discovery in order to incorporate into our biological understanding of life itself. This is obviously one of the great motivations behind having a space program at all. It's understanding not only some of the unique qualities of life on Earth, but exploring the possibility of life off the Earth. And so I think it changes everything, right? And I couldn't even begin to guess how that would unfold. We have definitely today biased our conversation toward technologies or realities that might be uncovered with early missions, but given the nature of the life-finding technology we've sent to Mars so far, obviously even those early missions have the probability of adding to this conversation.
And I think the interesting sort of tandem question coming at it from the other angle is, how much do you have to study Mars before you are convinced that Mars does not have or never had life? And that's probably an even harder question. It'll be easy to see, I think, at least on the surface, if Mars has life or not, or ever had life. It's really tricky to do with the rovers that we've sent so far because they're covering such small areas and they can only get a little bit, underneath the dust and into the ground to see what's going on. And life is much more likely on Mars when it was more warmer and wetter, 3.5–4 billion years ago, which is probably going to involve going and drilling humongous cores like we've done here on the Earth. But even then, at what point do you say, okay, we're like 100% sure, or maybe you can never be 100% sure, we're 99% sure that there was never life on Mars? I don't know at what point you reach that before you decide to make that decision.
I think a good way to think about this is to look at how much we're still uncovering about the origins of life on Earth and some of the critical biological events that occurred throughout evolutionary history. Just in the last 20–25 years, our understanding of endosymbiosis, which is this process we think is responsible for the emergence of complex multicellular life on Earth. We had billions of years of single-celled prokaryotic life, followed by perhaps as few as one endosymbiosis event to give us mitochondria in our cells. And subsequent animal complex organisms, all subsequent organisms to that are from a single common endosymbiosis event. All of this is a relatively recent thing that we've learned about our own evolutionary history. And so I can't even suppose how we would parameterize how quickly we could learn about a yet unknown, if any, Martian evolutionary history.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Even though Mars is seemingly much more simplistic than the Earth in terms of its history, there's still so much that we don't know, and it's going to take a really long time after humans get there for us to really start to put together the pieces. Let's see if there's another question on this list I can ask you.
Can I pipe in just for a second? One that's just came in. Shiraz Ali says, can we talk a little bit about how we save Earth as well? Our current habitat in today's topic. But, we're talking a lot about technology and Mars, but it seems he's asking, what are these applications for Earth? What do we humans need to save our Earth?
It's a great question. I mean, it's probably even potentially a good wrap-up question. I mean, when we look at the scope, we really focus today on climate change. Obviously, there's a whole diversity of threats that ecosystems face, that humanity faces from all different aspects of our global ecosystem. I think that when you look at the climate system, the human alterations to it are enormous. But it's also, I've been struck by, in a sense, the engineer's brain on this, or sort of the engineering way to think about it, which is, if you think about it as a physical problem, which I think it's okay to do that, right? We have a CO2 concentration, a carbon dioxide concentration of 415 parts per million. If we were to bring that concentration back down closer to 350 or 380 parts per million, closer to where it was, shortly, a few decades after the Industrial Revolution, actually 380s, more like 1990 time period, but let's say 1990 for the sake of argument. You know, would we have solved the whole problem? No, there are other elements of it. There are aerosols, there are chlorofluorocarbons, there are a lot of pieces, but we would have absolutely arrested one of the principal concerns. And so I think what we're trying to say today is, you know, what is the way in which we approach solving that physical problem? We have a huge amount of investment, all of it good, in reducing carbon emissions by increasing the sustainability of the way that we generate electricity, increasing the sustainability of our transportation through things like electric vehicles. But we also have this relatively modest segment of research and, in some cases, commercial companies that are built around capturing carbon dioxide in the air. And so, you know, again, just as an example, we think the probability that there is some technological benefit yet not imagined out of researching manipulation of atmospheric chemistry on Mars is relevant to that question. That the probability that somebody stumbles on something important in terms of how you might do direct air capture on Earth is non-trivial. But I don't know, Tanya, maybe you have some kind of concluding thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway point that we're hoping you would have is that all of these technologies that we need to develop to go to Mars and survive there are things that can help us with climate change here on Earth. The things that we're going to use to draw carbon dioxide out of the Martian atmosphere and create oxygen and create rocket fuel are things that we can use as carbon capture and sequestration technology here on Earth to reduce the carbon dioxide levels in our own atmosphere. The types of things that we need to develop for more sustainable farming practices and healthier food can help deal with areas that might be experiencing famine here, or places where there are food supply issues, anything where you have places where the climate or the soil are being affected by all sorts of changes, increased salinity due to different processes that are going on, Joe mentioned earlier. Figuring out how to have more efficient power systems benefit us here on Earth in terms of more affordable to remote areas. Another area that we didn't even really touch on because it doesn't address climate change, but the development of medical technologies to be used in space have a lot of applications for rural medical technology here on Earth and first responder efforts in places where people don't have access to hospitals. And so all of these things that we designed for space are completely applicable to situations that we're dealing with here on Earth. And so you shouldn't think of these as two separate things. We're not just going to Mars and spending money that we could be using to spend solving these problems here on Earth. The money that we are spending on these things for Mars will also be things that are used here on Earth.
I think that is the perfect place to wrap up this conversation. I don't know about all of you, but I want to watch this about 3 more times and make sure that I am up to snuff on all of my geology, my theories. Again, Dr. Tanya, Dr. Joe, it is an immense honor to be in your presence, to have your good thoughts and intellect and explain them in such amazing ways. We cannot express enough our deep gratitude for you being here with us today. And a big shout out to my student, Tapaswini from India. I have known this darling girl since she was 12 years old. And I've got to tell you, as you guys were so kind to mention, she had such great questions. She's going to be my Nobel Prize winner. So Tapaswini, I know it's late where you are, so please get some sleep here in just a bit. But thank you guys so much. Coming up next week on our Explore Mars webinar at 1 p.m. Eastern next Thursday, will be all about Mars architecture. You don't want to miss this. They're going to be talking about all kinds of things and long poles that will get us eventually to Mars, making habitats and living there and exploring there. So that's next Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. We want to thank everybody for your grand support and coming online. We here at Explore Mars are all about serving you, giving you something to think about. And we hope that Explore Mars, as we get humans to Mars and missions to Mars even more set in stone, that we will in some small way play a part in giving you your next Apollo Artemis moment. So everybody give a big virtual round of applause to our guest today, and we will sign up here. Thank you again, guys, so very much. Brilliant job.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. It was
Awesome.
so great to be here. Learned a lot. Appreciate it.
Oh, you guys, I learned a lot. Like I said, I'm going to go back and re-listen to it. Thank you, guys. And thanks, everybody, for joining us. We'll be back here next week. Stay safe and live long and prosper. My new COVID-19 best handshake here. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Welcome to, I believe, the 5th Humans to Mars webinar called Mars Mission Architecture Advancing Tech for H2M. This is a series of webinars we're doing leading up to the Humans to Mars Summit. We hope it'll take place in late August, early September. More details on that in a second. Before I introduce our moderator for today, I have a few short announcements. First of all, join us next week on Wednesday, May 13th at 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time for a webinar called The Overview Effect. We'll be featuring Frank White, the author of the book, The Overview Effect. That'll be moderated by Mary Liz Bender and Ryan Chalinsky, both from Cosmic Perspectives. If you want to register for that, you can go to our website at ExploreMars.Org. So that should be a spectacular one. We also have a couple of other great webinars coming up over the next few weeks. The week after that, we will have a session on the 19th of May. We will have a webinar called the 30th Anniversary of the Hubble Space Telescope, and we will have John Grunsfeld on, and Matt Kaplan will be moderating that session as well. So we look forward to that. And then 2 days later, we'll have Star Trek personality and director Jonathan Frakes, who will be talking to us about the collaboration between the entertainment industry, space community, and STEM education. So we have a really great lineup of webinars coming up. And if you haven't checked it out yet, Explore Mars is co-hosting Janet's Planet Online Astronaut Academy every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Janet's put together a wonderful program for students, but even if you don't have kids, it's worth checking out. She does a wonderful show every day, so definitely check that out. Just a reminder, as I mentioned earlier, we hope the Humans to Mars Summit will take place on August 31st through September 1st at the National Academy of Sciences building. You know, we're still hopeful that we'll be able to do it live. We'll send out updates, but each time before these workshops or these webinars, I also like to thank many of our sponsors for the Humans to Mars Summit. Today, I'd like to thank Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, ULA, Paragon, MDA, National Institute of Aerospace, and many others who I'll be mentioning throughout this webinar series. So thank you to everybody who sponsored H2M and these webinar series. And speaking of that, Thank you to everybody who has made donations as well. It is very helpful. As you can imagine, running these webinars is not free, and it's sometimes not cheap. So thank you to everybody who's been able to donate. But if you haven't, if you'd like to help us out, even a small amount, please go to ExploreMars.org and please donate. Anything you can do would be greatly appreciated. Any rate, so I'd like to introduce you to our moderator for today's session, a longtime friend of Explore Mars, Matt Kaplan, the host of Planetary Radio. So Matt, thanks for leading today's session. This one's a great one. So Matt, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm thrilled to be back doing work once again for our sister organization, Explore Mars. And sure hope that Humans to Mars conference takes place as planned. A little late, but still a spectacular event for us to attend in Washington, D.C. So welcome, everybody. I really am thrilled to be back for my second of these outstanding live events from Explore Mars. I am with the Planetary Society, and that is, as Chris said, where I've been host and producer of Planetary Radio for the last 17 plus years. And of course, hope that you'll check us out over there as well. The Life on Mars event that I moderated began this series, and that's available, of course, from Explore Mars. You can find it at ExploreMars.org. Really terrific conversation with Penny Boston and Jim Green for that. That was followed by shows about dealing with the isolation that astronauts will increasingly face as we go into deep space. And most recently, I think, saving our planet from climate change through space resources. Now we're going to take up a topic that is well below the radar for many, including even space fans like you and me. And yet it may be more responsible for the success of missions than any other factor. You know what you get when you Google mission architecture? Try it. The first things you'll see are the beautiful Spanish missions that run the length of California. So scroll down. Eventually, you'll get to the kind of mission architecture we have in mind today. What is it? And how will it enable us to send humans to Mars and bring them back safely? This is without a doubt, I hope the panelists will agree, the greatest spaceflight mission architecture challenge of all time. Fortunately, we have three outstanding mission architects who will help us understand why this field is so critical. And we'll also explore how that Mars mission may take shape in the next decade or two, hopefully not more than that. My one and only slide today, which is going to be popped up by our director, Wade here, gives you an idea of mission architecture from half a century ago, actually even a little bit before that. This is how to get to the moon and back with humans in 27 easy steps. And this is, even at this level, merely the highest level overview of what mission architecture is all about, at least as I understand it. But that's really why our experts are here with us today. And so let's go ahead and we'll start talking with them. And you can drop that slide, Wade. Thank you. I want to be able to see my intro here. Up first today, and she will also be the first to present to us a little bit later, is Najud Moranci. Najud is a systems engineer with extensive background in human spaceflight and spacecraft at NASA's Johnson Space Center. She is chief of the Exploration Mission Planning Office. That means that she and her team are responsible for engineering, designing, developing, and integrating NASA's human spaceflight portfolio beyond low Earth orbit. And these missions include planning for the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, which you'll be hearing more about, the SLS, or Space Launch System, that big rocket, Exploration Ground Systems, Gateway, formerly known as the Lunar Gateway, and Human Landing System. She also spent years providing critical planning and other support for the International Space. Jude, welcome today. I'm so glad that you were able to join us for this great discussion.
Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to it. So that was a great intro.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your work, and then in a few minutes after we've met the other panelists, you'll be able to tell us a little bit more about why mission architecture is something you love to do.
Yeah, so in terms of mission planning office, so I really have a fortunate team, and one of the really cool things about our office is we're doing everything from Artemis 1 right now through the Mars analysis. So when we talk mission architecture, one of the big pieces to it is how all these systems tie together. And you've got rockets and in-space vehicles and landers, and everything has to work together. So it really is a system of system challenge. And we get to see it from cradle to grave, from what's going to fly next year all the way out through 20 years ago. Those studies influence what you do today. So that's really the fun part of mission analysis, and my job in particular leading this office.
And you've been at this for a while. Would you say that what you've been doing all along has been mission architecture? Because it certainly has other elements, actually many elements involved with it.
Yeah, no, I would say no. I'm more of a recent mission architecture convert, coming out of the systems engineering world, because I started my career in guidance, navigation, and control, systems engineering, and the pulling all those systems together through the Orion program development and all of these things. Because when you really talk mission architecture, everything has to work together, and the contingencies and the drop-off points. So it's more than just the trajectory of getting somewhere. While that is the foundation of what you need, all of those things have to come together. So for me, mission architecture is that systems engineering of how do you put it all together and keep the crew safe as you go there and come home again.
As you know, because I posed this question to you and our other panelists that we're about to meet, this relationship between systems engineering and mission architecture is one that all of you have already addressed. And so I suspect that will come up a little bit later as well. So again, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back with you in a moment. But let's go now to meeting Joe Cassidy. Joe Cassidy is Aerojet Rocketdyne's Executive Director of Space Programs in Washington, D.C. operations. He has oversight of strategy development and architectures for future space and launch systems. He's heavily involved in planning for human missions to the moon and Mars. He also serves as Executive Vice President of the ExploreMars Board of Directors. He has nearly 40 years of experience with rocket propulsion and mission and systems analysis. A Purdue grad, he recently collaborated with 3 professors from his alma mater to author a new textbook titled Rocket Propulsion. Why don't you just call it rocket science, Joe?
Yeah, thanks for the plug.
You're welcome. So, what brings you here today?
Oh, so I got started looking at planning for Mars because I wanted to say my interest in Mars probably goes back to being born in the late 50s, growing up in the era of Apollo, having a mom who put me down in front of the TV to watch even the Mercury launches. I think I saw every Gemini launch. I saw every Apollo launch. And so, I think I couldn't do anything else. I was sort of, in the right time frame. I was at Purdue when the shuttle launched, and about 15 of us piled into 3 cars and drove from West Lafayette to Florida nonstop, so we'd be there to see the launch of the first space shuttle with John Young and Bob Crippen. It's in my blood, I think. And in 1986, I was fortunate enough to go to a conference in Washington, D.C. called the Mars Conference. A lot of really, big name people were there, Carl Sagan among them. And it just was something that fascinated me. The company I worked for at the time, which has been subsequently bought and now is part of Aerojet Rocketdyne, built the Viking lander engines. So, I think I've always seen Mars as the thing that really defines my career. And I'm very hopeful that by the time that ends, in not too many more years, we're able to say we've put humans on that planet.
You and me both. I was sitting on the floor in front of our black and white TV watching those Mercury launches, and I was at the other end of that first shuttle mission on the dry lake bed when Bob and John came floating in. What a spectacular, spectacular moment. Thank you, Joe, and I look forward to hearing your presentation in a few minutes as well. So let's get to the third of our panelists today, and that is Tim Cheehan. He is the Space Exploration Architect at Lockheed Martin. What a great title. He leads a multidisciplinary team of engineers who figure out how to help astronauts and robots visit the moon, asteroids, and the red planet. He used to be the Orion system architect for the company, helping to create that spacecraft that is designed to carry men and women into deep space. He's been with Lockheed Martin since 2002, also working on both human spaceflight and commercial communication satellite teams in such areas as optimal trajectory design, mission analysis, subsystem development, and systems engineering. There's that phrase again. Tim, welcome to you. And sounds like you are yet another great person to have for this discussion of mission architecture.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And when I think about as a kid, my dream job and what I wanted to do when I grew up in a much more simplistic way, this is it, to be able to be, have all the responsibilities and the freedom to look towards the future and understand how are we going to accomplish these missions? How are we going to send people to the moon? How are we going to send people to Mars? And but sometimes, once you get into college and all of that, and you kind of lose sight of that really big picture, and you don't know how to get from graduating with an engineering degree to being a, dreamer of the future. So, my background in communication satellites and trajectories really kind of prepared me for the big picture. And then when the Orion program started, I knew that, hey, I had forgotten about my human spaceflight dreams, and it's time to get back to that. Spent a great time on Orion, really learning how to do it and what it takes at every detailed level of how to design the spacecraft to go to deep space. And then at the end of my time as being Orion system architect, this opportunity came up to join our advanced programs team and really have that responsibility. And the reason we do this work is to understand, how are these missions going to be put together? What technologies do we have right now? What technologies need to be developed? And also to keep our eye on, because these things take multiple systems, what does Orion need to do to be ready for its most challenging missions today, and to understand where the evolution path of each system as it builds up, Orion, SLS, Gateway, HLS, Mars landers, Mars cargo vehicles, all of those things. How does that all work together? So pretty
Fantastic.
exciting.
Very exciting stuff. And I'll say again what I quote from my boss, the science guy. You can hear the passion, beauty, and joy that all three of these panelists feel for their work. And that's partially why we're talking about going to Mars and the mission architecture that's going to help us get there. Slight departure for a moment, Tim. I hear that Orion spaceship is pretty much ready to go, ready to take humans at least as far as the moon.
Yeah, and our Artemis 1 spacecraft, which is an uncrewed test flight, we're on track to hand that over to NASA later this year. So that's pretty exciting. The first crewed Artemis 2 vehicle is in full production, and we've started on Artemis 3, which will take the crew to the moon to go climb into the lander and go down to the surface. So yeah, full speed ahead.
Can't wait. All right, Najud, we go back to you because we're going to let you take over and make a little presentation. Of course, later we'll open this up for general conversation amongst ourselves. And then, of course, all of you watching today, and thank you again for joining us. I see we're nearly 250 strong now. It'll be your turn. And you probably know that you can submit your questions at any time. The great Janet Ivey of Janet's Planet is going to be threading through these and consolidating them for us and feeding them back to us. And we'll be getting to that before the end of the hour. And hey, if the questions keep coming in, I know that all of our panelists are prepared to stick around for a few extra minutes beyond our nominal 2 o'clock stop time. Nominal. Love to use that word, right? Najud, I turn it back over to you.
Hi, thank you. So we'll just go straight into slide 5 here. So really, one of the first questions you always talk about is why the moon before Mars? And, as was announced last week, was really exciting. 3 systems were picked for a lander system development, at least to start evolving. And really, we're going back to the moon because we need to work on building our hardware and system skills and really setting the foundation of that open infrastructure to mature systems to eventually go to Mars. So all of the things we're doing, this isn't a, you know, dead end at the moon. This is a road that goes through the moon onto Mars. So, and if you go to the next slide, as you can see, as you push farther out from the Earth, these challenges get harder and harder. You know, when we're in low Earth orbit on the space station, it's just a few hours to get home, and you know your speed's at 17,000 miles per hour to re-enter. When you come back from the moon, it goes up a good 7,000 or 8,000 miles per hour on that entry, and even more if you did a direct entry from Mars. And even while the speeds can be linear, the heating is exponential. So all of these challenges are just more of the reasons why, as we push farther out, it's harder and harder to make the systems continue to work and to have all the aborts and contingencies that you need to support humans. So next slide. And you're all very well aware of some of those challenges for humans in the system. So when you send robots, you get around some of these very easily because, you know, you don't have to worry about isolation and the mental health of a robot, as we're all experiencing currently, more so than normal with the coronavirus response. So we're getting our little taste of being astronauts right now. But all of these things are the systems that you have to incorporate into human mission design, which is makes it so much more challenging. Humans need all these things. We need to have backups and safeties so we can keep them safe. And especially one of the hard parts of human mission design, even for the moon, is how do you turn around and have aborts? You never have just one mission, you have thousands of missions. Because if you go to the moon, and you need to abort for any failure, that's a different trajectory than you were planning for when you left. So all of those challenges of integrating things together continue to be the big hazards and the opportunities, though, to make our systems even better over time. And I'll stop there and pass it on to Joe to talk a little bit more specific.
Thank you, Nishud. Joe, let's go right to you.
All right, so we can go to my first chart then. Actually, we can go to the next one.
Good title, though.
Yeah, that reminds me who I am and who I work for. I pulled this one out of the Wayback Machine, but I thought I would start here because I wanted to tell people, you know, this isn't new. This is something that we've all been dreaming about for quite a while. So this is actually a chart that I found many years ago when we just had become part of Aerojet Rocketdyne, or actually Aerojet, before we were part of Aerojet Rocketdyne. And this is from the Aerojet General Corporation. It was produced in 1962, believe it or not. And I just love this chart because what it has on it, and it's a typical chart from back in the days before calculators and computers. There's a whole lot of ways graphically to represent this information. And you can see here, it's a mission planning chart for all of the planets in the solar system, almost. I guess they didn't include mission to Pluto on there, but there are things like human missions to Mars and Jupiter included on here. And there's so many things about this chart I love. It even has a budgetary aspect to it. But I really just wanted to say, you know, for everyone, this is part of why I think this is such an exciting time, because we're beginning to realize the dreams that these folks have been, you know, myself included, have been looking at for all these many years. And a couple of years ago at one of our Humans to Mars conferences, we were all talking at one of the breaks, and somebody said, you know, it's been 20 years away for the last 30 years. And for the first time, I really feel like we're inside that 20-year window and the clock is running. So we're getting close. I'll go to the next chart. So a couple of things, I'll just amplify some of those points that Nishud made. You know, when you're going to Mars specifically, you're kind of constrained, unfortunately, by the relative locations of the planets, and, you know, the Kepler sort of rules everything. And so we have a couple of constraints that we have to sort of try to fall within. We try to go at the most opportune times, and that's about every 2 years or so. And there's a couple of different ways we can go that group into these two broad categories, the opposition class and the conjunction class. And right now, I think we're again thinking about this because we do have those problems with the humans that, you know, they have a lot of needs and demands, and the consumables that they need to stay alive, the time that they're out there in the deep space environment, which has both the microgravity aspect as well as the galactic cosmic rays, the radiation aspect. We try to shorten that time as much as possible. So I just sort of showed these two, and they both have advantages and disadvantages. I think the key thing is we have to have the right amount of data to make this choice. And it's hard right now because our data sets are sparse. We've only ever sent 12 human beings out beyond the Van Allen belts into true deep space, and they were only out there for a very short amount of time. We're building the database up now on the space station for microgravity, but we still don't have the real good information about the radiation. And that's both for the humans as well as the systems. And Jude was exactly right. You know, robots are a lot easier than humans, but all systems get affected by that deep space environment. So we really need to test things out in the true environment. So we'll go to the next slide. I just wanted to spend a minute and talk about how, you know, this is really kind of a classic systems engineering trade-off. And one of the things I loved as I took my systems engineering courses was how they broke it down into a real simple thing. You have kind of cost. You'd like to keep the cost down as much as possible to keep the project, you know, feasible and make it work. You have schedule. You've obviously got these launch windows and things that I was talking about with getting to Mars. You've got to fit within that. And then you've got the technical aspect. And I just showed on here the external forces that kind of drive you in different directions. And if you think about that little ball in the center, as you know, you could almost look at this like one of those games where you're tilting it and it's rolling back and forth across this board. And so those external forces are driving the ball in different directions. And that's what we're always responding to. We're trying to keep the cost inside the box. We're trying to keep the schedule reasonable. So, you know, if it stretches out too far, we lose the political will, or we miss a launch window, or if the mission duration itself is too long and it's not going to meet what the human health requirements will allow us to do. If we wait too long to get the right technical solutions, you know, the perfect technical solution may be 30 years in the future. I don't want to wait that long. I'd like to see us land on Mars in the 2030s. So these are the kinds of things that we're always balancing. And the goal is to find that balance and keep that ball right down the middle, centered. Okay, go to the next one then, please. So I mentioned the data earlier, and I think this is a real key with the Artemis program now. We need to reduce the risk. As you mentioned, you know, the abort scenarios and things like that. One of the problems with going to Mars is you don't have a whole lot of time and availability of abort windows. Once you're going, you're going. So by going to the moon and doing a lot of this stuff with the Artemis program, we can learn about a lot of the things that we're going to need to know for going on that really long journey before we take that jump to go to Mars. And I mentioned a few of them here. Some of the things that we're looking at now with Gateway, where we can actually put vehicles together out there in deep space. Gateway is going to use high power solar electric propulsion, or SEP. That's going to be something that we can really use to great advantage in going to Mars, because one of the things we really have to do is to support the humans and to really do a Mars mission. It's a big logistics challenge. You have to send a lot of stuff over a very long distance. So having something efficient like solar electric propulsion will help us do that. And then there's things we're looking at with Artemis, like putting a crew on the Gateway, keeping them there for a while, and then sending them down to the surface where they'll work in a reduced gravity environment. But it's similar to what a crew going through a 200-day transit to Mars and then landing will have to do. So we can actually do some pretty effective simulations at the moon. There are some things we'll have to go to Mars to do, or we'll have to test them in other environments, but we're looking at that too. And a couple of key things that we've got to really work on are entry, descent, and landing for big payloads. With the Curiosity rover and now with Perseverance, we're talking about roughly 1,000 kilograms, about a metric ton. We've got to go up by about 20 times for the human mission. So that's a big jump. And then things like making propellant or oxygen off of the surface or from the atmosphere of Mars, that's something else that's a big enabler. So we're looking at all this, we're gathering the data, and I think with the information we'll get out of Artemis, that'll help us from tipping that board over too far, because when we do that, we end up getting a game reset and we have to start all over again. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So the bottom line is, when we do all that, when we look at these things, and I think Najud made a really good point earlier, you end up with a lot of different pieces, and you have to make sure all those pieces work together effectively. So I just share this chart for everyone. This is kind of one of the ways we're looking at it at Aerojet Rocketdyne. Obviously, the SLS and Orion play key roles. The lunar experience and working at the gateway is going to be something that's important. And then we see a kind of a split crew and cargo approach, where we can ship a lot of cargo out to Mars on the slow way, like we do with ships here on Earth, but it can get there and be pre-positioned. And then we'll send the crew more effectively with something like a nuclear thermal or a chemical rocket that can get them there as rapidly as possible. So that's just a little bit of our view of the world right now, and I'll turn it over back to you, Matt.
Thank you, Joe. Boy, I suspect I was not far off the mark when I said we are looking at the biggest mission architecture challenge of all time in getting humans to Mars and back. And I'll let you folks comment on that further later if you choose. Joe, I hope you've got a bumper sticker that says Kepler rules. Can we go back, Wade, to Joe's slide number 9 for a moment? Because I love the history of space exploration and space development. And this slide, I want this for my wall.
I can make that available through the Explore Mars website if you'd like.
Would you do that? And I'm hoping, I don't want to put anybody else on the spot, but I'm sure that we have many participants out there who would love to have access to your slides as they can be made available for proprietary and other reasons. But this slide is just spectacular. I have behind me in the bookcase the Life Science Library, including Man in Space, that has the Nova rocket. Yes, Man in Space from early 60s, not Humans in Space. And there's the Nova, which, you know, I was looking forward to after the Saturn V. Never heard of the Sea Dragon, but the other one I want to point out is on the far right, that Taurus space station, or actually it looks like a vehicle to get places. Yeah. Look at the fine print, zero gravity gymnasium. You have to take care of human needs, right?
Right.
Okay, again, thanks, Joe. We're going to go on now to the third and last of our presentations. So Tim, take it away.
All right. Well, and before we start looking at slides, I wanted to talk about the kind of things that we have to take into account when we're doing planning. And Joe, I really liked your triangle of competing forces, and it's always a challenge not to push so hard that the ball falls off, right? And the other thing that I've learned as we've started to do these architectures is, there's all the technical things, there's all the trajectory things, and Kepler rules, and there are things that you can't change. And from a technology point of view, there's always this push and pull of, well, do I wait for the big advancements in technology like nuclear thermal propulsion, or do I go now? And how do you got to be prepared for both ways and make your decisions about, okay, we're going to take this technology we have today because we know it works, but this thing is very intriguing and we want to move forward, and also to have the flexibility to incorporate new technologies as we move along. But more than just technology, there's other things that are very important. And one of those is operations. The actual execution of the mission with the ground support and the crew interacting with multiple vehicles is so important. And a lot of what we need to do at the moon to get ready for Mars has that, it comes from the operational point of view. And we've got lots of great experience with ISS and the cargo vehicles and the crew vehicles and spacewalks and repairs and science. And that is just as important as some of the technical stuff, to be able to not only do your nominal mission, but be prepared for every kind of contingency. And then there's also the political and the stakeholder aspect of mission architectures, and making sure that there's a lot of different points of view and stakeholder things that people care about. And with human spaceflight, it's never one thing about why we explore. There's exploration to explore, there's exploration to achieve great science, there's exploration to inspire the world, to take up STEM. There's all kinds of different reasons, and they're all very important. But when we think about going to Mars and how difficult that is, and Wade, if you could pull up slide 16 for me. So those historical views are awesome. I love those, and they have a different way of kind of talking about the data. This is our version for Mars Base Camp from a couple of years ago of the recurring missions and the kind of logistics that we need to do, and the mixtures of all the different systems, cargo, crewed vehicles, and all of that. And it's important to be able to think about these types of missions. And one of the things about Mars is that, as you do your chart, the jump from 3 days to 3 years for a mission is a huge jump. And one of those things is that the crew is now on their own for the most part. And so the systems that we needed to design need to have the reliability and the redundancy, and perhaps even the dissimilar redundancy, so that if one thing goes wrong, the crew has lots of different options to figure out what the problem is and to go fix it on their own. And that's one of the, that operational challenge mixed in with the vehicle design is one of the things that really excites me about the great work we're about to do. So let's go to chart 14. Nijun and Joe both talked about how Artemis enables Mars. But some of the other things that in that build-up to our horizon goal of being on Mars, operations, infrastructure, the science that we do at Mars and on the moon, the human experience, what is that mission going to be? All of these things we've started at ISS, and the moon is going to give us another big step up, another big ladder in working all of these different problems during a real mission, and producing the hardware for that mission. That experience is invaluable, and we can't even really predict all the things that we're going to learn, but we know that's going to be important. And another thing that I'll note is that as we keep in mind this journey that we're on, that building upon the shoulders of giants and building systems that evolve is really important. So go ahead to the next slide. And this is from a few years ago, where we were thinking about, well, from a crew perspective, the two key systems for Mars are the lander and the Mars Transit Vehicle. And the Gateway and the HLS landers are really the first step that is necessary before we get to the Mars systems. And so as we lay out a way to make these systems more capable and more and necessarily more complex to support crews for longer and longer durations, we see how we can start from where we are today to where we need to be for Mars. And we can actually probably even have overlaps here as we develop the next system. We'll test it at the moon, then we'll test it at Mars. So I'm pretty excited about the future ahead of us, and I'm really excited that we're taking those next steps with HLS. And I can't wait to be on the surface of the moon, because I know the surface of Mars is not far behind.
Wow. Thank you, Tim. I remember, and I think it was a couple of years ago, at the Humans to Mars conference from Explore Mars, was the first time I was introduced to this ambitious Lockheed Martin base camp plan. And I just wonder if you have anything that you might say about how that plan and the work that went into it, including the system architecture thinking that went into it, or mission architecture thinking, is still appearing as we move forward with Artemis. I mean, where really any kind of thinking about mission architecture, even if things go in a somewhat different direction, contributes to the goal.
Oh yeah, sure. So, you know, the two main elements of Mars Base Camp at a high level are the main Mars Base Camp vehicle. NASA calls it the Mars Transit Vehicle, and its applicability to, you know, starting with the gateway, the human habitation piece, the closed life support piece. Those are still the same problems that we're dealing with. And then on the lander side, our idea for Mars is a single stage ascent and descent vehicle. And we know that will take a little bit of work. But the HLS vehicles, from the announcement last week, there's a couple of different ways to do that. Or you can some of them are one stage from the beginning, and some of them are starting with multi-stage and can build up to one stage. And so that really fits in well.
Yeah, three very interesting concepts announced from those three companies picked for further development of HLS, the Human Landing System. Thanks again, Tim. I was just reviewing there some of the great questions that a lot of you are submitting, which Janet is collecting for us, and we will be getting to those very, very soon. But maybe just a couple of more questions that we'll cover before we do that. And as I said, we may go a little bit beyond the 1 hour nominal length of this program today. Fortunately, all of our panelists have consented to stick around, but I'm sure we will not get to all of your questions. They will be kept, though, and reviewed, and I know that Explore Mars is hoping that all of them can be responded to as we go through the days ahead. It seems from listening to the three of you, you know, there are still voices out there that say, why are we wasting time going to the moon? But do any of the three of you have any doubt that getting to our nearest neighbor first and proving things out is going to be a really important step in designing the system architecture that will get us to Mars and back? Niju?
There's no doubt in my mind, right? Even as we're having the conversations and people have looked at the HLS systems and the proposals, right? A lot of people go, well, why don't you just do what Apollo did? And Apollo was awesome, and it was an incredible challenge, but they were really still very limited on where they could go on the moon because of the performance demands that come along with Kepler and the rules for getting there. And you can't even take Apollo and go and do South Pole exploration like we're trying to do. And just getting the companies and the architects and everyone to start considering how hard the South Pole challenge is, and staging something out like the Gateway for years to be able to demonstrate that operations and maintenance can be performed. You know, those are all precursor steps. When you say, well, let's put something in Gateway orbit, it can sit there for several years, and the Mars mission is several years long. So all of these things are actually proving those Mars systems. So there's no doubt in my mind that we need to take this incremental step, because you can't just say we're going to build everything, put the crew on it, and send it on its merry way with no test demonstration in the first place. Right? Going from theoretical to real missions involves the test and validation of your systems as you go. And really the moon is the test and validation of Mars.
Joe, Tim, anything to add?
So one thing that I'll note is that the Artemis program has that sustained operations as part of its objectives, which is very different than Apollo. And that is so important because for Mars being so far away, having all of that, the sustained operations down, the in-orbit elements, eventual propellant production on the surface of Moon and Mars, those are very key things. And so, you know, to your original question, there's no doubt the Moon is very important. The only thing that we need to keep in mind, though, is to always keep moving forward. You know, all three of us on this call, our horizon goal there is Mars, and so we need to do all the testing and validation at the moon, and then it's time to move on to tackling that next challenge, that next ladder of Mars.
And I'll jump in and just add to Matt. Recently in November, we had a workshop for Explore Mars sponsored a workshop that we've had a series of Fording Mars workshops, Achieving Mars. We call them different things as we've evolved them, but the focus of this one was actually looking at the Artemis program and looking at what is it we're going to need to know to be ready to take this jump to go to Mars. And our group that I was part of, we basically brainstormed about 85 steps in the whole process, as Najud and Tim have referred to. You know, we've got to get the crew out there, we've got to land, we've got to get back off the surface, and we got to come back home and get safely back down to Earth. So we took all that, broke it down into about 85 steps. Each one of those, and some of these were, you know, technical things like propulsion. Some of them were operational things like docking vehicles or roving on the surface, you know, all these kinds of pieces of that overall big picture. And we found that I think it was, you know, more than 90% of them had value from the various pieces of the Artemis program in burning down some of that risk by doing these things that we're doing at the moon. So I think that was a big validation of the idea that we can learn from going to the moon, the things we're going to need to do to go to Mars.
Fortunately, Administrator Bridenstine of NASA has said at Humans to Mars, he said it on my show and many other places, make no mistake, we're going to Mars. And in other words, the moon is not the final destination. I said I wanted to bring up systems engineering. And that's the question I posed to all three of you before this program began. There are so many factors that have to mesh in good mission architecture. But what I've learned fairly recently, in large part because of reading a great book called Spacesuit, is about the importance of systems engineering. Is it a more important factor, I mean, than the other things you have to consider? And you've talked about some of these factors, but how do you fit them all together? I mean, there's so many different areas of expertise to come up with, to design good mission architecture. Najud, let's go back to you first.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, you know, this is my background, right? I have degrees in this, and this is my job, is making all of these pieces fit together. Systems engineering is the art of solving the complex problems with all the competing demands, and mission architecture is just the biggest, most visible piece of systems engineering, because you have to do it with multiple systems, with systems of systems. And I think Artemis is a really good example. Once you set out with a mission architecture, you set out with the best of intentions, but as you work through the design, you run into constraints and issues, and there's always this iterative process. So really, for what we have to do a lot at work is keep iterating on the design as you go. So where you started with one concept, you'll run into an issue. So, okay, well, let's tweak it and do this. And so it's that art of continuing to tweak things all along. And so you're balancing those constraints. And a lot of, like, currently the moon mission architectures, even for Artemis 1, there's a lot of balance between sunlight and, you know, eclipsing. How long is that constraint versus what is the performance on the rocket, and how long can the systems operate, and how big is your engine burn? There are so many constraints. You're always trying to balance these things coming in. And it's really that integrator, that systems engineering job to make sure you still have a viable mission when you're done. So that is the big challenge.
I'm sorry. Joe, I saw you nodding enthusiastically there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what Najud said was perfect. I'll throw in a little anecdote that I learned. I actually think I learned this, Tim, from somebody at Lockheed Martin when I was working on a project with you guys. But the systems engineer, their job is, you've got all these different discipline engineers, right? You've got the thermal guy, you've got the structural guy, you've got the propulsion guy, and you know, they all see the problem very differently. And the job of the systems engineer is to take all those inputs and figure out a compromise that makes everybody equally unhappy.
Yeah, I always joke, if everyone likes you, you're not doing your job as a system.
You're not doing your job, right?
I hear the same thing from principal investigators on robotic missions. So.
Yeah.
Tim?
Yeah, and I definitely agree. Everyone equally unhappy. That's the goal. And one of the most important parts of the system engineering process is the definition of interfaces between all of the different elements. And sometimes it's, the mechanical interface between the vehicles, but sometimes it's the interface between the crew and their vehicle and how they communicate between and control their vehicle. And sometimes it's interfaces amongst the different ground control centers. And so it could be electrical or mechanical data or communications or fluids. And the best system engineers are the ones that can pull all of the different disciplines together and get those interfaces defined as early, as clearly, and as simply as possible. And that really goes a long way to making the whole system work well together. And often in just defining those interfaces, that you very quickly figure out, oh, this interface is going to be very complex, and we got to put some emphasis on that.
And I'd even add a little bit to Tim, because even
Please.
once you take those mechanical interfaces, you go up a level. Well, you've got a rocket and a spacecraft and a lander, and now you have to negotiate between programs. So some problems mean this program has to spend money that they didn't really need to, but that might be the most efficient solution across the architecture. So it's a delicate art of balancing not just the technical, but that programmatic cost and schedule that Joe brought up earlier.
I think of the human factors involved as well. You compare this to a robotic mission where you might say, okay, the engineer says, yes, we can accelerate or we can land with this many Gs. And then the human factor person says, well, that's great. I'm glad the vehicle will survive because the astronauts inside won't. How do you integrate human factors like that into mission architecture design work?
Tim, do you want to take that one first?
Sure. So human factors or the environmental requirements for the people are just as important as any other system. And so they need to be defined and well understood. And this is a case where we've got so much data all the way back to the Mercury program that that part of it, the environmental part and the life support part, that is very well understood, and we've got disciplines all across both companies and NASA and around to do that. But also human factors often means the interfaces between the people and the vehicle, both on the ground, people putting together the vehicle or operating the vehicle, and the astronauts flying the vehicle. And there's an art and a science there to how do you display information so it's quickly understood, and how do you sort of provide the right controls to be able to quickly assimilate all that information and tell the vehicle what it should be doing. And I'm excited about the future here, because now things like artificial intelligence and talking to your spaceship and those sorts of things are actually possible. Not quite possible in space today, but soon. And so that's another exciting opportunity.
I'm being selfish. I would love to just keep the three of you for myself and my questions, but we are now well into the time, at least 4 minutes in, to when we are supposed to be turning to the other brilliant folks out there who have joined us, the other Martians out there, maybe I'll say, for this discussion. And it's going to be, as I said, difficult. We're not going to get to all of these, but I'm just going to pick and choose from among those that Janet has been collecting for us. Najud, this is one that is directed to you, but for any of these folks, all of you are welcome to respond. This came to us from Dustin Bergstrom. There are companies like some of yours that design and build spaceflight vehicles, labs, satellites. What about habitats on the moon and Mars? Is right now the time for bold architecture, engineering, and construction firms to begin designing those habitats? And as you probably know, there have been some really interesting competitions recently. I think we have Vera Moyani actually as one of our participants, and she leads that very innovative design competition for building habitats on Mars, some of which are way out there. at least as far as the orbit of Mars, but some of them are much more down to, well, I guess I should say down to Mars. Is this part of, I guess it would have to be, right? Part of mission architecture. You got to build houses.
Absolutely. So this is absolutely the right time to be making those considerations, because NASA currently has what's called the Next Step BAA, Broad Area Announcement of Habitat Design, already in work, and Lockheed is one of the participants, and that is, how do you put a habitat on the surface of the moon? How do we build that deep space 3-year Mars mission habitat for space? Those things are currently happening all over the place. And that's part of the value of, we need to make progress. So even doing short demonstrations right now, looking at what do we need to put on the gateway that demonstrates a Mars habitat? What would you need to put in a moon habitat on the surface? All of those things come together. And a lot of times when you talk mission architecture, we sort of focus on the in-space stuff of, leaving Earth and getting to the moon or getting to Mars, but the architecture includes what you put on the surface too. So that means, if you have a rover or a habitat, that's going to drive how long you can be there and what the crew can do. So the architecture absolutely includes those pieces on the surface, and there's lots of work going on and needs to continue going on in order to get us there right now.
Joe or Tim?
Yeah, I was just going to add, that's perfect. And the other thing in our study that we did at the workshop in November, when I mentioned ISRU earlier, a lot of people think about making propellant or making oxygen. We actually looked at materials for construction as well, and that's also part of in situ resource utilization. Use the regolith that you find there to build some of these structures. One of the things that we talked about a lot, our concepts now for both the moon and Mars involve landing several times in relatively close proximity to one another. We know from our earlier experiences that we're going to blast things as the rockets come down. They sort of throw rocks, and so we're talking about building things like landing pads and things like that. So it's all part of that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's all part of that bigger picture that we have to start thinking about.
And the only thing I'll add is, we do have some good experience designing zero-G habitats now, and we've been flying them in the space station for 20 years. Now we get to design partial Earth gravity habitats, and that's a whole nother field where in some cases, no different from Earth, everything works fine. In some cases, that partial gravity will make a difference. So that's going to be a good challenge up ahead.
Let's go to another question. Actually, this is a question that we're getting from a lot of our younger participants out there, and it's one I was going to try and get to before we finish today, but we'll do it now. I'll use it as it was submitted by Tonya. She is a student. She wants to know, she wants to be involved in space science and exploration, but doesn't know what avenue to take. Do you have advice for students on narrowing down our interests and finding the right career path at NASA or its partner orgs? And I'm going to modify that a little bit because we're getting similar questions, like one from Estefania Osequera. She's specifically interested in, how do you get into this field of mission architecture? Do any of you have advice for these two and some of our other young participants?
I'll go first. And I think that there's two questions there. And the first question is, how do I get involved in general? And NASA and industry, we need every type of person to be involved in spaceflight. We certainly need the engineers, and we certainly need the scientists, but we need the communicators, we need the artists, we need the business people, we need the strategists, we need everything. And so if you have a particular passion, whatever it is, and a passion for spaceflight, there's no reason that they have to be separate. Bring what you're great at and develop that, and come join our community in one way or another, and we'll welcome everything. And then to me, the specific question on the mission architecture part is, I've got lots of people on my team and Najud's team and Joe's team with different engineering backgrounds. Some of them come from the structures, some of them come from guidance, navigation, and control. And a lot of people come from the trajectory side, but it is really a multidisciplinary thing. So curiosity is important in learning about how things have been architected in the past. And then also what's very important is doing the day-to-day work on a program before you are in one of these roles, so that you know what it's like to design a mission and have the nominal mission and 16 different off-nominal missions and all the pain of doing that, such that you're prepared when it's time to think of the big picture, to understand all the little details. And then you get to take off that detailed hat and think like a fourth grader again. And if you've got the right background, then that's the perfect mix.
Joe, Najud, any advice?
Well, I'll just echo what Tim said. Everyone comes to this field from a different background. And I mean, I have the job I never knew I always wanted. Because, you know, I just wanted to be in space and it's so cool. And like, I wanted to be a part of specifically human space flight. So I started on the space station and guidance and control, and things just sort of evolved. And really my interest has always been solving those big picture problems. So first you solve them on a small scale. I did it at a system, and then sort of at a vehicle level, and now sort of at the architecting level. And that's just because my skill set is the solving of problems. And so you come in and you solve those issues, and you need the knowledge of the spacecraft, like Tim said. You need to know how it actually works and comes together, and how the operations works, and how the crew needs to interact. Because you can't just step into this and go, I can design the perfect mission to Mars. You know, everyone has to come from somewhere, and it all is a big team. So you bring your niche and your capabilities, and that could be business, it could be finance, or trajectory design, and then it all comes together again. And you just have to work your way into it, because you need that depth of knowledge.
Joe, who or what do you look for when you're hiring people?
I think everything that's been said is absolutely true. And I'll just try to say, you know, one of the things that I've seen is passion is absolutely a critical element. No matter where you're coming from, no matter what your skill sets, if you have a passion for this, you'll find a place in the industry. I think the other thing for systems engineers especially, you can come from a lot of different engineering backgrounds. Some people don't even have engineering degrees. You need to have a curiosity. You need to be interested in, where does this piece I'm working on fit into the bigger picture, and what's on the other side of the wall. You know, you're not just working in your little cubicle and throwing your job over the wall when you're done. You want to know, where's it going and how does it fit together, and all those things that Najud said earlier, all those pieces that have to come together. So those are good systems engineering characteristics. And then the last thing I was just going to add was perseverance. And I'm not just trying to rip off the new rover name. The problem that you run into in this business, like in anything else in life, is you're going to hit some brick walls, and you can't stop when you hit that brick wall. You got to bounce off, you got to jump up, and you got to figure out how you're going to either get over it or get around it, or maybe you can, you know, use the brute force method and go through it. But there's a lot of times in our careers where we've run into those things, and sometimes even the whole program gets canceled, and you have to find another program, but don't give up.
I've got us now at about 4 minutes past the hour, and as I said, we're in bonus time now. We'll keep going for a few more minutes with some of your great questions. And as always happens with these, they do tend to fall, many of them, into certain categories. So here's one that kind of represents what a lot of you are asking. This specifically is from Jeff Stewart. Crewed lunar missions concepts exhibit an evolution from boots on the ground, just getting there to get back, to sustainable and reusable infrastructures. Will missions to Mars show a similar evolution, or will they be sustainable, reusable right from the start? Who wants to take that first?
I'll take that first and just keep it short. Right. Yeah, absolutely. What we're trying to do on the moon is make sure it isn't flags and footprints, and then we don't go back for 50 more years. Right. We need to be able to build an infrastructure that's sustainable at funding levels that can be maintained over time, and architectures and equipment that's sustainable over time. And my personal belief is that as we go to Mars, we need to do the same thing, or we'll end up with another huge gap. You know, if we send one mission to Mars and that's okay, that's all you can piece together, then we're not doing it right. And we need to have a much better evolvable architecture for the future.
Yeah, and I would say that that the absolute goal is for them to do all that testing on the moon, and then for Mars to have everything be reusable. But I also know that when you get down to solving the problems, there might be some, unique thing about Mars that means, for entry, descent, and landing, or something that we're almost there, but not quite. We'll do a couple of missions, but like Artemis, then, we'll have that sustained, very reusable path ready to go after a few test flights.
How important has the International Space Station been to helping us learn how to maintain structures for long, long periods in space and make them places where humans can survive? Joe?
I think it's been, really vital. There's a lot of, I mentioned earlier in the human side, the long duration microgravity information we're getting now from things like the 1 year duration stays that we've had a couple of astronauts do now. We've certainly been able to put a lot more people up there into that environment. But then just taking another quick example, something like upgrades. We're doing the batteries now that are the new batteries for the station to replace the initial ones. The fact that we can actually go out there and take out those old batteries and replace them with new upgraded systems, that's a really critical thing for those future missions. Like Tim was saying, if we want to make these things reusable and have them be something we can use in the future for Mars for many, many missions, we need to be able to upgrade as better technologies come along. So I think there's a whole variety. That's probably just scratching the surface of things that the station's given us.
Najud or Tim? ISS?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Najud.
So adding to that, right? So some of the big things we learned from Space Station 2 was the international partnerships, the assembly in space. The ability to actually, we can't go to Mars with just one module. It's going to take several. So that knowledge of just how you assemble in space is something that feeds forward to the Moon and the Mars architectures. And so there's so many things like that. Our partnerships, the assembly, the ability to integrate commercial now. So the fact that we have commercial cargo and commercial crew, which literally is going to launch this month, humans again, right? Those things are all like how do we do things differently? Space Station gives you that platform to test out commercial industries and stuff like that. And all of those things are already paying dividends on the Moon architectures we're looking at, and we'll do so again for Mars.
Yeah, I think that commercial and government space programs working together is an amazing lesson from ISS, such a success. I'm looking forward to seeing that plug in the Moon and Mars. And I actually pulled up some stats that I just recently been sent, so I knew about them. One of the things for these missions is the logistics and keeping everything working, keeping all the supplies, and just the sheer number of launches. So since the end of April, there's been 222 launches to the ISS, and which is a staggering number, and 41 assembly flights. And so that really proved that the things that we're talking about at the Moon and Mars, it's not those amounts of complexity or launches. And so ISS really tells me that we can go do this. We've already done it.
I like it. We can do this. As I glance through the questions, and we are nearing the end of our time here, before we throw things back to Chris Carberry, there seem to be maybe the biggest category is still with those human factors, considering things like medical care when you're away for 2 years without an MD. Although who knows, maybe there'll be an astronaut MD. Food, which is something we took up in the Life on Mars discussion that I had with Jim Green and Penny Boston. But let's focus on the medical services, keeping people alive and healthy. Is this something that you folks as engineers and mission architects, is this another one of those many factors that has to be integrated, how we're going to, keep people healthy enough to explore Mars? I don't know who wants to get in on this.
I'll say absolutely, right? We have a lot of requirements that come from, all that history we have. We have 50 years of human spaceflight history, more than, and all of that drives, how big is your habitat? How much is the food you need? What can you do differently with the food? So we have way more advanced food techniques today than what Apollo had, which, was a sandwich in a bag in some cases. So, we can do a lot more now. The astronauts spending a year on the space station, how do you keep them healthy? Telemedicine, all of these things are techniques that we need to get to Mars, because you need to really pack down how much stuff you have to take. So all of those challenges we continue to work on today, and there's still many challenges for this.
Yeah, and I would say another thing in our workshop that we addressed was not just the physical health issues, but also the mental health issues. So, I guess the isolation you talked about, Matt, in the previous webinar that was done by Explore Mars, but also things like, how much volume do you need for a habitat? Because people need so much space. You need a little bit of time to get away from everybody else when you're out there, even if you're the best crew ever, that you all really like each other. It's probably going to get a little tough. And Najud said it earlier really well. We're all kind of going through that right now in our own individual houses here. But, and then the other thing I was going to say is AI. We talked about artificial intelligence a little bit earlier. I think a lot of that, both telemedicine, but also because of the latency time, for the Mars missions, some of this may be dealt with an onboard computer that has a lot of medical information stored in it, so that the astronauts can call that up if an incident occurs.
Yeah, what if the doctor is an astronaut and she gets sick? It's not just one doctor. Every
right
crew member is going to be cross-trained in everything, because they're going to need to rely on each other, and even more so than they do today.
One of the most interesting and unexpected conversations I've ever had with anyone on planetary radio was with a woman who is a dentist, who was speaking at a conference about what happens when one of your astronauts halfway to Mars gets a terrible toothache. Who's going to take care of that? And, be sure to floss, everyone.
Wrong set of pliers.
Could be. We probably should wrap up here and get ready to go back to Chris, but I want to give each of you a chance to sort of sum up here. And in some cases, it's going to be repeating what you've already said, which is about, are we on track to achieve this through the kinds of great systems engineering and mission architecture efforts and the development of all the technologies and other factors that are going to get us to Mars, hopefully before another 15 or 20 years goes by. Jude, why don't you start us?
Well, I'll just sort of say, I think there's never the only other time that could have been more exciting this was 1968, when people were actually going around the moon and about to land, right? But as of today, we have real hardware, real rockets, real spacecraft, and we are really going to the moon. And I know, people don't quite believe that till you see the smoke and fire and it takes off, but I couldn't be more excited about the future we have right now, because we have a real plan and we're building the real stuff that's going to get us there.
Joe, your turn.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that and say I agree with everything. And we also have characterized a lot of what we don't know, so that in this business, we put together what we call risk cubes, and then we identify what we need to do to burn those risks down. And I think we've got a lot of that information pulled together now. And, I'll just say back to what we said before, I think all of us said we're going to go out there to the moon with Artemis, and that's going to be part of that process where we start burning down that risk. And I think in the next 6 or 8 years, we'll get pretty far along on that, to the point where we're much more comfortable to say we're ready to go to Mars.
Tim, take us home.
So one time I was able to be in mission control during an ISS mission, and as a shadow, looking over folks' shoulder to understand. And the fire alarm went off on the International Space Station. And it was in the middle of the night, and that control room snapped to attention, and they were ready to evacuate the space station. And I thought about, well, if you're halfway to Mars, or you're on the surface of the moon, you just can't, go outside when the fire alarm goes off. And that shift in thinking that's happening right now is maybe the most important part of mission architecting, is to realize this is such a challenge, and we've got the tools to go solve it. Let's think differently and let's go solve it. And so, yeah, the next couple of years is going to be an amazing couple of years where we're going to be back at the moon on our way to Mars.
Hear, hear. I hope that all of you out there have enjoyed this fascinating exploration of mission architecture as much as I have. I've learned a lot, and I feel pretty good to know that these are three of the people who are going to make what Ray Bradbury told us so many years ago true, that we are the Martians, or we will be the Martians. With that, Chris, I think I'm ready to turn it back over to you, and I will just thank you, Chris, and Explore Mars for letting me host this discussion, this great conversation. And I so look forward to, first of all, watching that one with Frank White, the originator of the overview effect on the 14th, I'm sorry, I'll let you, the 13th, right? Wednesday of next week. Sorry about that. And then I look forward to coming back and having a conversation with John Grunsfeld, 5-time visitor to the international, excuse me, to the, sorry, I get it right, 5-time shuttle, 3 times to the Hubble Space Telescope, and that will be our topic when we talk on May 19th. Chris, get me out of here. I better stop talking.
Well, thank you, Matt. That was great. And thank you to Jude, Tim, and Joe for a spectacular session. And thank you to everybody who came on. We had a really great audience today. And so I just want to remind you about our upcoming webinars coming up. As Matt mentioned, next week on Wednesday, May 13th at 3 p.m., we have a session called The Overview Effect with Frank White, and that'll be moderated by Mary Liz Bender and Ryan Cholinsky from Cosmic Perspectives. That you can register for that now on the Explore Mars website, ExploreMars.org. Actually, I saw a number of registrations come in right during this webinar, so people are already registering. And on the 19th of May at, I believe we had at 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, we're going to have John Grunsfeld on, 5-time shuttle astronaut. I believe he visited the Hubble Space Telescope 3 times. They call him the Hubble Hugger. And Matt will be moderating that. So more information will be posted on that very soon. Then 2 days later, on the 21st of May, I believe at 1 o'clock also, we have Star Trek actor and director Jonathan Frakes, Commander Riker from Star Trek Enterprise. He'll be joining us to talk about entertainment space, the collaboration between the space industry, space entertainment industry, and STEM education. So that'll be a great one as well. And we have a number of others being lined up over the next few weeks. So please join us. So thank you once again, everybody, for coming on, and we will post all of this information very soon. We hope to see you next week. Have a good day.
Take care, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Welcome to the H2M webinar series. Today's show is called Hubble, 30 Years of Awe and Wonder. Before I introduce the panel for today, I have one short announcement. We hope you'll join us on Thursday at 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time for a session called Full Steam Ahead, the storied partnership of space and Hollywood, featuring Jonathan Frakes, well known from Star Trek as Commander Riker. And that'll be facilitated by astrophysicist and Star Trek consultant Aaron McDonald. So I hope you'll all be able to come on. I hope you'll join us on Thursday at 1 o'clock. And since this webinar series is part of our Humans to Mars Summit programming, I also like to thank our sponsors for the Humans to Mars Summit, including Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, ULA, Paragon, MDA, the National Institute of Aerospace, the Science and Entertainment Exchange, and many others. And we will highlight them all over the next few weeks. And if you enjoyed these webinars and our other programming, we hope you'll support us. Any level of giving would be greatly appreciated. And if you have any interest in sponsoring our webinars, please contact us at info@ExploreMars.org. So thank you very much for those who have given. Now to move on to our fireside chat. Today's session will be facilitated by our friend Matt Kaplan, host of Planetary Radio, and he'll be chatting with 5-time shuttle astronaut, aka the Hubble repairman, John Grunsfeld. And before we get moving, I've known John for over 10 years. I remember before his last Hubble telescope repair mission, I was touring around Goddard Space Flight Center with him and David Schumann. And there's this piece of equipment John used to practice, his Hubble repairs on. I think it was like underneath the stairway at Goddard. And I was able to put on the space glove and have the power tool. I was amazed how complicated that would have been, just standing there in 1G without a spacesuit, and just imagining him being up there for 8 hours trying to do this incredibly complicated task. I was definitely in awe. So this was one of the most Herculean tasks I can ever imagine. So at any rate, I'd like to introduce our panel, Matt Kaplan and John Grunsfeld. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chris, very much. And boy, no pressure there, right? I mean, no pressure in the glove like John had to deal with when he was doing it up there for real, right next to the Hubble Space Telescope. I am thrilled to be back for the third of these live conversations on behalf of Explore Mars. I am Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, the host of Planetary Radio. And I will say up front that one of the reasons I'm thrilled to be talking to John is that I'm going to repurpose some of what we talk about today in next week's episode of Planetary Radio. So that'll be another place to catch it. Audio only, you have the benefit or the handicap, in my case, of being able to see me. But I'm very glad that you've got John on screen as well. It's likely that there isn't another man or woman who knows more about the Hubble Space Telescope than John Grunsfeld. It is certainly true that no one has done in space more with this most famous scientific instrument of all time. He is an astrophysicist who has taught and conducted research for some of the finest institutions on our planet. He flew on 5, count them 5, shuttle missions. 3 of these were dedicated to maintenance and upgrade of the Hubble, or HST. He spent more than 58 hours outside in extravehicular activity in those gloves that we've heard so much about. Later, he would become NASA's chief scientist and then the agency's associate administrator for the Science Mission Directorate. This meant that he had responsibility for well over $5 billion worth of missions, projects, and research. He finally retired from NASA 4 years ago. That was also when I met John. It was at the annual Space Symposium in Colorado where, and we're going to pop this up, as you can see, we compared space ties. And I think that's going to show up here in a second. And Chris Carberry, if you're still around, I think you might have taken this photo for us, Chris, because it's definitely not a selfie.
I don't know. I seem to recall watching it, so I either took it or stood nearby.
With a pretty nice background, too. Okay, well, I guess that's enough of that. John, I know that you have some great slides that you want to share with us before we get to the questions that are going to be pouring in from our viewers. Actually got one offline that we might lead off with, and then I've got some questions for you of my own, but I want to confirm something first. Is it true that you were the last person to touch the Hubble?
Well, that's a matter of great debate. because, of course, I was wearing gloves. And, I'm a human spaceflight guy. I'm wearing gloves today, as a matter of fact. And so apparently that's my normal attire. I'm not wearing a tie today. So you went on the tie department. But Megan MacArthur claims to be the last one to touch the Hubble because her job on board was robotic arm operator. So she touched everything with the shuttle robotic arm. And of course, we did have to deploy the Hubble. But it is true that, as far as human hands, at least in gloves, I was the last person to touch the Hubble.
Well, whether it was through thick pressurized gloves or not, I think you have described yourself as a telescope hugger, aren't you?
I am one of many Hubble huggers over the years. And, this year we're celebrating quite the milestone, and it's related to hands as well. But this is the 30th year of Hubble being on orbit. It was launched in 1990. April 24th, 1990 was the launch of Hubble. So we're just slightly over 30 years. Now, why do we celebrate, decades in space? And again, it's because we have 10 fingers. So we celebrate things in decades. If we had 8 fingers, it would be different. But it's still a milestone. Very few observatories, very few satellites make it 30 years on orbit. And it's a testament to the incredible designers, the people who designed the Hubble Space Telescope, and the policy people who had the insight to make a serviceable observatory. Hubble is still basically state-of-the-art on orbit and doing breakthrough science because we were able to go up and put new scientific instruments in and fix things that break. Otherwise, Hubble would no longer be viable now. So it's a pretty incredible story, and an optimal marriage of human spaceflight and science robotic spacecraft to be able to allow Hubble to unravel the mysteries of the universe.
So serviceable, designed to be serviceable, but not always in the most easy way, as I bet you will get to. If you don't in your slides, we will later, because sometimes it could be quite a challenge, as we've heard from you and others who completed that spectacular work on the Hubble Space Telescope and made sure that it is still able to do great science for us today. Why don't we go ahead into your slides, and then we'll follow that up with questions, more from me and some from our viewers.
Sure. Well, Chris Carberry, thank you very much for inviting me to tell a little bit of a Hubble story, and then we'll get to questions. Chris did try one of those repairs that Hubble was not designed to be repaired that we had to do, and I think that's, a very important thing to bring out right from the start is that what we've learned from repairing and upgrading the Hubble Space Telescope is just about anything that you can do on the ground. We can learn how to do in space. Maybe a little bit harder in the spacesuit, but people are really good tool builders, and we figure out a way to do it. And when we go to Mars, we're going to have to really exercise that a lot, because it's going to, Mars exploration presents challenges that we cannot anticipate now. And the fact that we can do these difficult repairs on Hubble, I think bodes very well for human exploration. I do want to, at Matt's urging though, mention, that human exploration and the first American to orbit the Earth was John Glenn. And he was just a tremendous guy. He had two space flights, one on Mercury that we're all very familiar with. And of course, at the age of 77, he flew on the space shuttle. And that mission actually carried some hardware that was a test flight for our Hubble mission in 2002. And, fortunately, he lived a very long and, productive life, both serving as an astronaut and serving as a public servant. But behind John Glenn, and I think responsible for, and John, I think would agree with this completely, responsible for a significant fraction of his success in life was his wife, Annie. And Annie was just absolutely the most wonderful person you could ever imagine. Stood up to John when she wanted to, and it was frequent. And he had just ultimate love and respect for Annie as a human being. And sadly, she passed away today at the age of 100 years, which is pretty incredible, just to make it that long. And very, very strong woman. And I think we should all give her a salute here today.
Thank you.
Begins a completely different journey.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that tribute.
You know, so we can only hope Hubble lives 100 years, but 30 isn't too bad. Next slide. When this slide comes up, this is the 30th anniversary picture. One of the traditions of the Hubble Space Telescope is every year the Space Telescope Science Institute, which manages the Hubble Science Program and operates the Hubble Telescope, produces an anniversary image. And this one's called Cosmic Reef. This kind of looks like, if you look actually down on Earth at coral reefs, you know, they have an amazing green-blue hue. And so this is a star-forming region in the Large Magellanic Cloud. So in the Northern Hemisphere here, we don't get to see this. But if we have any sky watchers from the Southern Hemisphere, this is a familiar object, but probably not in quite this glorious detail. And this is a stellar nursery, and it's being lit up by very hot stars that have just turned on, so to speak. And to the lower left is a star that's had kind of a temper tantrum, and it's blown off its outer envelope, and it's now illuminating that outer envelope. It's called a Herbig-Haro object. But it's just a, you know, really a beautiful image. And I think this image and many other Hubble images highlights the value of the Hubble Space Telescope, which is amazing science. From images like this, we learn about star formation, about stellar evolution. We learn about how material goes from the inside of stars into clouds and then to reform into stars, the life cycle of stars. How planetary systems form, because what we learned studying in detail is that when stars like this form, the stellar material circling that star forms at about the same time and planets form at about the same time. So incredibly scientifically rich. But it also shows something that before Hubble we didn't really, I think, appreciate, which is that the universe is a more beautiful and dynamic place than we ever imagined. Just this could be a piece of modern art, you know, that would sell for, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars at, you know, at an auction, if some famous artist had painted it. But yet this is nature, and we see this all over the universe. And the Hubble has been the primary mechanism by which we have, you know, been able to show people around the world the wonder and awe of the universe, the beauty and richness in the universe. Next slide. This is an image of the aft flight deck of the space shuttle. You can see the Hubble Space Telescope out the windows. And 11 years ago, I was on orbit on the space shuttle with my crew. I'll introduce them in a moment. And one of the items we got to bring with us was a replica of Galileo's telescope. And it just shows that in, you know, roughly 500 years, how far, you know, humanity has come from, you know, somebody taking a telescope, Galileo, and observing the skies with it, to the Hubble Space Telescope, and being able to build a space shuttle to go up to space to be able to service that Hubble Space Telescope, and how much we've learned. I mean, it's really incredible that, you know, just in the last 100 years, from Edwin Hubble observing on a 94-inch telescope to the Hubble Space on a 100-inch telescope to the Hubble Space Telescope, which is only about 94 inches across, that we've been able to put together a story of the origin of the universe, a Big Bang, to the expansion of the universe, to the formation of galaxies, of black holes, of planetary systems, all the way through the formation and evolution of the Earth in just 100 years is pretty incredible, using, you know, observatories like the Hubble Space Telescope. Next slide. The Hubble Space Telescope is not a particularly large telescope by astronomical standards. It's 2.4 meters across. If you'll hit the next button, The stats will come up. It weighs about 25,000 pounds. But by being above the atmosphere, we get a clear view of the universe. The atmosphere makes things look fuzzy because the atmosphere is moving. As well, certain types of light, ultraviolet light, for instance, don't make it down to the surface of the Earth. And so we just can't see it. There aren't ultraviolet telescopes on mountaintops because the ultraviolet light doesn't make it through our atmosphere. And so the Hubble's perch in orbit gives it an unfair advantage over big telescopes on the ground, but that's okay. They work together, for us to learn about astronomy. The Hubble Space Telescope, as I said, has been up there for about 30 years. And, we use the word Hubble as a kind of superlative. So when we talk about, the Hubble of particle accelerators or the Hubble of, cars or things like that, we mean, the best thing possible. Next slide. Using that word, though, we forget about Hubble's its infancy, when it first got to orbit. This is one of many cartoons that appeared early in Hubble's history. And it says first photos from the Hubble. And there's a picture of a distorted moon, looks kind of like a peanut, Jupiter, Saturn. And then if you were to turn the Hubble down on the ground, you would see very angry taxpayers. And that's because when Hubble was launched and they took the first images, astronomers realized that something was horribly wrong. And it was determined pretty quickly that the mirror had something called spherical aberration. And what that means is that the prescription of the mirror, think of, wearing glasses, was slightly incorrect and the images were fuzzy. Fortunately, by interrogating the images, astronomers and optical engineers were able to figure out what that wrong prescription was and fix it. And so on the first servicing mission in 1993, the crew brought up contact lenses in effect. In fact, they were mirrors, but that doesn't matter. The mirror corrected the spherical aberration. And ever since then, we think of Hubble as the greatest thing ever. Next. So as I said, 11 years ago, I was on orbit with this crew. The crew is commanded by Scott Altman. It was his fourth mission. He's an aerospace engineer and a Navy captain. He was the commander on the mission, and he had flown also with me in 2002 to the Hubble Space Telescope, so he was a Hubble veteran. To his right is Megan MacArthur. It was her first flight. She's an oceanographer and an astronaut, obviously, and she was our robotic arm operator and flight engineer. Of course, to her right is myself on my fifth mission, my third mission to the Hubble Space Telescope. My spacewalking partner, Drew Feustel, to my right, was on his first flight, and he's a geologist, exploration geologist. He's still active in the astronaut corps and returned last year from the International Space Station. To Scott Altman's left is Greg Johnson, an aeronautical engineer and also a Navy captain. And he is now at Blue Origin, and he was our pilot. To his left is Mike Good, Air Force Colonel, flight test engineer on his first flight, also at Blue Origin now. And he was a spacewalking partner with somebody you probably have heard of, Mike Massimino, Astro Mike, if you follow him on Twitter. And he was on his second flight. He flew with me as well in 2002. So we had a mix of Hubble experience and first-time flyers, but you wouldn't know it on orbit. Everybody did just really well, getting to orbit, training, and fixing the Hubble. Next slide. Once we had to launch. This was the first time I'd been on a day launch. My previous 4 missions had been night launches, so that was a different experience. But still, the ride to orbit is incredibly dynamic. Really a pretty exciting thing to do. And we flew after the tragic loss of Columbia. And by not going to the space station, we didn't have a rescue option to hang out at the space station. So there was actually a second shuttle on the other launch pad, just in case something happened. Theoretically, they could come to rescue us. I think mostly it was to show that, NASA was doing something just in case something went wrong rather than just ignoring the risk. But nevertheless, we had that sort of in the background. Of course, once we got to orbit safely, they turned that around to prepare it for the next station mission as we were safely on orbit. Once we got to orbit, we had to chase down the Hubble Space Telescope. Next slide. And so here's Scott Altman actually manually flying the space shuttle up underneath the Hubble Space Telescope as we got closer and closer. And his job was to get us right next to the Hubble and with the shuttle basically motionless compared to the Hubble Space Telescope so that Megan MacArthur, next slide, could reach out with the robotic arm and grab the Hubble. And what I find really fascinating sociologically is when I trained on the robotic arm, we actually had a large hydraulic arm in Houston that I could drive around and practice with. And when Megan trained, we had switched everything to computer simulators, meaning basically she trained how to grab Hubble in a computer game and did it over and over again. So when we got to orbit, it was the first time she got to fly the robotic arm to grab the Hubble Space Telescope, pick your number, $8 billion international resource exploring the universe, one of a kind. And if she bumped it accidentally instead of grabbing it, it would go floating off and we probably wouldn't be able to get it back. So just from safety and power and other things. So she had a lot of focus and she did a great job. Next slide. She successfully grabbed the Hubble Space Telescope. And with that, we put the Hubble into the payload bay of the shuttle. And this is kind of a window with a view, which all of us, who are inside from COVID-19, I hope you look out the window and realize there is an outdoors there. And in space, this is one of the overhead windows on the space shuttle, giving you a view of planet Earth. Once we had the Hubble, the next day we were ready to do our spacewalks. Next slide. And this is what I really love, is to get into a spacesuit and go outside. And I think you can see, hopefully, that I have a big smile on my face. And anytime I'm outside in the spacesuit, and almost all the time in space, I have that silly grin on my face because it is just so special. And here, if you look in my helmet, you can see the Earth reflected in my visor. And behind me is the space shuttle wing. To the left is some of the gear that we bring up to service the Hubble Space Telescope. And the amazing spacesuit. The spacesuit is really a full spaceship in itself. In the backpack, of course, there's oxygen. There's a backup oxygen supply. There's batteries. There's a little canister to absorb carbon dioxide as I exhale. And of course, a helmet. And so you get the wonderful view out just the piece of plastic on the helmet. The helmet has cameras, so you can see what people inside the shuttle and on the ground can see what we're looking at and working on. There's helmet lights with high and low beams, and the batteries are so good now we just leave those on all the time. And then in front of me is my tool belt, and everything on that tool belt has to have a tether, so you don't lose anything. Because if a tool floats away, that'd be really bad. Not to mention that you wouldn't have the tool to fix something, but eventually that's going to re-enter, and you wouldn't want it to hit that high-flying airplane we call the International Space Station. So we were trained if we let go of a tool to say, look out below. But fortunately, on none of my Hubble missions, and we really trained this hard, we didn't lose a single tool or object out of the space shuttle. Next slide. Now, one of the reasons I was so happy is on this first spacewalking day, our job was to change out the Wide Field Camera 2 that was put on in 1993 and replace it with the super duper Wide Field Camera 3. And it sounds like one upgrade, but Wide Field Camera 3 incorporates the best detectors, the best cameras that were available in 2009, and in fact are still pretty much state of the art. And it had two channels. Visual channel, like what we see, and an infrared channel. So really a major advance for Hubble, something that really promised to explore new realms. And one of the easiest tasks that we do on Hubble. I mean, there were 2 bolts you loosen, you pull it out, you put the new camera in, you tighten the 2 bolts, and you're done. So I was pretty happy that we were heading out, you know, to go put in this new camera, revolutionize astronomy. And when Drew went to loosen the bolt, he couldn't get it loose. It was too tight. And we really sweated that for a long time. And I was thinking, this is the one time I've been out spacewalking and I was not smiling. I thought, I cannot believe we came all this way. You know, that the Hubble project was canceled, that we got it back, that we survived launch, you know, we got to orbit, you know, and now we can't get the old camera out. And, you know, fortunately, the ground gave us the go for Drew to apply a little elbow grease beyond what torque was normally allowed, and he was able to loosen the bolt. But it was tense for a little while. So that's a picture of Drew Feustel on the end of the robotic arm, playing with a wrench, and I'm floating on the telescope to his left, not smiling, until we can get that old camera out and the new one in. But fortunately, we were able to do that with the help of the ground and a little bit of elbow grease from Drew. Next slide. We also replaced the optical correction device. I talked about contact lenses. Well, this is actually the box that held the contact lenses. This is the COSTAR instrument, which is the Corrective Optics Space Telescope Axial Replacement. COSTAR is a much easier way to say it, that had those contact lenses, so it wasn't quite as simple. But we were able to remove that because all the new instruments have that correction incorporated into their own optics. And so we were able to take that out and put in a new instrument called the Cosmic Origin Spectrograph, which is up on orbit now, working great. You can also see that Drew has a death ray laser on his sidearm, that thing with the long tube, as part of Space Force investigations early on. But actually, that's a power tool that's basically a power screwdriver. And it's something that Hubble Space Telescope Project pioneered. It's now widely used on the ground. It's called a line tool or a wire tool. But that's our general purpose screwdriver wrench. And it's used on basically every station spacewalk now. And so Hubble has been a pioneer for space tools as well. The other thing you notice is that that box looks very big, and it is, and it weighs about 800 pounds. So I convinced Drew to go to the gym every day for a year to lift weights, so he'd be able to lift that thing, which is pretty silly because it's free floating, as is everything. So it has no weight in space, but in fact, it does have mass. And so not like mass amino, but it has, you know, physical mass. And you have to be very strong in the spacesuit to be able to handle big objects like that, because one, the spacesuit provides a lot of resistance. Just to do a bicep curl or something, you know, it's like lifting a 30-pound barbell. And if you get a big box like that moving too fast, you got to be strong enough to stop it, or it'll slip right out of your hands. One thing is move very slowly, but you have to be pretty strong. So spacewalking is actually very much an athletic event. Next slide. We also put in a new fine guidance sensor. We changed the batteries on Hubble. We changed the gyroscopes. We changed some thermal insulation. You know, all kinds of upgrades and repairs to the Hubble Space Telescope, such that when we left it in 2009, Hubble was not only state of the art in terms of scientific instruments, with all of the instruments working, it was also upgraded so that it would have hopefully a very long lifetime. Now, our warranty was 5 years, labor included, and that expired quite a long time ago. But I'm happy to say that, you know, everything on Hubble is working well, and we still have a full complement of working gyros. Knock on wood, you know, Hubble can last, you know, another 5 or 10 years on orbit. Next slide. So once we were done playing outside, Megan was able to grab the Hubble again, lift it out of the payload bay, everything working, everything fixed, and let go of it so that we could back out from underneath it with Scott Altman at the controls. Next slide. And so we saw Hubble drifting off into the distance behind us, getting smaller and smaller until we couldn't see it anymore. And Hubble has been on its journey ever since. Next slide. The question is, did we fix the Hubble or did we break the Hubble? And this is just an example that says, we fixed the Hubble, and this is an image that's called the Hubble Ultra Deep Field. You've probably seen a picture called the Deep Field, but the Ultra Deep Field is with this new camera. And other than, a couple of stars that are in our own galaxy, and you can see those because they have the little crosses, diffraction patterns coming out from them. I see 2 stars in this image that are in our own galaxy. Everything else in this picture, every speck that you see is a whole galaxy with tens to hundreds of billions of stars. In the original deep field picture, Hubble could see about 3,000 galaxies. There were over 10,000 galaxies in this one picture. And this picture, is, smaller than your pinky. If you were to hold your pinky at arm's length up at the sky, your pinky nail, this picture is an area of the sky smaller than that. And so it's really incredible when you think about, here we are on planet Earth orbiting a rather ordinary small star, very quiet star, in a solar system with, 8 + 1 planets. And, that one star in our galaxy is 1 in 400 billion in our extended galaxy. And there are, just billions and billions of other stars and galaxies out there. And think of how many other Earths are out there, and it's just mind-boggling. There must be many. Next slide. A little closer to home, when I was growing up, one of my favorite constellations was the constellation Orion. And if you look at Orion, it's easy to identify Orion's belt with 3 stars, and then there's a sword that are 3 stars. But actually, that middle star in the sword is not a star at all. It's this star-forming region, or a very bright region of gas and dust, where some of that gas and dust is collapsing and baby stars are being born. And this is what it looks like through the Hubble Space Telescope. And again, this looks like an amazing abstract art creation, maybe from an airbrush artist, but this is real nature. This is what it would look like if you had the sensitivity of the Hubble Space Telescope and a little bit wider spectrum that our eyes could see. Really incredible. And we've been able to study this in great detail, to look at stars, that have just turned on from collapsing gas and dust until it heats up enough that fusion starts. Next slide. Of course, the Hubble doesn't just look at distant things, it also looks at close things. And this is a series of images that were taken by the Hubble, stacked on top of each other. And we have captured in each of those images the moon of Mars Phobos as it moves along in its orbit. But it also shows us that, we think of most planets as being very different from Earth, but here we can see that, there's high-level clouds on Mars. And it just reminds us that Mars has, even though it's a thin atmosphere, has a carbon dioxide atmosphere that has a lot of other components, including trace amounts of oxygen and water vapor. These are not only carbon dioxide clouds, but water clouds. And we have actually seen snow on Mars from our Mars explorers. And you can see that there's different weather patterns. And of course, this is the southern hemisphere winter. We can't see the ice cap at the South Pole in this image just because of the angle. But Mars is a dynamic planet with seasons and weather. Someplace I'd like to go, and I know lots of you on the viewing probably would like to go too. And Hubble has been able to study dust storms and weather and climate patterns on Mars now for 30 years, and we will continue to do so. Next slide. Well, what's up in the future? That's something we'd all like to know. And one of those things that's getting closer to launch, we're now, about a year from launch, is the James Webb Space Telescope. And it's going to be amazing observing Mars. That's going to be just really incredible, and the rest of the universe. So I wanted to put in a plug for James Webb Space Telescope. I think all the the pieces have been put together and they're buttoning it up, getting ready to send it to the launch pad for launch on our Ariane 5 next year. There are some interruptions due to COVID-19, but hopefully we get off next year and we can start observing soon thereafter. Next slide. So that's the Hubble story. The Hubble Space Telescope is still very much alive. The story is still evolving. And I like to say that perhaps the most incredible discovery from the Hubble Space Telescope hasn't been made yet and will be made in the future. So Matt, over to you.
Thank you, John. I am so glad that you had those gorgeous images to share with us. Also because in the middle of those, I lost my network connection and was, thank goodness, able to get back on. So the Hubble has been a good deal more reliable than my internet this morning. The science that is still being delivered by the Hubble. I mean, we could spend not just this hour, but hours and hours going through thousands of iconic images. I mean, I've been in the office of a senator who had the deep field on his wall. Everybody knows the towers of the pillars of creation, right? It's endless, and they're all gorgeous. It says something about, I think, not just the contributions that the Hubble has made to science, but also to the public's appreciation of science. And I mean the public around the world, not just in the United States. Did everyone realize how important Hubble, the contribution that it would make in that area as well, that it would become, as I said, probably the most famous scientific instrument of all time?
Well, Hubble, I don't want to make it sound like a cult, but Hubble really may well be, by almost any metric, the most productive scientific instrument humans have ever created to date. And again, I credit the amazing engineers who designed it, the ability of astronauts to go up and service it, that longevity has allowed us to unravel the mysteries of the universe as much as it has. I don't think it was well appreciated how Hubble would share that wonder and awe of the universe with the general public. And that's because before Hubble, we didn't really know how beautiful the universe is. We hadn't had that experience. The best images on the ground did show, incredibly colorful, fuzzy objects. But it's when you have the resolution of the human eyeball or better on the universe that you start to go, wow, that's really beautiful. That has depth, that inspires us to think about the universe we live in a way that we never thought before. I think most people before that thought, yeah, the universe is filled with stars, little points of light, and some planets. And the planets are interesting, but not the beauty that we see with the Hubble Space Telescope.
With all of that work you did for NASA, I mean, you followed that with a stint at another organization that everybody knows, the Hubble, but they may not know one of the organizations behind it, the Space Telescope Science Institute, where you were deputy director. Could you say something about what the Institute does and the role it's played, not just with the Hubble, but with many telescopes around that are above our heads, a lot of other great observatories?
Absolutely. And in fact, that's the incredible vision of a man named Riccardo Giacconi, who was the person who really put together with a team the concept of having an institute dedicated to operating a great observatory, the Hubble Space Telescope, but providing support for the scientific community to use the telescope. The traditional model is whoever can get the most money together builds a telescope, and the people who are at the institution, like the University of California or Caltech or someplace like that, they get to use the telescope, and if they're really nice, they let other people use the telescope. And the Hubble Space Telescope has been called the People's Telescope. Almost anybody in the audience today can propose to use the Hubble Space Telescope. The challenge is, if you have to learn how to operate the instruments on the Hubble and calibrate the data and remove the effect of cosmic rays, and understand how to command and what filters to use and so on, the technical detail, it would be very challenging. And so Riccardo Giacconi's vision was that there would be a group of people, and they called it the Space Telescope Science Institute, that would operate the telescope and would also support users by performing those calibration activities, removing the cosmic rays, fixing the defects in the detectors, all the behind the scenes stuff that's really very tedious and would have to be replicated over and over and over again by every scientist. Instead, the institute, provides the research support so the astronomers can concentrate on the science. And this was at the time revolutionary, and there was a lot of pushback, and it took a lot of convincing, and was done long before the telescope was launched. And so it was a grand experiment. Build a telescope, that anybody can propose to use, and a research institute to support those scientists. And it has been an extraordinary success. It's one of the reasons why Hubble produces more than 2 scientific peer-reviewed publications a day, because the scientists can concentrate on the science. And so if myself as an observer, personally, I'm using the Hubble Space Telescope on a project with Bill Sparks at SETI Institute to observe plumes of water around the moon Europa around Jupiter, with the Hubble Space Telescope. And if we have a technical question, we call up one of the supporting people and they help us solve it. We don't have to figure it out on our own. And so the Space Telescope Science Institute was that experiment, extraordinarily successful. It will also be used to control and manage the science program for the James Webb Space Telescope. But because of its success, it was also replicated for the Spitzer infrared telescope. And at IPAC at Caltech, they have a mini Space Telescope Science Institute. When the Europeans decided to build the most powerful ground-based observatory ever, called the VLT, it's actually 4 telescopes that they operate in the Southern Hemisphere. They built a telescope institute to manage that the same way of the space telescopes. So now in Europe, observers don't have to learn about how to use the telescope. They propose for the time, it's selected, and they have people down at the telescope who perform the observations for them, although they can go, and help them with all of the use of the instruments. The Atacama Large Millimeter Array, a radio telescope, uses that model. So that's been replicated now and is the standard model for how to do science, at least in the astronomical realm. And very often there are studies done to try and replicate that. For instance, the CASIS Institute for the International Space Station, they tried to build a model like that. It's such different science and different application. It's had a lot of troubles, but people try and replicate now the Space Telescope Science experience elsewhere because of its great success.
Definitely a part of the Hubble's legacy, along with the Institute itself. We're going to be getting to questions from you folks who have joined us for this Explore Mars event in just a couple of moments. They are, as expected, coming in pretty rapidly. We'll get to as many as we can. We do have to end on the hour today because John has another commitment. But we'll collect those and Explore Mars will hang on to them, and hopefully we'll be able to do something with those questions that we don't get to. I got, I've got a lot of them.
I'm happy to work with you and Chris Carberry to try and answer those by other means after the call.
That's terrific. Thank you. That's very generous. I got just one more for you. You're an astrophysicist. You have often worked outside of the range of visible light in the electromagnetic spectrum. And as you said, the Hubble goes a little bit into the infrared, a little bit into the ultraviolet, but other instruments like Spitzer and as far out as X-rays, right, Chandra, and cosmic rays, these advantages of working across the electromagnetic spectrum from space, this is just going to continue, right? I mean, we're not, you mentioned JWST, but the future for astronomy from space, in space, is pretty bright, isn't it?
I think we are, folks talk about budget challenges and, we can't do this mission and we can't do all the missions, and that's true. But I really believe that we are entering a truly golden age of astronomy and astrophysics and our knowledge of the universe, in that, we do still have Hubble. We're about to launch James Webb Space Telescope that opens up a whole new realm where we haven't explored very much yet at the high resolution and in the spectroscopy and breaking the light into its component parts. So James Webb will really be, like having another Hubble in a new realm. But at the same time, we're opening up, different areas. I think the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, which is a radio telescope array, international project, is the Hubble of radio astronomy. The first flight has already occurred, but the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope on the island of Maui in Hawaii is the Hubble Space Telescope of solar astronomy, and is going to give us the most detailed views of our own star, and teach us probably more about stellar astrophysics than much of what's happened, because now we can see things at the scale of the magnetic fields on the photosphere of the sun and study that. We're about to build something called the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope that's going to scan the whole sky every few days, and is going to be able to look at transient phenomena that we've never had access to. And a whole host of other observatories, not the least of which is, we're now entering for the first time in human history the realm of gravitational wave astronomy. And the general topic is multi-messenger astronomy. This is one of the things that Hubble pioneered, is working with Hubble and Spitzer and Chandra, all of the great observatories, to put together the story about how things work in space. And it's only getting better as time goes on.
A bright future indeed. As you've demonstrated brilliantly, Hubble was built to be serviceable. We're getting questions from a number of our viewers, Patrick Harper, Andrew Planet, that I'll try and consolidate a little bit, asking about, like, JWST, will it be serviceable? I happen to know, no, it won't be, largely because it's going to be far away. But do you, in general, see that as a lesson for the future, that we should be building these great instruments and other things in space? I mean, the ISS is an example, so that humans can go out there and upgrade them and repair them.
Well, I have a slight twist on that, which is, yes, I actually think that, when we invest billions of dollars in an observatory, not just a simple experiment, but something that's multi-purpose and we want to last a long time, that it ought to be serviceable. And that decision on James Webb was made very early on. And there are a number of reasons why that decision was made. One of which is James Webb Space Telescope's going, almost 1 million miles away from Earth, and it was imagined, well, nobody could get out there. But the other part of it is it's a cryogenic telescope and very delicate. To be able to be, half, the mass of Hubble, you had to make a lot of trades in a very lightweight telescope. And it turns out that, especially the sunshade that James Webb Space Telescope has to block the sunlight and earthshine from the telescope so that it can cool down, is extremely delicate. And so if you were to try and approach it, say, with the space shuttle, which could never get out there anyway, but just the plumes from the little rockets that slow us down would probably cause that sunshade to fold up, and that would destroy the telescope. So its inherent design is not serviceable, and it was never intended to be. But I think future spacecraft should be, and in fact, Congress agrees with that. They actually put into an authorization act of NASA that future observatories, they have to consider servicing. And as an example, the Wide Field Infrared Space Telescope that's currently being designed is being designed to be serviced, but not necessarily by humans. For simple things, robots are perfectly good at, turning a bolt, removing something, putting a new object in, and turning the bolt again. And WFIRST will also be 1 million miles away near James Webb. And so it's perfectly appropriate that a robot could go out and put new batteries in, or change out a scientific instrument, or even better, refuel it so it has a longer lifetime. And I think a combination of those modes is what you want. If something is dull or really dirty or very dangerous, let's send a robot. And robotics is making enormous strides We're going to launch a mission, was called Restore L, now it's called OSAM-1, to go refuel a satellite in just a couple of years. And it has robotic arms, and it's going to demonstrate, building things. So I think we're going to see on-orbit assembly and servicing take on a bigger and bigger role, as time goes on, as we have more capability. And certainly, if we're going to go to Mars, we're going to want to assemble a spaceship first to go to Mars in. And so we need to learn how to do that, as we did by assembling the International Space Station. On the outside of the International Space Station, we routinely use the robotic arm to replace components with no spacewalking at all. The ground controls it.
And of course, we're only a couple of months away now from the next smart robot headed to the surface of Mars, Perseverance. Here's a tough one for you, John. As we head into the last few minutes we've got here, we'll see how many more of these we can get through during the hour. This is from Jesse, who's an 11-year-old student in Virginia. Did John ever make a mistake in your maintenance of the work and upgrades of the Hubble Space Telescope that caused any kinds of issues? I mean, anything that ever happened up there that you kicked yourself about?
So there's two ways to answer that, and thanks for that question. If you look, I don't know if my hand, the way the zoom works, it makes my hand disappear. But if you look at the end of the Hubble Space Telescope, on the left side of my picture, there's a little white dome on the very back of the telescope. And that's called the low gain antenna protective cover. It's a fiberglass cover. And that cover is there so that if an astronaut is out spacewalking on the Hubble, like me, if you bump into it, you don't damage the low gain antenna, which is very delicate. And actually on our mission, we did 5 spacewalks, and Drew and I, were highly trained. We did 3 of those 5 spacewalks, and we pretty much went through all 3 spacewalks, doing everything we were supposed to do and a little bit more, and we didn't make any significant mistakes. And at the very end, the top of my helmet bumped into that antenna after I'd taken the protective cover off, and broke the tip off of it, which is another protective cover, which we grabbed the floating away tip. Drew captured that, but we had to go back out. I had to go back out and put that antenna cover on. And I kind of think it was destiny, because the people who managed the operations of the telescope had to manage the temperature of that antenna all the time because it would overheat. And when we put the protective cover back on, which was not intended to be left on the telescope, their thermal problems went away because the outside of that cover is white, and now they don't have to manage that anymore. And it really didn't affect the transmission at all. So I kind of think like Hubble reached out and wanted that.
Well, Jesse, we're only human and space is hard. And because we're human, we have the smarts and the ability to recover from things like this, as you just heard. Here's a question that came in actually before we started the hour from Mike Helton. Let's see, he's talking about, well, he's got a couple here actually. He's wondering about preserving the Hubble and why there isn't consideration for NASA to boost it into a higher orbit for storage for 100 years or more for future generations, because it'll gain in value over time, he says. I mean, is there any thought about the distant future, hopefully distant future of Hubble when it finally is no longer operational?
Well, like all satellites in low Earth orbit, and Hubble is orbiting about 600 kilometers above us, there is some atmospheric drag. And so over time, Hubble will slowly spiral in to our Earth's atmosphere. And it's currently estimated, because our sun has been incredibly quiet, that sometime in the mid-2030s, there'll be enough atmospheric drag on the solar panels and on Hubble that it won't be able to be an operable observatory anymore, even if everything is working on it. The atmospheric drag will cause enough disturbances. To cover that eventuality, inevitable eventuality, there is on the books a mission to Hubble, probably robotic, to install a deorbit module, which is a little rocket motor that will deliberately target Hubble into the Pacific Ocean so it doesn't hurt anybody. There's no reason why you couldn't use that same robotic mission and motor to send Hubble up to a much higher orbit, and it wouldn't take much more altitude to put it in 1,000 or 10,000 year orbit. The atmospheric drag drops off very quickly. And then it could be sort of a museum piece in space. Now, that's not without risk. First of all, you're deferring the problem to later generations, but I hope our space exploration plans are such that, you know, space travel becomes routine by 10,000 years from now, you know, given our progress to date. If not, we're in big trouble for other reasons. But boosting Hubble does defer that problem to later, and there's always the risk of a satellite-satellite collision. You know, Hubble doesn't have any propulsion to move away from an oncoming object. And so anything you leave in space is a potential problem from space debris and things hitting it. So that is a concern. But there's no reason you couldn't boost it to a higher orbit. That's a policy decision.
Be nice to see it sticking around as long as the pyramids for our descendants to marvel at. We're really out of time. I do apologize that we weren't able to get to a lot more questions, but there's one more that I want to squeeze in because it's from 8-year-old Zoe in Colorado Springs, who says, by the time I'm a grown-up and working with space telescopes, what kind of telescopes will I be working on if James Webb is then 30 years old? And she says, thank you, John. What's way out there beyond? What would you like to see 30, 40, 50 years away in space doing science for us?
Well, thanks for that question, Zoe. And in particular, because I grew up wanting to be a scientist and then in high school wanting to be an astronomer. And I assumed, of course, that by the time I grew up and, you know, went to college, went to graduate school and became an astronomer, that all astronomers would go to space. It just seemed like, well, you know, astronomers go to mountaintops, but space is the place to be. So, you know, I wanted to be an astronaut and go to space, but I thought it would just be a natural consequence of me being an astronomer. And so really surprisingly, it worked out for me, but it's not the norm, certainly. And I hope for you that it will be, that space, although it will always be very dangerous, becomes more routine in the sense of access. And, you know, who knows, maybe if we can boost the Hubble will still be there. But my vision, my dream is that after James Webb and the things we have planned now, that we'll be bold and that we will decide to build a 16 or 20 meter telescope. And by build, I really mean build, that robots and humans will assemble it, because that's too big to put in a single rocket. That we will assemble a telescope that's big enough, and it takes 16 to 20 meters, that we will be able to look at the nearest 100 or so sun-like stars like our own sun, to observe planets around those stars that are in the habitable zone and see if anybody's home. And that takes a 16 or 20 meter telescope, much, much bigger than Hubble, a little bit bigger, you know, 2 or 3 times bigger than James Webb. And in fact, you know, one of the things I'm working on now is the technology with others at Goddard Space Flight Center, JPL, at various companies, to design the technology to assemble a telescope like that, because it's a very practical thing to do. I'm convinced that in a couple of weeks, you know, myself and a couple of other astronauts could assemble such a telescope with robotic support. We just have to make sure the technology is there, that it would actually work. And lots of people are working on that. And I think this is a kind of a extra detail, but the decadal survey for astrophysics is planning on what investments do we need to make and what do those future telescopes look like that we should start in the next decade, so that when you grow up, you can either go up and assemble that telescope or perhaps be an astronomer and use that telescope to unravel further mysteries of the universe.
What a great vision. Thank you for sharing that with us, John. Thank you for this past hour. And for that matter, for helping the Hubble to continue to share its vision for perhaps years to come. This has been as delightful, maybe more so than I expected. It is always a pleasure to talk with you. And,
and to everybody out there, please stay healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I need to get you out of here. So we will thank the rest of you for joining us as well, with the great John Grunsfeld of NASA and astronaut and other science-related fame. There is another one of these events, as you heard Chris Carberry say up front, on Thursday with Jonathan Frakes, a pretend astronaut, but one who did impressive work on Star Trek, continues to actually. Check out ExploreMars.org if you want to learn more about that upcoming event and this entire series of virtual events from Explore Mars. I want to thank everybody who's been a part of this today, all the folks like Janet Ivey, who's been feeding us questions, consolidating them, Wade Holler, who's been directing the show, and of course, Chris Carberry, the CEO of Explore Mars, who stands behind all of this. Again, I'm Matt Kaplan. I hope you'll join me for Planetary Radio, where for 17 and a half years, over 900 shows now, we've been bringing you the best of space exploration and space science. And John, I'll just say thanks once more and wish you a great and very safe, happy day.
Thank you very much, Matt. It's been a real pleasure.
Take care, everybody. Ad Astra.
Everybody, I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. Welcome to our H2M webinar series, full steam ahead, the storied partnership of space and Hollywood. Before we introduce our panelists today, I just have a couple of announcements to make. First off, we hope you'll join us next Thursday, May 28th, 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. We're going to have a special panel called The Artemis Generation, How Young Professionals Are Building the Path to the Red Planet. And it'll be a wonderful panel of young professionals, including Karina Perez, who's here today. So we hope you'll join that. We will be sending out details soon. So the registration should be up probably within the next 24 hours, and we will start publicizing it soon. So go to ExploreMars.org for more details on that soon. And since this webinar series is part of our Humans to Mars Summit series, I'd like to thank some of our Humans to Mars Summit sponsors, including Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, ULA, Paragon, NDA, the National Institute of Aerospace, the Science and Entertainment Exchange, and many, many others who we're going to highlight over the next few weeks to make sure we cover everybody who have been supporting our organization. And on that, thank you very much to people who donated to us. We hope you'll be willing to support us in the future. Any level would be appreciated. It very much helps. We can't put on these programs without your generous support. And if you're interested in sponsoring us, any of these individual sessions or the whole webinar series, please contact us at info@exploremars.org. Now to move on to our session. Today's session is going to be facilitated by Erin McDonald. Erin's an astrophysicist and a Star Trek science consultant, and she'll be interviewing our special guest, actor and director Jonathan Frakes. best known for his role as Commander Riker in Star Trek Next Generation, but also has worked on such series as The Librarians and the upcoming Nickelodeon series, The Astronauts. So Erin and Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, so I guess it's just the two of us now. We can kick it off. And the topic for today is talking about space and Hollywood and the relationship that they have. And so I think the way they've set it up is I'm representing the space and you're representing the Hollywood and how we work together.
I represent I'm the spokesperson for the paranormal.
There you go, exactly. But you know, from my perspective, working in Hollywood, I think it's one of those things where so for those people who don't sort of know my background, are here to see the excellent Jonathan Frakes. I did my background in astrophysics. I got my PhD in general relativity in gravitational waves, and left research, did teaching for a while at museums and community colleges, and then started teaching at sci-fi conventions. From that, started to meet writers, directors, and moved out to Los Angeles to work as a science consultant, which is what I do now for Star Trek. So very exciting for me personally as a sci-fi fan. But I'm curious, Jonathan, what your relationship is with science necessarily, how much interest you have in it, what your background has been, if any.
I came to it only by virtue of Commander Riker. I have come to learn and appreciate and be amazed by, ironically, my son is a scientist. He's at the University of Montana. He's a limnologist and a research biologist, and he's the scientist of the family. But I aspire to be. I'm very proud of being part of the family, and I'd like to welcome you publicly. We're thrilled to have you on the writing staff of of Discovery and Picard and Lower Decks and all things Star Trek. But my life changed, obviously, when I was hired to play Commander Riker, because it was not my genre, if you will. It was Will Wheaton's genre. He was thrilled to be on. Michael Dorn, who plays Worf, was thrilled to be on because they knew about Star Trek. I literally had to rent VHS episodes of the original series to get an idea of what the cultural phenomena I was about to be blessed with becoming part of was all about. So there's the naivete level at which I started.
And I think that's understandable. And the sci-fi genre as a whole is responsible for exposing so many people to science, that people watch science fiction for whatever reason and then are drawn to the science side of it. And you know,
then we find ourselves that we count on you and Andre Boreanaz and people who do what you do to inform the scripts. I know I wasn't, thank God, I didn't have to carry a lot of the technobabble on my show, the way Brent Spiner, who played Data, and LeVar, who plays Geordi, they were sidled with it, and Anthony Rapp on Discovery. It is, we used to call it both technobabble, and then when Michael Piller the wonderful Michael Piller wrote our show, we call it Piller Filler. But we trust to this day that us not embarrassed by what we're saying to the audience. We trust that you're having us tell the truth, which is it's a responsibility we've given you.
Yeah, which is not stressful at all. but a lot of it's an interesting relationship between storytelling and getting science right, because I think my role is not to step on what the writers want to tell, what the story is that they want to tell. My role is mostly, the most important thing is to make sure we don't get anything wrong. And
exactly.
Then if we manage to throw in some interesting facts or, you know, make it scientifically interesting somehow, then that's just icing on the cake. But in your experiences working, I think especially as a
Can you
director.
answer one question for me before we go any further?
Yeah.
Why can't we go faster?
Oh man. So faster than the speed of light. I can answer that very quickly. For people who have watched me before, they are used to this explanation. But the idea is the bowling ball on the trampoline. And if you've seen those before, if you've gone to a sci-fi or a science museum and you've looked at that analogy for gravity, that we have our universe, which is a 4-dimensional fabric of space-time. Imagine that like a trampoline. If you put a bowling ball on it, that's a mass, and that can be a star or a planet, and you can flick marbles around it, they'll orbit it. And so that's kind of how gravity works. And if that bowling ball loses mass, it doesn't dip it as much, it doesn't dip it as much. And that kind of dictates how fast you can move. Think about it like kind of crawling through water a little bit, that the heavier you are, the harder it is to move through. The lighter you are, the easier. And then when you eventually have no mass, you have flat space-time and you just coast at this fixed speed, which is the speed of light. And so because of that, we just haven't figured out how to go faster. And space is unfortunately very big. So we have to figure that out soon.
I got one more question. Well,
all right.
For right now. On the astronauts, part of the story is that we're going to loop around Venus and use Venus's gravity to return. Awesome. And in the whose movie was that where he flew up and saw his father? Didn't they also fly to Venus and use the gravity? God.
Well, they did, yeah, those gravity assists, we've seen those in The Martian, and I think we've seen those in Interstellar and, Ad Astra. Yeah, that.
Ad Astra, exactly.
That was it. That was a great movie. Yeah, no, that's awesome. And gravity assists are something that we do actually in space travel all the time. This idea that you can use the gravitational well, that trampoline, kind of as a slingshot, that you can go into it, get some energy,
and that's the very term we use. Slingshot's
awesome.
The very term we use in the script.
That's perfect, and it's great, and it's one of the things that I love because it's a leaping off point for people to understand space travel. When we want to send objects in to study comets, asteroids, planets, any of those things, using other planets and other gravitational bodies to actually gain speed, change direction, all of those. We haven't quite figured out how to go back in time by going into warp drive.
We have. Some of us have.
Right.
You violate the space-time continuum.
Right, exactly. Which is fun. Actually, that leads me to the next question I wanted to ask, because one of the things that I do is I host this sort of sci-fi club where we break down the science from sci-fi episodes that people know and love. And I always get asked about time travel because a lot of people leave episodes and they're just like, what did I just watch? So were there if you remember any episodes like that really just kind of, you walked away and you're like, I think I got it. I think I understand what happened. I'll do the lines. I get it.
I'm still trying to figure out yesterday's Enterprise.
That was one of them.
Exactly. That one, and the one where Patrick plays the flute.
Oh, the Inner Light one, man. Yeah. Parallels was another one where Worf was experiencing all the different timelines. And the one where Riker meets his doppelganger. Second Chances, the one in which Riker meets Thomas Riker. Yeah, good old Thomas. Transporter accidents for the win.
Counselor Troy, Marina Sirtis used to say that she liked Thomas better. She thought he was much cuter than Will Riker.
That's funny. Take that as you will.
Yes, exactly. And then he went to, remember when Thomas Riker went to Deep Space Nine, and Nana, Visitor, decided to leave him over at the Cardassian prison, where I gather he's still rotting in hell.
Yeah, right. That's awesome. I love those tie-ins. I love it. I would like to talk a little bit about the astronauts, because you mentioned that. That's the Nickelodeon series you're working on. So Star Trek has obviously influenced lots of people to learn more about science and get more into it. But has that changed your perspective working on a show for kids that has science themes in it, about how much that possibly impacts the viewers you're watching to want to pursue that as a career?
That inspires the whole privilege of being on Star Trek has, as you know from our experience together at the conventions, one of the great things that happens at all these cons, genre cons, comic cons, is that people will come up to meet you and are compelled to share with you, I mean, some very tragic stories, but often I am an astronaut because I have become an engineer, because I have become a psychiatrist, because I have become a mathematician, all because of Star Trek. And we were just actors on this show, but the show has influenced people for over 50 years and affected their decisions, their career decisions, their personal decisions. And it's a mantle, like keeping the science right. But we were the vessel through which these wonderful writers like Roddenberry and Ron Moore and Brandon Braga and Michael Piller, Ira Bear, the writers created characters that fans all over the world aspired to be like. I wish I was as honorable and trust and clear thinking as Riker. And there's a certain, I mean, it's a little bit of a cliche, but it is Roddenberry's vision of the future that is so optimistic that I think is helping, especially during this kind of madness. So my policy with kids is that they're not, I treat actors, and kids will either get it. Young actors are very smart, and so the idea of treating them differently has never been part of my approach. But this particular show, because it's it's made by Imagine Kids and Family and Nickelodeon. And Nickelodeon, who I had worked for before on Clock Stoppers, their whole premise, game plan, is to provide aspirational entertainment. So these young guys, kids who are about 12 and 13, end up literally in space. And I suspect it will be quite aspirational.
That's awesome. I think that's really cool. And for me personally, I didn't get into Star Trek until much later. That wasn't a motivator for me to get into science, but I did grow up watching a redheaded woman fight aliens with science on the X-Files.
Yes, you did.
And Dana Scully was
right
100. Okay. Dana Scully was like 110% exactly who I wanted to be. And I think like that's the important thing that we wanted to point out in this panel, is the power of entertainment and science fiction to be able to inspire people to get more into science. So while we're waiting for Mr. Frakes to return, there are a few questions here. I think most of them are for Mr. Frakes, but one I wanted to answer came in from Kevin Collard here, asking about how our society has been improved by NASA in many ways. What, if anything, has Hollywood learned the most from past sci-fi feature films? And will there ever be a sci-fi film shot in real space? I just did a quick question while you were gone.
Well, I just answered a question that I'm often asked.
Yeah.
Where do you go to the bathroom on the Enterprise?
Yeah, exactly.
Off camera.
Off camera. Exactly. That was like always the joke that I have to answer is like, how does the Heisenberg compensator work on the transporters? And it's very well. Thank you for asking.
Thanks for asking.
So, Oh, I think I lost you for a second. What did you say?
I said, and the other rhetorical question that we answer or have to answer is, what does it feel like to beam out or to beam in?
Yeah, exactly. One of the things I did when I worked at a museum is we had like a Mars diorama set up where we would dress up as astronauts and go on and work on the surface of Mars, and we were mic'd up so we could talk to kids. And
you are such a nerd your whole life.
It's a delight, let me tell you. I just living the best life. And but the kids would always ask, how do you go to the bathroom? Yeah. And our response was always, oh wait, I just did. Yeah. And they lose their brains.
They love it.
Exactly. So it's fabulous. But yeah, so kind of talking about your time directing, and we touched on the technobabble a little bit, but one of the things that I've done, not for Star Trek yet, but for other sci-fi shows, is be on set to work as a sort of the dialogue coach, essentially, for actors. Is there a way that you've found to work with the actors to try to make the technical dialogue, the technobabble, sound as real as possible?
Generally, Brent always comes to mind when I am talking about this. We all on our show, on Next Gen, Patrick set such a high bar for preparation that no one dared come on the set, as I'm sure you've seen. Sometimes actors come on the set and they've still got their sides, they haven't really learned their lines, and that just didn't fly, no pun intended, on our show. You showed up, you were ready to work, you had your day's work in here, and as a result, we played more. As I'm sure you've heard, it was a pretty raucous place to work, and it drove some directors insane. Yeah. But it was that way only because we were so over-prepared in terms of what we were going to say, and in terms of the technobabble. Brent not only had learned the technobabble, but had to learn it without any contractions, because Data never spoke with a contraction. And because he's a smart man, he and LeVar as well made it sound as if they knew what the hell they were talking about. Yeah. And that's a credit, again, to the writers. So we always trusted you to sort out what occasionally we do in grammatically or syntax with the grammar or the syntax, but the science, we trusted that if we spoke the words as they were written with the intention that we believed was there, it would become understandable and therefore serve the story. Also, if you get bogged down in the science, you've lost track of everything. The other truth about any show is you really care about the characters and you care about the relationship.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the things that I learned working in Hollywood and now sort of transitioning to be more present in the writer's room and doing more writing myself, is the importance of keeping the first thing to get cut is the technobabble, because we don't really need to know. If it serves the story, if you can just get the base thing across, then that's fine. And so learning how to condense it, not be so attached to it, which I think is something that all writers and actors have to learn to let go, which is hard.
You have to learn. As they told me when I was directing Insurrection and had spent days shooting beautiful helicopter shots and drone tracking shots through the woods of the Baku, and all this stuff got cut out. John Goldwyn, who was the vice president of Paramount at the time, said, sometimes you just got to kill your children. It's a horrible term, but
that's how it's so deep, and you do get so attached to it, and then to just it's something we emotionally deal with all the time. But for me,
the good writers, which I'm sure you will be, the good writers find a way for their work not to be too precious.
Right, absolutely. And giving options and working with people and trying to be more collaborative too, I think makes it feel less possessive, that you're able to put stuff out there and build something great together. But
you're here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there were a couple other points that I wanted to ask before we sort of transition into the question period. I think we've touched on a lot of great stuff so far. For you personally, do you get people who come up to you? You know, you mentioned that you have Brent and LeVar get approached at conventions all the time. I actually, really quick, I did. So even though I came into Star Trek later, I came into Star Trek in my undergraduate studies because the Venn diagram of physicists and Star Trek fans is pretty big. And so that's when I first got introduced to it. But then I fell in love when I was in college, when I went to graduate school, because I was by my own. I moved to Scotland. I didn't know anyone. And I started watching Voyager, and I really attached myself to Captain Janeway. And she became this de facto mentor for me that I didn't have in a physics department in a country that I didn't really know anyone. So I dedicated my thesis to Captain Janeway. And when I was speaking at a convention, this is years later, I was as a guest speaking, and Kate was there, and I had an opportunity, and I was like, all right, I'm just going to stand in line. I got my thesis in my hand. And I'm going to show it.
Oh, great. So you told her and you got it signed by her?
I did. And I felt a little bit bad because it was a bit of a blindside where it was like, here's my PhD dissertation and there's your character's name, and would you sign it, please? And she was, couldn't be more gracious and honored, deeply honored. And but I can't personally, I have only had interactions like that a couple times with people having been inspired by the stuff I've done. So do you have any stories like that, or has that ever happened to you particularly?
It has. It happens every time we go to a convention. Some are more, as I mentioned earlier, some people tell you stories that the only time that their father was ever kind to them was when they sat down and watched Star Trek. There's a lot of PTSD survivors from the war who have claimed that watching reruns of the show helped them through losing their legs. There's a massive amount of positive energy that comes out of the whole Star Trek oeuvre, if you will. And there's a certain, I don't know if it's because they feel the access, because they know us as the character, but there's the wall comes down very, very easily when they come up to you, and they are prepared to share what is essentially a very intimate story. Certainly the positive ones about they're all positive, but the ones where they've chosen their career based on the entertainment that they watched as a child it's quite powerful, really.
Yeah, and I think we talk, the title for this panel was Full Steam Ahead, which is awesome. And but STEAM has become more of the discussion topic, where we talk about STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and then adding arts in there to make it STEAM. I think there's a certain power that art has to influence and to influence technology and to influence people's lives. And those stories that you're telling about people sharing heartbreaking stories, but that end up being inspiring because they had the arts, finding ways to then tie in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and particularly inspire a new generation, I think is really powerful. And that's what makes me so excited about Star Trek continuing on, is that we now have generations.
And isn't it sad that the first thing to cut out of any educational curriculum is the arts?
Yeah.
Which may have been the single easiest pathway to all of the other parts of the acronym.
Absolutely. And as from a scientist who's moved into the arts, and there's so much that we study about, you know, the biology in our brains and how the art and the science play with each other, that there's a lot of scientists who are deeply artistic, creative people, and being able to have both of those coexist, I think, is really, really important. That's why I'm always curious for people who come on the creative side, how much exposure they have to science, how much interest they have in it, because I think that there is some predisposition to it, but it usually has to do with education.
Yes. Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Well put, Erin.
Thank you. So I think, are we good to take some questions from people? We have a lot coming in here.
Sure, let's do it.
All right. So first up, we have Caleb Dorsch asked the question, "Hi, Jonathan. I am a high school science teacher. Which science class in high school was the toughest for you? And as a follow-up, what science class would you have a second chance at now that you've been able to experience science on Star Trek?"
That's a really good question. I like the hands-on aspect of chemistry. I really liked having stuff to do. So, and I know that's a horrible, simplistic approach to what was, but I also, in math, I felt the same way. I really liked geometry. There was, and even algebra and then calculus just let me engage. I was gone. But I like biology and I like chemistry. I like stuff. I like where you could grow stuff or you could measure stuff.
Yeah.
I sound like a 10-year-old.
No, it's that 10-year-old, you know what, that 10-year-old never leaves us. This is what I always say, especially space and dinosaurs. You get anyone talking about space or dinosaurs, they revert to a 10-year-old, and that's the best part about it. But it's interesting you mentioned calculus. For me, I think that math is so hard for so many people and is a driving force for people to leave the sciences. And I think a lot of that has to do with how it's taught, and that math has to be taught like a language, that you build on it and there is more you can do with it. And you have to be able to see the awesome power that mathematics has. But it's like you imagine taking a foreign language and you conjugate verbs for 15 years and that's all you do.
Yeah,
and you
instead
never
of learning
get
how
to
to
use
speak.
it. Yeah, it's really hard. Was there any, so you did have an interest in chemistry, the hand tactile stuff. Squishy things.
My experience with any of my classes all the way through college was that my father was an English professor for 50 years. The class was secondary to the teacher. The teacher was the inspiration, the passion that the teacher brought and shared that I felt. And it's kind of, I work the same way. The passion I have about what I do, I hope to share with the people on my set. And the passion that a teacher brings into the classroom is, teachers are angels, teachers and nurses.
Yeah, for sure. It's similarly like just the impact on our society, I think is so important.
Hear, hear.
So let me see. Christoph Leitner, sorry. Would Mr. Frakes be interested in spending time on the International Space Station if you were invited? I like the if you were invited.
Well, I would love to go to the International Space Station. Our friend Bill Shatner, I believe, has a ticket on either Musk's first trip or is it the guy from Virgin? I mean, Bill is already signed up and aboard.
Of course. That's awesome.
So maybe I can get one of his tickets to the International Space Station.
Yeah. What is there any particular reason other than just space is awesome, or?
I think that's the only reason.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, they talk so much about how.
And also, I hear the food is fabulous.
Right. See, again, for me, I'm like, I don't do the squishy things. I like my math and I like my fictional worlds. And so once I can wander around in artificial gravity, fixing the warp core, then I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. We have a few more coming in. Oh, this is a great question. So Hailey Scheinman. Oh, hi, Haley. Haley, sorry. For both of you, what is your favorite piece of technology in reality that could have been or that has been inspired by Star Trek? I mean, what we're doing now is pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty handy.
I also wish we could go onto the holodeck. I do enjoy the holodeck.
I know. I do have virtual reality headsets, so that's
a trip. That's another world.
Yeah, they did make Star Trek Bridge Crew on the VR, and I was like, I might not leave. Holodeck addiction is a thing. All right. So Jeff Gonea asked Jonathan, most Star Trek fans are older, teens or adults. What do you think is the best way to use Star Trek to inspire younger kids, like 7 to 11?
All you got to do is expose them to it. The problem I find, and I ask kids, because now I'm 67 and the show's been on for 30 some years, and the original series is 55 years old, I think. So there are sometimes 3 generations of people who come up to the table together. And I ask the kids, does our show not feel too slow to you? Because our cutting pattern is much more deliberate, as shows were in the 80s and the 90s. And sometimes they admit that, yes, they get bored because they're used to virtual reality, and they're used to playing video games, and the movement and multitasking is, their brains move, or they're trained to move faster. So I'm always concerned that as wonderful as our show is, as wonderful as the stories are, that the literal pace of the show may be a deterrent. And if they get into the character, if they find a character they like, it doesn't matter. It goes back to what I said earlier. It's really about character and relationships. So if they identify, my favorite character is always Data, but if they identify with Worf, or they identify with the empath, with Counselor Troy, with Marina, then they will stay to see how their character, how their character's story evolves.
And I think that hits the nail on the head when it comes to everything we're talking about here, all that inspiration, using entertainment in Hollywood to influence STEM and science. And I think it's the characters. It's in the characters. And because kids are always looking for mentors, and there's nothing better than seeing yourself in, for example, an FBI scientist who gets to fight aliens. That you see
go
that.
Back to her. You do like yes. It's because you resemble her.
Right. Well, and especially as a kid, I didn't have any women in my life who were scientists. All my science teachers were men. All of our family friends, the only scientists I knew were men. But I liked science, and I thought it was, again, space and dinosaurs, objectively cool. And so when I saw someone who looked like, sort of like, I wish like me, but at least the red hair, I was just like, oh, she's cool. She's cool. Now I wore pantsuits and had terrible haircuts trying to, from way too young an age. But
you remind me of the story that Whoopi tells, Whoopi Goldberg, who was raised in watched the original series and saw Uhuru on the bridge, and Uhuru did for her exactly what Scully did for you. And when that was expressed to Gene and to Rick Berman on our show, because Whoopi had been on the lot doing Ghost at Paramount, they made the overture and they said, if you ever want to be on Star Trek, we will give you a character, we will build you a set, and when you are between films, and that's how we got Guinan, is because Whoopi had been inspired by Uhuru. Star Trek was a big part of her life, and Gene opened up the door for her.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's just, it's so cool. And there's just so many stories, and it comes back to those characters that kids will watch. If they see themselves in a character, they will go to any length to watch that, which is awesome and powerful. So Morgan Binnix has a question that, Jonathan, when directing sci-fi, you have more creative freedom when you're making decisions under the guidance of geniuses like Dr. Erin, her words, not mine. Is that freedom exciting, or is it overwhelming and therefore easier to direct more realistic television? So I guess the way I interpret that is saying, like, when directing sci-fi, is it easier to have a science consultant helping make things right that you can just trust, or would you rather just kind of have your creative freedom to do whatever you want?
I don't think one is exclusive to the other. I feel like I have creative freedom, especially on shows like Star Trek Discovery and Picard, and the Robbie Duncan McNeil is another wonderful director from Star Trek and a dear friend and a wonderful actor. Told me when I was doing his show about the mutants that on his show they wanted to shoot to thrill was his policy, and that's what we're encouraged to do. And if, as I said earlier in this conversation, if I can trust, which I do, that you are going to give us accurate, truthful things to say, then they seem to be two separate worlds.
Yeah.
The script, which is what everything comes from, and everything is the gift, and in the place where we know what we're going to do, we know how we're going to tell the story, we hopefully can do it in an interesting visual way. We the rhythm of the arc of the episode, all of that is in my mind with the cinematographer and with the actors. But having on the page, they say, if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage. If it's on the page, then we are free to interpret it as creatively as we can. And now with the advancement of computer graphics, and the limitations are less. I mean, it still costs a lot of money, but some things cost less than they used to. So you really are now, as always, only limited by your imagination.
Right. And I think for me, with this relationship, it was important for me to learn. And I think where my people ask, how to get started in this. And the biggest thing for me as a science consultant is to yes and everything, right? My job is not to come in and say, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's dumb. Don't say that. My job is to come in and say, okay, let's work with this.
Yeah, let's find a way to make this work.
Yeah. And there will be some things where I'm like, look, we're really pushing it, and it's better to just, I respect that this is what you want to do, but I don't think we can science this. So I would recommend
you find that coming from the writers or from the actors, or both?
More on the writer side, where we're spitballing ideas, and ideas come up, and we just say, does this sound cool? Do you think we can do this? And then we go away and try to science some dialogue out of it, and leave just thinking, oh, let's keep it in, but let's not explain it. I think you're going to get yourself in more trouble by trying to explain it.
You take the next question. I've had too many cups of coffee.
Okay, you're good. No worries. So there were a couple questions for me. So Abu Dachi asked, Dr. McDonald, thank you for being part of this event. You're welcome. Could you tell us some more about your specialty of study? Thank you. Thanks for the question. Yeah, so what I did was like I said, general relativity. I went to the University of Glasgow for my PhD, and I studied gravitational waves as a member of the LIGO collaboration. And some people may be aware of that. They won the Nobel Prize in 2000, I think it was the 2017 Nobel Prize for their detection of gravitational waves. And what I did specifically, so I have to be, I have to put a disclaimer on this, that I did leave academia and the LIGO collaboration about just over a year before they made their Nobel Prize winning detection. And if you haven't heard of them, and this research, what it was trying to detect ripples in space-time that Einstein had predicted in 2000, or not 2000, in 1915. And then 100 years later, we have this great collaboration that was trying to detect these ripples. Einstein basically said, when stuff moves in space, it's going to ripple out, and it does, but it's so small, no one will ever detect it. And scientists went, challenge accepted. So I worked in this collaboration that tried to detect those ripples from the most catastrophic extreme events. And the one that they detected first was the collision of two black holes merging. So we saw essentially two black holes merge, and they sent out these ripples in space-time. And that's a huge, I mean, it leaps and bounds in terms of astrophysics, because not only did we detect space-time itself, but we detected two black holes colliding. We detected these gravitational waves, all of that. So I'm really honored to have been a member of that collaboration. All I say is that I helped loosen the jar lid, even though I left before their Nobel Prize. It's fine, I'm not bitter, I promise. So, Jennifer Crawford asked for me, is it hard to do your advising, but then let go once the script and show have to start playing fast and loose with the science because it's sci-fi? And, you know, feel free to jump in here a little bit. But I think for me, because I am a sci-fi fan, and because I am continuously learning the writing process, I have, like I said, my initial approaches have always been to yes and I think that that's what served me well in this industry, is to not be a negative force in the room. That I think a lot of writers are hesitant to hire science consultants because they don't want that negativity. And that's definitely, in case you can tell, I'm not a very negative person. But I think the hardest part for me is just coming up with something cool, and like we said, it just gets cut. I don't mind so much if you know, if we're playing around and it's maybe not so scientific, but this is a bigger story to tell, and so we decide not to science it, I'm kind of okay with that. But I think it's just knowing that this dialogue is just gonna, because those were my first experiences writing dialogue, you know, that I got to write Technobabble that you haven't seen yet, but that was a big deal for me. And so knowing that they got the axe is just a little wound, but then we move to the next project.
Do you find it's more painful if it's been cut before it gets on the floor, or when you see the show and it's been cut in editorial?
I think it's both painful, because I like to enjoy the end product as a fan. And so regardless, I want to see some of it get through. And so just knowing that it was there is nice. And there's been projects I've worked on that I still won't be able to say that I did work on. And so then knowing I worked on a show that I can't talk about, getting to watch said show, and then the stuff that I did do got cut, then it was kind of like, well, I just 100% did not exist in that show. So that's hard, but it is what it is, and it's the creative process. So I definitely respect that. Yeah.
But what's coming your way is that eventually you'll be writing an episode of Discovery for Michelle Paradise, and you'll be sent to Toronto to cover your episode, and you'll be on the set, and with any luck, I'll be directing it, and we'll be able to solve these problems that actors bring to you, to me, and I would turn over to you about the science, about the dialogue, and we can find a way to keep it in so that everybody wins, we understand, and you'll be solving problems right there. So it won't get cut in editorial.
Thank you. You heard it first here, folks. the plan. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. One of the best experiences I've had on set was when I had to, I was working on a live stream sci-fi show called Orbital Redux, and it was a live streamed sci-fi show, and this poor actress had to, in real time, live streamed, science them out of a situation, and they wanted her scrawling the equation on the ship. And yeah. So that was when I got the call and said, we want you on set. And I sat with her and we wrote out, and I showed her how scientists would write out this equation, what you would mutter under your breath. And I mean, she got it. She walked away. She's like, I'm never forgetting this equation.
That's fantastic.
Really fun experience.
Art imitating life.
Yeah, exactly. So Michael Avner has a question for you. Are there directors that have inspired you as a storyteller? So we talk a little bit about mentorship, and we've talked about mine, but from a director side, has there been any directors that inspired you?
I try to steal. I've been told to steal from the best. I steal from Spielberg. I steal from Ridley Scott, Robert Zemeckis, Ron Howard, Tarantino,